Hi, hello, hi. Hello? Hi. Is it safe to come out? There's no like comical piano hanging over my head waiting for me to appear to like fall on me and something or something, is there, right? No comical piano, no anvils, right? Please tell me this. Ow! Oh my gosh, right when I decide to try and trust you? Why would you do this to me? There was no piano, there was no anvil, there was a freaking whole entire desk. What is going on with my head size? Shroomates, I have had the strangest week, and I'm not convinced it's safe to come out of here to tell you about it yet. You know, I should have known that was gonna happen also. I also should have known, because I can't say things about hit me, don't hit me. You guys will always just take the opportunity to torture me just a little bit, maybe. I'll creep out of my hiding spot. I think I'm supposed to be small right now, but something happened. So I'll just like shrink myself like this to make up for it. I'm a harder target to hit now. Hi, I'm back. It's been a week. I am, let me tell you, so happy to be back. Do you want to hear hear me regale my tale of all the things that have transpired since you last saw me? I can do it really quick, and I actually can't tell you a third of the things that happened, but I can tell you some of them. Since you last saw me, last Friday, or maybe some of you last saw me last Thursday. Last Friday, we yapped about my vacation stuff. Friday, immediately following stream, I found out about a couple things that were going to have to happen this week that I was like, ah, lordy. Fantastic, great, we love a short-term notice. Ah! So I had to travel. I had to leave the town. I had to leave the place that I call home. I had to leave the shroom state to go deal with things. Then, Saturday morning, I wake up to $3,000, $40,000, $4,300 worth of charges to my credit card from somebody trying to buy wigs on a sketchy website. I then spent my entire day not at home, so it was somewhere else, not in a house, in any means, in a public place, more or less, trying to deal with somebody spending $4,000 of my money. I spent hours on the phone, on hold. I did get it cleared, but that was not great. That was a premonition, mayhaps, that things were not going to go my way. Over the weekend, I encountered a major Blender issue that forced me to have to update my Blender version, which screwed up every commission I have been working on. That was really exciting and fun, so that was cool. Well, I was still not home, mind you. I was doing it on my laptop, and then because I was doing it on my laptop and screwed up everything that I had that I was trying to work on by updating Blender, and then all the file formats updating and not being able to backdate correctly, I couldn't work on any of the stuff I had, so that was cool. Monday, I did get to come home and then get to do some work, but that'd be too easy. That would be too easy, wouldn't it? Wouldn't it be too easy if I could just come home and do work? Monday, I come home and I'm trying to do my work, trying to catch up. There's another thing I have to do in the afternoon, so I can't stream, and I'm already sad about that. And wouldn't you know it, power outage. Lightning strikes. I live under a cell tower. There's like a cell tower like directly above my house, pretty much. And lightning strikes the cell tower so blindingly loud and hard and bright, it causes every car alarm on the street to start going off, which, mind you, people are at work. It's like the middle of the day. No one's home to fix their car alarm. Like, all the cars that are here are cars, because it's like, we're a two-person household. We're both at work already. This is just the car that's sitting at home right now. And I was in the middle of something, and the power went out, so it didn't get to finish what I was doing. It was out for the entirety of the duration of when stream would have been anyway, so I couldn't have streamed anyway, even if nothing was happening. But I did lose a ton of work on that, lost a ton of time because I couldn't do anything towards any of the projects I was working on. I was like, this cannot be. To make matters worse, next day, period cramps. I just get annihilated. Period cramps is just ED annihilation. There's no coming back from that, but that's the usual. I'm used to that. We know how that goes. I've streamed through that before. Not a fan of that one. Wednesday, there's like a new thing that happens like every day. Wednesday and Thursday, I was away for an important family-ish thing that I found out only was occurring as of Monday also, and I can't really go into details about what it was, but it was unfortunate circumstance, but also like the event itself was kind of fine. I just had to be there, so like there was no like getting out of it, so I had to be there, so I was away again. But while I am there, Joby and I were like, oh, we're having a tough time. We're not having the best day. EG needs a little cheering up. What is EG like that always puts EG in a better mood? A little Baco Bell. Taco Bell has the innate power to cheer me up just a little bit sometimes. I'll like me a nice neon blue beverage that does do immaculate, fantastic, beautiful, lovely things for my psyche. So I get my Baja Blast, and I'm like, oh, we'll try something new. Usually I get a potato soft taco, and that's usually it. I usually get 2 even potato soft tacos. That's like all I eat there, is just potato soft taco. Oh. Not even anything interesting, just potato soft tacos. But this time I'm like, oh, they have a, like, bean and rice cheese burrito? Why don't I, like, you know, branch out, you know? Variety is the spice of life, so they tell me, so I've heard. By they, I mean probably Joby. Branch out, try new burrito. We get all our stuff in our bag, we head home, we set up, we're just gonna, like, sit and, like, watch something together while, like, we eat our burritos. So I, like, take my things out of the bag and I set them in my lap and I'm like, oh, I'll try the new thing first. I unwrap it, eating it, putting it in my mouth. Doesn't taste unusual to me by any means. I'm like, okay, this is fine. I guess it's not as good as my potato soft taco. It tastes okay. And Joby eats like one burrito and then starts the second burrito while I'm still eating my first one. I'm like 2/3 of the way through. I eat immensely slow. Joby takes like 3 bites and is like, this is awful and also contains no meat. And at that point, I'm like, what am I eating? What am I eating? What is this? What is this I'm eating? Then I pass it to Joby. I'm like, what is this? Joby puts it in their mouth. It's like, oh, that's definitely the thing I was supposed to have. This is my double beef, I don't know what it's called, double beef and cheese, something burrito. They put them in the wrong wrappers! They swapped the wrapper! And me, Squiiji, myself, I'm pescatarian, I'm mostly vegetarian. I'll eat a scrimp or maybe like a little bit of fish from time to time. I have not eaten red meat in any like real quantity for more than 10 years. I was pescatarian at the age of like 11 or 12 for medical reasons, and then I fully cut like all meat out when I was in college. So let me just tell you a thing. If you are vegetarian and you haven't eaten meat for a long time, your body does not like that one bit at all. Abysmal. So Joby is like trying to distract me because Joby's like, no, you're just psyching yourself out. You're not getting sick. You're just psyching yourself out. You're freaking yourself out. It'll be okay. Here, let's watch some Command Zone. That'll cheer you up. That'll distract you. We'll pay attention to what they're doing in the Command Zone. We'll watch some magic. That'll cheer you up. And I'm sitting there. Joby's like, how you doing? And the moment I open my mouth to speak, I'm like, goodbye. So that was fantastic. I spent a very long time in the bathroom. That was really cool. And then the following morning, as a result, you know, I didn't really piece things together of the fact of, you know, period. I just lost all the contents of my stomach, then went to bed, woke up the next morning, was trying to like do stuff, still wasn't really eating, and I passed out because I have anemia. So like, it just hasn't ended for me for days. Every single day is a new and interesting thing that happens to me. Don't worry, I took my iron. And I'm like kind of okay now, but I'm still being like minorly anemic. But I don't know what happened. I was sending Billy messages. Shroommates, if any of you know, like I've heard that the Mars isn't in retrograde or renegade or whatever it is until like the 18th. What is happening? Why is this going on? So that's, yeah, suddenly debuffed into sickly Victorian child. I cannot get a win. I spent 3 days like just randomly sick this week. I do not get it. But if any of you know of any like, I don't know, witches, shamans, people who do dealings and things like luck, who can maybe offer me a hand in these trying times, please let me know. I'm like losing it. Somebody was like, AJ, you should like cleanse your house with sage or something. There's definitely something bad in your house. I don't know what it is. I've been in multiple houses. Yeah. Shroommates, the ones who are the 4-letter C word that I won't say, did you do something to me that was mean? What did you do? Did you do something? So I didn't do any, so I didn't miss any streams when in recovery. Is that what it is? Miraku? Did you cast a curse on me to make sure you couldn't miss? Is that really? Did you do that? They would never? I sure hope they would never. But man, have I had a week, and I am so glad to be back, and I would love to stop having curveballs thrown my way. Let me tell you, I'm a good batter. I got a high, what do you call it, RBA? What is that, relative batting average? I got a high relative batting average. I don't watch baseball. I'm a good batter. I can swing, I can hit, I swing both ways. That's another important thing about me. Man, these curveballs, I don't know what to do about them. There's so many of them, and I'm so ready to just have a normal week of stream. This week was not fantastic. Previous week was nice, because it's kind of normal. God, I hope next week is normal. God, I hope next week is normal. And then Monday, there was no stream, because I didn't find out that the thing that was happening on Monday that I had to miss stream for, I didn't find out it was happening until like 11 a.m. Like right as I was finishing making my schedule, and I was like, oh, lovely. Oh, lovely, fantastic, that's great. That's amazing. I do have to go live in 3 hours, but that's cool. That's good. You people know my work schedule. Why would you not tell me this 4 to 9 days ago? Why'd you tell me today? Rip. Yeah. Visited the hospital? Oh no! I hope you're okay also, yeah. If anybody else is having like series of unfortunate events this week, I am so sorry. Hopefully we are just purging all of the bad luck out of our systems in like one fell swoop this week, and then it'll be totally easy and normal after. Good golly. It was so much at once, and I was so overwhelmed. But I am glad to be the thoughts and prayers and hopes and knocks on wood, knocks on my skull, passed it, cleared it, over. Don't gotta worry about it now, hopefully. So yeah, so that was my week. I hope you all had a better week than I had, at the very least. And I am sure that going from here on, things will get better. I do have unusual thing, which is Friday. Friday we're doing design critiques, which is normally a thing that never happens Fridays. We're doing it Friday this week though. Plus, gotta do like announcements, a little bit of housekeeping right now also. So, just real quick, our housekeeping. Clown Miku Design Challenge, right here, we see it. I had to unfortunately contact Yam and be like, hey, those plans we made 4 months ago can't happen. So Yam and I are rescheduling for next week. It'll probably just be next Thursday if I had to make an educated guess. So our Clown Miku Design Challenge showcase for everybody who designed Clown Mikus will be on some point next week. I don't want to completely say Thursday, but it'll be one of the usual days probably. Then also, in a severely also unusual move, not severely, I don't even know how to put it, in a very strange move for me, I will be in a collab tomorrow at 10 p.m. EST, so already an unusual time, on an unusual day, Saturday, and it'll be a Squiiji like you've never seen before. It'll be a Squiiji that you've never seen or heard the likes of. And it'll be a Squiiji that's probably not the Squiiji that all of you are maybe even interested in witnessing. It's gonna be an Unsay So Squiiji tomorrow. Unsay So Squiiji Saturday. This is Squiiji After Hours. It is gonna be, I was invited to Jankin Palm's stream. I don't know if you remember Jankin. Jankin is the fellow who hosted the rock, paper, scissors competition that I was in. Jankin invited me, and also Al Amontas, you know him, you'll love him, to a stream where we are going to do a tier list of how appealing, we'll put it that way, letters are, which is something that Amontas and I are both uniquely prepared to do. We are both uniquely accredited to do, to rank how attractive letters are in a very not say so manner, potentially. So if you're used to me, I don't curse, I don't say inappropriate things, I don't do any of that. So it'll be a totally new side of EG, and it'll be the side of EG that Jubby is probably a little bit more used to. I'm not as say-so in my life as I am here, but I won't be as teacherly. It'll be 18 plus probably for sure, so if you're not over 18, don't. But if you would like to, you're welcome to come see. Because yeah, so here's the two things, which is that I have a good perspective on this, on letters and how attractive they are, for two reasons. One, let me sell you on this concept. One, I taught printmaking. I am printmaking. That is my thing. My master's is in printmaking. That is the primary thing I teach. Character design isn't even my primary. Printmaking's my primary. I have operated printing presses extensively. I've done typesetting extensively. I know so much about physical type, and I have so many opinions about letters. I have so many ridiculous opinions about letters that are the kinds of things that I really don't ever have any opportunity to get off my chest. So I will be getting into all of that because I've got some really, like, I got some thoughts on letters. And then secondarily, I'm asexual. I feel like most of you maybe know and or love this, or know and or remember this. I don't know if you love this about me. I hope you do. I hope this is a part about me that is part of the full EG package that we've come to enjoy. But I'm asexual, and therefore, me telling you how sexually attractive a letter is no different than me telling you how sexually attractive a human is. Like, none of it means anything to me. Like, it might as well be the same thing. To Al and Jankin, I think this is like a very, like, silly, goofy, like, we're doing a reach, this is a funny concept. To me, I'm like, this is what you all sound like. This is what you all sound like when you're like, oh, this body part, this thing that I find attractive. You all sound like crazy people to me. You sound like you're talking about how attractive letters are. So I'm getting in on the insanity, and this is the most, like, normal thing for me in some manner. So that'll be tomorrow for 2 hours. You don't want to miss it. There will be a VOD, so hopefully, as long as we don't get nuked from orbit for being too inappropriate, but I don't think we'll be that. We'll see. So be prepared for that one, I guess. Yeah, pulling a reverse Uno card on us. Yeah, I'm immune to the charms of character designs. I'm immune to the charms of people. But am I immune to the charms of letters? Equally so, which is to say, unclear. Who knows? And yeah, Jankin does have the waiting room up for that stream, so here, I can send you that if you would like to see where that is happening. I think only Jankin's gonna be live. Jankin Palm, also, to be more specific. Not just to say just the word Jankin. And I hope I see you guys already saying things about letters of the alphabet. I hope you bring that energy to us tomorrow, because we're gonna have a lot of opinions, and we've already sent some really strange messages to each other about this collab that, out of context, make no sense and are ridiculous. So I am looking forward to it very much. I am excited. We're gonna let my hair down, let loose a little bit. My hair down, as if I have any hair. Yeah. I am immune to the charms of letters, and I am immune to the charms of probably everything. But yeah. And no, we may also bring in fonts into it also, because that also is a really strong deciding factor for me. I can't get too ahead of myself. I can't start discussing all of it today. But let it be known, I am excited, and it's gonna be really strange for me. And it'll probably be even stranger for you. So if you do come, I'll be intrigued to see you. So do tell me your thoughts tomorrow when we have that. But anyways, today, what we are here for, now that I've gotten my misfortune of the last week and my housekeeping for the next week out of the way, we do have disclaimers and things that I'm doing, and also Ricomancer, Melanie Martinez fan 183639, Arshush, and Ashborn Psycho, thank you guys for following. Yeah, new shroom unlocking soon. It won't come back. That shroom will never occur on this channel. Unsay So Squiiji you will never see on here. Yeah, Unsay So Squiiji will never occur on main. Unsay So Squiiji is only a thing that will appear on other people's channels. I swear this unto you. Whether that's what you want or not, that is the truth. That is what will happen. Will you do them in alphabetical order or something else? Probably alphabetical order, just to keep us moving. The other thing I'll warn you is, if I don't know if you guys are aware of Omertosa or Jankin Palm very much, the two of them are other fellows who are equally gifted in yap as I am. They are yappers, and man, all three of us are yappers. And also, Omertosa has credentials for discussing this topic, because Omertosa does calligraphy. So I would assume calligraphy has changed Omertosa's thoughts and opinions on many letters. And Omertosa and I will probably be approaching some letters from the standpoint of, God, I hate this letter and I never want to see it or touch it ever again. So we'll see. Yeah, the yappening cubed. So we'll probably go through the letters in order, just because I foresee us being so abysmally chatty, and I will go until 2 a.m. if I have to. Let me tell you, but I don't want to do that to Jankin, so we'll find out. I gotta focus, but I have a feeling the two of them aren't gonna help with focusing, so what can you do? But anyways, sip of water, and then we get down to business to defeat the Huns today. And by Huns, I mean the character designs of Arknights. So, hi. I'm Squiiji. I'm a freelance artist fungi. I'm also an art educator. And the thoughts that I share to you are just the thoughts of one character designer. I said earlier, I do teach printmaking. I've taught character design previously. I do some credentials in this area. There's some things to back up the things that I say when I'm talking about character designs. It's not coming from nowhere. But it's just the thoughts and feelings of one character designer, and I'm not the end-all be-all. And I am going to, unequivocally, with full certainty, I'm going to miss things. Because there are 300-something characters in this game, and I have also not played the game. I listened to a bunch of YouTube videos summarizing lore. I researched the lore myself. I researched some of the characters, but I do try and give the characters a cold read. So, I'm doing my best, but I will acknowledge there will be a bias, and there will be things I miss. And you are always welcome to tell me things kindly in the comments of the VOD. I do read them. I didn't get to respond to any between the last one and now, which I'll probably do today after stream, just because I wasn't home. But I do like reading them. I like learning. I like learning them when I'm wrong, also. Like, I feel like that's a thing most people aren't into, is admitting fault. I love being like, dang, I missed that one, thanks. That's like my favorite, actually, because I remember things better if someone's like, hey, you said this thing that was actually totally incorrect, and I'm like, you're right. Thanks. I appreciate you letting me know. Hats off. As long as you're nice about it. Don't be mean. No need to be mean, but you can tell me if I get things wrong. Yeah. Then, also, I do want to say, I'm not a hater. Probably don't have to say it for this series because I'm not as harsh, or I haven't been at least as harsh on Arknights. Arknights generally, as like a general statement, has had some pretty strong character designs, I have to say. I've been very pleasantly surprised. Usually in gacha games, I'm kind of meh, or maybe a little bit let down sometimes, with maybe like Cookie Run Kingdom and Reverse 1999 being the outliers that I really enjoyed. But otherwise, I'm kind of, they get a little samey sometimes. There's some similar problems that tend to happen across the board, which does tend to make it sound like I rag on them a little bit. But I promise I will be showing you the things I like and the things I don't like from every series I talk about. But Arknights kind of misses most of that. Arknights is definitely on the stronger end of character design, I would say, for mobile gacha anime style games. Yeah. AG being for real, saying, oh, I see it was wrong, new info saved over. Yeah, as long as it's, the only thing I don't do a good job saving over is names, because if I say them too many times, my brain has reinforced the habit too hard, and then if I'm just on stream, I won't be able to unenforce the habit. But for other information, I usually save over pretty easily. Yeah. So, I think those were my two main disclaimers. We also, today, what we're doing is we are going to be comparing the base original version of some characters to their alters. Because that was something that was so highly requested of me in the last couple streams that I'd done for Arknights. This is already unusual. I never go for a third critique stream for a series. Genshin didn't get this, Verse 1999 didn't get this, Cookie Run Kingdom didn't get this. The only reason I think I was open-minded to it is because, yeah, I see somebody saying in YouTube chat, there's 376 characters. That's almost 400 characters. I think the next largest game we looked at was at like 270. There's over 100 more characters than anything else we've looked at. And that's not including the fact that every character has skins. A lot of the characters have alters, which I don't know if is even counting towards that increased character total quantity. But I feel like there's just so much more going on here that requires our discussion that I'm okay with it. So, like we did previously for Guilty Gear, when we critiqued the character designs of Guilty Gear characters, we did look back at original versions of them or older designs to say, hey, this thing they did before, smart. Wish it would have come forward with it. Or, whoa, that was kind of rough back there before. They really have turned it around and made it stronger and better going forward. They've taken what they learned from the first iteration and improved upon it. And since we are also talking about iterations, that does add some more sort of things that we have to be careful about or keep in mind when we're discussing the characters. When we talked about the characters of Marvel Rivals, we talked about this too, where we have to be mindful of the fact that this character is not a totally new or fresh character that they can just design from zero from scratch and just say, whatever, go for it, to the moon. They have to respect the history of the character and the previous iterations of the character with whatever they're doing to improve it or change it or modify it or make it new and fresh and exciting to us. So, by and fault maybe of that, sometimes that can be really limiting, or sometimes that can pull a design back or hold it back in some manner. But on the other hand, sometimes having that history and that repetition can help us to understand a character better, and then knowing what their previous design was helps inform our understanding of their new design. You know, it can go in a number of directions. So those are just a couple of things I wanted to get out there before we start getting in today. And we are going to start by going back over a couple characters we already talked about the OG designs of extensively, because it'll be kind of quick to go through those ones. So we'll have Lapland, Texas, Skadi, I think, Skadi? I don't remember how to say her name. I am so sorry. As I said, I save over information. The names don't manage to save over for some reason if I'm getting them wrong. I gotta like look at myself in the mirror and say the name to myself 400 times like I'm summoning Bloody Mary. And that's the only way I get it right eventually. Skadi, thank you. We'll figure it out. 376, I think, does not include the altars. Oh, lordy. Oh, my God. Oh, I fear the day when we do the tier list of character designs. Cookie Run Kingdom and Reverse 1999 both took 3 streams for that. This took 3 streams just for this. It's gonna take me like 6 to do the tier lists. It's gonna be ridiculous. Oh my God. Good thing I've got like months before that to like figure it out, but that's, oh boy. Chinese Ark Knights server just got Ultra yesterday. Oh boy, oh man. And even by the time, the fact that I have a couple months before we get to the next one is actually gonna work against me, isn't it? Because there'll be more of them to cover. Oh boy. Okay, we'll get there. We'll level our expectations. Those will be in a while. Those won't be for like a couple months maybe, depending. We're gonna do tier list for something next week. I don't know what yet. I gotta check the order. It might be Guilty character designs. It might be, but I don't know. It might be, but I don't know. I'll check. But next Thursday should, or actually next Thursday might not, because I think we'll see. But we'll be doing a tier list ranking next, and then after that we'll do the next series we vote on to look at, which is probably going to be either Limbus Company or perhaps AFK Arena. Or there was another one that somebody had suggested recently too that I thought should get tossed in there, but something of that nature will perhaps get tossed in. Not 67 Ark Knights tier list streams. I can't do that. Let me tell you, my crazy week last week reminded me that I am somebody who loves consistency. I adore consistency. Maybe Uma Musume? Actually, you know what? Uma Musume might actually be fantastic for relevancy. Because didn't Uma Musume Pretty Derby, didn't that just get its global release, question mark? Like last week? This week? That might actually be fantastic for our next one, actually. I'm gonna put that into the thinker. Yeah, maybe that's where we'll go. We'll talk about the horse girls. That could be nice, okay. I'm intrigued. Horse stream. You guys seem excited about horse stream. Maybe. We'll see. Whoever wins in the vote will probably be what we do, but I may override that and say Uma Musume just because relevancy. Maybe. But then eventually we'll get to tier lists for Honkai Impact and Limbus Company and AFK Journey / Arena and tier list for Ark Knights and tier list for probably a couple other things that we haven't done yet. We did ZZZ, right? Woowa! Oh! I think actually, never mind. I think Woowa is gonna be our tier list that's next. I think it's Woowa. I think it's Withering Waves. Yeah, I think that'll be it. Persona 1, I don't know if it has any new designs. Please explain to me what a Persona gacha game is, please. What do you mean? I was talking about this with someone yesterday. How do you make a gacha game about Persona? I don't follow. Are the Personas the gachas? Because I feel like that doesn't work as a gacha mechanic the way we need to work as a gacha mechanic. I don't know. I don't understand the concept of doing that, and I really want to take, what is the company called? Altus? No, not Altus. Atlas? What is the company's name? And shake, whatever the name is, whoever you are, is it, oh, it is Atlas, sorry. And shake Atlas by the shoulders and say, it has been almost 10 years, please make another game. Please add another number. 5 came out in, like, what, 2016? I'm shaking you by the shoulders. Where's 6? We've had, like, 9 remakes. Not really, I'm over-exaggerating. We've had, like, 9 remakes between that and this. We had a remake of 3. We've had, like, 2 different re-release things of 4. 5 has had Royal. 5 has had another kind of other release. There's the Dancing Knights. There's the... Something else is happening with 4 now. I don't know what's happening. Please make a new game. Please, I want new content. Please, I beg of you. Help. To be honest, they're not the gut matrix of the gacha. Oh, okay, so it's not their fault, I guess. But they still licensed it. I don't know if that. I don't know if. I don't know if that makes them safe from my ridicule in this manner. Maybe Persona 6 in 2026, maybe? That'd be wild of them to wait that long, and I think that would be strange. Persona 5 got the hype so high for Persona, and some of the remakes, granted, have also fed into the hype about it, but like, my guy, I think we just need something new. Please give me new. Please make me more. I'm all's done, they make another remake of 5 before 6. That's what I am so worried about. Didn't they tease the next game with green as the next color? I thought that was a, what do you call it? Like a speculation? Because out of the main games, we have blue, yellow, red. What are the colors of 1 and 2? I don't remember. I think it was just speculation that green was gonna be the next one. I don't think that was actually true in any specific manner, but what can you do? Umas are standard anime girl designs. Think they're very good examples of the genre. Compare them to real horses they're based on. That would be really funny to compare them to the real horses they're based on. But I know what I'm getting into with Uma Musume, because I know that they are like idol design first and foremost, and they're horses. So like, it'll just be, do they feel fresh compared to each other? Are they distinct from each other? Like, there's different things we can call into question about them, how they relate to the world, all of those things, how they're performing as idols, idol fashion, stuff like that. Like, there's stuff to talk about for them for sure, so don't worry about that. So we'll get there. Silk Song before new Persona, that is crazy. Also, Switch 2 before new Persona. I think the entire lifetime of the Switch existed in a post-Persona 5 world. An entire console came and went in the lifetime of Persona 5 before we got to 6. Wild. I say this like I shouldn't be mad at Kingdom Hearts for the same thing, but it's fine. It's fine. We've been talking for 40 minutes. I'm supposed to talk about Arknights, and we're talking about other things. We gotta focus. But also, in one other little news, Jubby is not home. Jubby will not be here today, so if I go over a little bit at the end of stream, it will be okay. So don't worry. So if I like yap us into oblivion today, accidentally, I can go a little bit longer, and it will be okay, and it will be fine. I will just need to drink some water, and also maybe get a snack, but I'll be okay. We can do longer if needed. But anyways, so before I get like to all of the disclaimers in the rubric, let me take roll. Take care of yourself. Oh, this, Amber, I don't know how to stress it enough that this is taking care of myself. I like streaming so much. Streaming is so fun for me, and I didn't get to do it all week. That was coming off of one, I also couldn't do it at all in middle of July or June because I was on vacation. I want to do this. This is good for me. Don't worry. If I was worn out, I would end. Don't worry. You guys know this of me. If I have tummy ache, I don't tend to push through. I'll push through as best I can, but if I'm really feeling worn out, I'll be like, nope, bet, see ya, sorry. But nope, I might go a little bit over today. Don't worry. So let's see. Who's here? Who's here today? Happy Friday. Oh wait, yeah, hang on. So today is also the 4th of July. I don't celebrate this holiday. As you may note, because I'm here, I am least patriotic person who lives in said Murica. Happy Murica Day, I guess, if you celebrate. I am disappointed by the status of the place that I call home, unfortunately, so I don't really tend to do that one. Because British. Yeah, I know a lot of the shroommates are EU also, so not a day that you're super into, and yeah, I'm neutral on fireworks. My uncle designs fireworks displays for a living. The sound of them is upsetting to me. The sound of them is upsetting to small animals and children, and I hate the smell of sulfur, so it's not something I like. And I also live in a city where people will set off fireworks, and there's nothing scarier than the sound of fireworks echoing down city streets, because I know the difference between that and a gunshot. But I hate that I have to question whether it was that or a gunshot, so I don't know. But I guess happy 4th if you celebrate it. Theoretically, hopefully it's just a day where you guys get to eat some food and spend some time with family, maybe, or friends. I'm here hanging. I'm chilling. I'm recovering. Yeah. What is the 4th of July about as a Brit and hate fireworks? It's American independence. It makes a red-tailed hawk noise. I'm not capable of doing that. Gunshots are distinct. No, I know they are. Unfortunately, I also know firsthand that they are. Actually, not only unfortunately, I've shot guns before. In true American fashion. My family is from Appalachia. I know what they sound like. But I will say, living, like, where I live in the city, people do funny business, and you can't tell what the sound is just because there's so much other background noise, so I hate the anxiety of loud, explosive noise. Do you know what sounds strangely like a gunshot? Is breaking a large piece of styrofoam on a city street because it echoes, so you never know. You never know. Uncle sounds like he has a cool job. He did! He used to do light displays and fireworks displays. He doesn't do those anymore, but it was cool. Yeah. But anyways, who's here? I was supposed to say that. I was supposed to see who's here and take roll because I'm a teacher and it is 40 minutes into class, so I guess if you were late, you just get a free pass, but, Gigi the anime lover, Bugs, Gethist. Oh, that was Bugs who threw a whole table at me when I was fearing the anvil. Thanks. Nilo, Edward, Turk, Miss PC, Amiia, Selma, Amber, Sansom, Like to Thrive, Whooshy, Bleak, Amber, Nilo, Vaslav, hello, check in if you would like. Wow! If you would like to, you can check in. There's a here redeem, but you can also just say hello. YouTube chat, if you say hi, I know you. Vanguard, Stellar Sketching, Zombie Lord, TA, Luca Rodriguez, Cryogenic, Keds, SD Dravo, Bertolo, hello. all are Luca, Aaron Up, Gust, TBK, Hilda and Slide, hello. Hi Glory. Mostly lurking, enjoy your lurk today. I get today might be a chiller day for us, so that people may be busy. But, hello. Air conditioning, re-instinction, Kuro, Dewdrop, Zombie Lord, hello. So, let me snap us into the room we're supposed to be in. Let's go... Where's the drawing classroom? Why can't I find it right now? Hello? Hiding from me? There we go. Woo! Wee-oo. Oh, hang on, slide this over here. Oh, wait, that does remind me. I saw Santism, what you just said. That isn't the other housekeeping I was supposed to say. Good work, ED. So, the final housekeeping, I guess, for the day, maybe, was that we do have a new extra credit in the Shroom State, if you would like to participate. It's not really anything in particular, or not particular, nothing that's super, super specific, but July is the month of Art Fight, as many of you may be aware, but if you are not, what is Art Fight, you may be asking me, and let me tell you, Shroomates. Art Fight is an event that is hosted every July in which artists are sorted onto two teams and draw each other's characters as an attack to generate points for their team to lead them towards victory. So if I, hang on, go, different room actually.
If you're interested in taking an art class,
Hello? If you're interested in taking an art class? I'm not. What? Who is speaking to me from inside my house? Was that on my computer? Did you hear that? What was that? Hello? I might be haunted. You did? What was that?
Hey, Gary here.
Hi, Gary.
It's been a while, huh? Hope all of you are shroomy and happy. Recently, I have joined a new group that is the Collective Union of Lactose Tolerance.
Oh.
So I drink all the milk so my bones, mainly my teeth bones, are strong enough to eat rocks fine.
Hey, that's good, Gary. I'm glad you're joining the team of lactose tolerance. I'm glad you're tolerant of lactose. It's always good to be a very tolerant person. Good to be tolerant and open-minded, especially towards lactose. So that's good. It sounded like an ad. It did sound like an ad. I also thought it was a text-to-speech, but then Gary started after, and it's also wasn't Gary, so I don't know what that was. But yeah, Gary, I'm glad that you're taking up the mantle of maintaining toes, because some folks do lack toes. Me in particular, I don't have feet at all. My limbs just end at ankles, pretty much. But yeah, my PC, I guess, is possessed. But I don't even think, I think that you might have heard it through my microphone. I don't think that was something on my computer that said that. That might have been my iPod? I don't know what that was. It was weird. What can you do? Demons who cause you pain and
A
misfortune.
most welcoming salutations unto all ye lurkers of the Shroom State. Verily, and unto the VOD watchers as well. We all appreciate your lurky presence. 07.
Yeah! Also, usually as I say with roll, don't worry, lurkers, I got you, I see you, thank you for being here. VOD watchers, also, thank you, I see you, I appreciate you being here also. Oh, and the music hath stopped also. Nothing is easy. There we go. So, as I was saying, art fight! I am on art fight, but that's not the point. The point is, our extra credit is to fight each other in art fight. So if I do exclamation point extra credit, that should pull up where the extra credit happens in our Discord server. And if you are participating in art fight and would like to art fight the Shroommates and fight each other, you are welcome to post your link in the thread that is in there to your account. I posted mine in there so you can snoop on who I'm attacking. I'll be doing some attacks throughout the month on stream. And then, after the end of the month, we will have a little showcase where we will look at all of the fun, we'll have like a little like, I don't want to say like gallery kind of thing, but we'll have a little showcase to show off all the attacks people had made against each other. The way you would art fight is you make an account on this website, which is called artfight.net, so I can copy and paste that for you if you would like. You post on there, you make little profiles for your characters that you have, any OCs, and then you draw and submit attacks, which are just drawings of other people's OCs that you find on here. So like you can see here, I made a little card that shows you the characters that I have. Look, it's me, Squiiji. I attack designs that inspire me, and slowly. I do friendly fire and I do revenge. Last year I was attacking Shroommates. This year I'll probably just end up attacking designs that I see that are inspirational. I'm snooping on Shroommates. Don't think I'm not. I see all of you. But I am also, I don't have as much time to draw this year as I did last year, so I have to be very efficient. But then down here you can find the attacks I made. These were from previous years. Defenses, which is where people have drawn me. Oh my gosh, there's so many! What's happening? You're all drawing me already, help! Gary, look at you! There's so many of you already, and that's me! What the heck? It's me? Wait, Riruku, did you draw one of these? What do you mean? Oh wait, no, it's Riruku's up here. Last year I drew Riruku. Here's Ri. Some of the Shroommates are up here. Here's Noctis. Here's one of Odgepodge's characters, one of my mods. And then down here you can see all the characters I have as options. And if you would like to fight the Shroommates, if you're looking for people in particular to have some inspiration of things to fight, you can snoop in our extra credit for people who have posted themselves, and then you can fight each other. Because then it's fun when you're fighting almost within a community to some degree where you're familiar with the people, or then it becomes an open door where then you can talk to each other and befriend each other and speak to each other. And yes, I am holding you, Shroommates, like little Barbie dolls and putting you in the same room together, like, speak to each other, hee hee, hi, I'm this one, hi, nice to meet you. So my dastardly evil plan is make the Shroommates talk to each other. And also draw each other things. I know there are a lot of really fantastic artists in the Shroomate community, and it'd be really cool if you all drew for each other. So that is our extra credit for this month. Yeah. That was my first stream. Oh my god, Riruku, was it really? Riruku, I suckered you into being a Shroomate by drawing you. Dang, bribery at its finest. But you guys don't have to do, also, you don't have to do digital art for it. You can do, like, this is a sticky note. Look at this Gary. Look, this is traditional art. This is just Gary drawn on a post-it note in a little dapper outfit. It's so cute. He's so cute. Thank you. So dapper. Hell yeah, concrete. Me responding to attacks live on stream. Yeah, so you can do that. I also previously in my attacks, not last year, but the previous year, you can do 3D models. You don't have to just do that kind of stuff. So like I 3D modeled something as an attack. I made a voxel model 2 years ago for someone. Someone made a charm bracelet, I think based on me 1 year. So honestly, like people make like nail sets inspired. Like you can do any number of things. I know Isu, oh, where's Isu? I think Isu followed me recently on here. Maybe not. Isu Asai, who is a graphic designer for VTubers, is making like almost like logos for people for art fight. Like there's a million different things you can do. Yeah, like craft is a category. Here it is. Yeah, someone made Squiiji inspired jewelry. Or no, it wasn't Squiiji. It was based on Mayumi, one of my characters. which is so sick. So like, even if you're not a digital artist or anything like that, there is absolutely a way you can participate in Art Fight, and I would love to see it. I, for Art Fight this year, might be doing some just like really funny, goofy little simple 3D models. If you guys remember, I made a Miku a while ago. Let me get my Miku so you can see her. I should really make her easier for me to toggle because I want her here relatively often. Actually, where is she? Might not be able to find her, so I might actually not be able to be Miku. Hang on, I can't be Miku. I can't find her. I made a really simple Miku for a 1080 challenge or a 1024 challenge back in March, and I might make other little 3D models for this in that style because there's no texture work for it. It's all just gradients. Miku, you can call me Miku. Squiiji. Because that might be quick, and then I might do some like doodly stuff, but I don't know how much full illustration I'll be getting done for it. But I want to participate anyway. I'm never prepared for Art Fight when it does happen. I see you guys probably following me now since I am live. But yeah, lovely way to include as many people as possible. Yeah, I want to just do a bunch of little things if I can. I want to do a lot of little attacks if possible. So that's our extra credit. Let me go back to the room and then we'll actually start talking about Arknights. Only an hour in. Here we are. Also, I guess the other fast, quick note is you'll notice I have a functional mouse again, finally. It's not the mouse I would like to have. I need a replacement for my ergonomic mouse that I have to use because I have a wrist injury. I'm just using a regular mouse for now because I was seeing red. I'm sure you guys noticed me crashing out just like a little bit last week over my mouse not working. And it got so bad that I was like, I will take the wrist pain over the fact that I can I would rather drag and drop things than have just a little bit of wrist pain. Like, I'm allowed to make that trade while I wait to be like, all right, it's fine. I can spend $90 on a new mouse because I have to use a hand shoe mouse because I have decor veins. I have an injury in my thumb. So I have to spend a lot of money on it. And just a random $90 purchase is not the kind of thing I like to do. Whoa. Yeah. Are you covering alters only of characters you already reviewed? No, false. So we're starting with Lapland, Texas, Skadi? I don't remember already. Reed, so the first three we already went over, but Reed, we didn't get to yet. Executor, we didn't get to, and Aya, who, for the love of all things holy, I said I was gonna look at her design the first stream and the second stream, and still have not. So we're definitely doing her today. She is gonna be 4th. She's gonna be number 4. Finally, we will get to her. I swear this to you. I swear to you, we're going to look at her. I promise. I cannot not follow through on this a third time. That'd just be cruel and unusual of me, actually. Yeah, so Texas and Lappy. And yeah, there's a couple of them, so we'll get there. No, do not speak into existence. Internet dying before we get into people. With the way my week has gone, that is not an impossibility. Please do not say that, knock on wood. Shroommates, please cross your fingers and toes. I would like for everything to work in my favor today. Please. Thorn's Altar. Oh, we could do Thorn's Altar because we also looked at Thorns before. Man, we'll see. We'll go through the ones I've prepped and then we'll go through some other ones maybe. And if we have some time, we might look at maybe a, what are they, the Sui siblings? We might look at a Sui sibling. I tried to look into, I didn't get to watch the video. I was recommended to watch a video about cultural reference in Arknights that I didn't get to because of the week that I had. So maybe that'll be best left for the future, but we'll see. So this is the rubric. This lovely fellow we have here is a Rubric Chan, who is a personification, who is a, what is the word that you say? It is, I was just saying it last week. Oh, the thing where you make it a human and it's not a human before, like we built it with Pokemon. What is the word? What is the word? Oh, my brain is so empty. Gajinka, yeah. Gajinka? Yes, of the rubric. Thank you. I have anthropomorphized the rubric also, yes. That is another way of saying it. Yes. And I have not done this one. This is one done by Mad Buns, which I think this one we only got to see for one stream. And since we also only have one stream this week, I wanted to bring her back. But she's just our weekly mascot who changes. Choose a past extra credit assignment that comes back to guide us each week. But this is our rubric. We use a rubric to rate the designs we look at to try and be as unbiased and as objective as we possibly can be. You know, I will acknowledge me, myself, as well as all of you. We all have biases, and sometimes it can be very difficult to get that out of the picture. But this does help us to look at things as objectively as we possibly can, because I don't know if you've noticed, me liking a character does not mean they've got a good grade inherently. Exo my beloved. Me loving Asbestos and then having to give Asbestos like a 7 or something. Loving a character design does not mean that it is objectively the most effective character design it could be, but it can still be something we enjoy. So, I grade character design in 5 categories. Those categories are color palette, silhouette, complexity versus clarity, focal points, concept, and motifs. For a potential total score of 10 points, you can get 2 points in each category. For color palette, the palette should be cohesive, interesting, and well executed. It should be interesting. This is where we tend to trip up in Ark Knights, is palette should be interesting. There is a tendency in Ark Knights for the designs to be black, white, a metal, and a color. And I would say that's not just a tendency in Ark Knights, it's a tendency in most gacha games, because that is a very safe and easy to execute color scheme, color palette. And unfortunately, it's not bad in and of itself, but it can become really samey. It can be overdone. It can feel stale after we've looked at too many designs that are that way. And boy, was I starting to feel that way with some series, and Ark Knights definitely gets this way a little bit. So we'll see if the alters are stronger in color palette, because I was seeing that as a general trend in some of the more recent or newer designs we were looking at from Ark Knights. So we'll hope and pray that that is the case. And the character will get no points for color palette if there's instances of low contrast, clashing, overwhelming choices, stuff like that. Usually, contrast isn't much of an issue with Ark Knights character designs as it is with other gachas, but it will be with one of them, and I can tell you that immediately right now. One of my greatest pet peeves that we had not had to look at in Ark Knights, and I was praising Ark Knights for, is gonna come back, and I'm so sad about it. I thought they were safe, but no one's safe, truly. For silhouette, the silhouette should be unique and easily identifiable in and of itself. I should be able to look at the silhouette and figure out who the character is without needing anything else. I can tell who Mario and Sonic are by just silhouette. Your gacha character should probably also do the same. Thankfully, Ark Knights does a really good job of this, because all of the designs have to become little chibis, and by doing that, the designs are pared down enough, and they exaggerate enough aspects of the designs with their animal aspects, with ears, they do unique hair, they do unique clothing silhouette, that this doesn't end up being a problem. Thank goodness! I'm so happy. I'm so relieved. This is usually a weak area, so I'm happy that it hasn't been. At least not as much for Ark Knights. For complexity versus clarity, to get full points, the model should be well balanced in terms of level of detail, and those details should support the concept and focal point without being excessive. I should be able to turn the character into a marketable plush without losing all the things that make them them. And I will say, this is the one thing that I think the alters might actually suffer a little bit in, is that, specifically looking at like Eyja's, I can tell how much later her altar was designed, because they're starting to go the like general gacha, Genshin Impact, Honkai Star Rail, we're going to put filigree all over everything route with some of the characters. We're going to start putting patterns and details everywhere, despite the fact that they aren't necessary and become visual noise. They start doing that, and I don't think they need to, and I'm a little bit frustrated that that is occurring, but what can you do? I know that there's a general consensus or general perception that when you see more detail on something, people are often going to innately just decide that it's more better. To say it in my favorite terrible way of saying it. More detail does not equal more better, however. And I think that some of the base designs benefited from their simplicity. But then on the other hand, like Lappy was a little bit lackluster and needed a little flavor blasting. So I think she will benefit from a little bit of that gotcha-fication of detail level for it. So it'll go either way, and we'll get there. We'll see. For focal points, the focal points should be well executed. The focal points, let me tell you, are the face and the eyes. Those should be the things that you look at primarily and first. However, in a game, there can be other focal points. We're just talking primary focal point being the eyes and the face. Other things can be focal as well, especially if they are important to the character's lore or otherwise just our understanding of them. So there can be other options. I'm saying this, I said it both other streams, thighs are not a valid primary focal point, girlies in this series, girly pops, because they have such high contrast designs a lot of the time, and then also such pale skin tones. The upper thigh region tends to be really high contrast in eye drawing, and man, they just need to slap some sheer tights on the girls, or like, I don't know, there's probably a couple other potential options, but Thigh Knights is real, and it's a lot. I know it's a charm point, I know, but it can be really visually distracting in a character design standpoint, so I will note that. Similarly, well actually, hang on, I'll wait for that one. Let me finish the rubric. For concept and motifs, the concept should be clearly and creatively presented in the design with supportive motifs. What this means is that I should be able to guess things like the character's personality, the character's role in the story, what their gameplay style is, what kind of animal they are in the case of this game, because everyone is an animal in some way, what faction maybe they belong to. All of those things, I should be able to determine at least maybe like 80% of them visually, unless there is some reason why I shouldn't be able to determine them. Maybe we're going for Gap Moe or something we're supposed to determine later on. You know, it's a story thing that will develop and is a secret, so we shouldn't be able to see it. So all of those things I should be able to determine by looking at a character, and this tends to be where a lot of characters across many series suffer the most. Cookie Run Kingdom had no problem in this category, and I think it's the only one. Wow! Yeah, so that's how I grade. The other thing I want to note in response to last stream we kind of got into it as far as props and accessories and what their role is in the character's design, because we were trying to sort of separate them from our understanding of a character, because the character themselves is the person and how they dress themselves. But a lot of the times the weapons were something that was telling us something very important to our understanding of the character that without the weapon we would have missed. I don't mind if the weapon is the only thing that is telling me what their like functional role is, how their gameplay is. That's kind of okay with me, because I mean, theoretically their clothing should be practical and should make sense for it, but if the weapon is what clarifies most of that, that's okay. But I'm not doubling down. I'm just saying that we will consider the weapons because the weapons are fantastically designed, but if the character themselves does not have clues about what their animal is or what their, you know, other mechanics or other things that are relevant to their lore or their story on them outside of where they show up in the weapon, I am still going to deduct points for that, because it should be something where repetition would be helping us. And I'm specifically thinking about Thorns for this one. I only figured out what Thorns was because of his weapon, because they did not repeat the motif that explained the sea urchin angle anywhere else in his design, and I think that's a missed opportunity. So I'm gonna kind of stand by what I was saying about that. But then, on the other hand, I got a lot of comments after the last video about how we should be looking more at the E2s, because they're not different designs. The E2s are just different arts, and most players aren't going to see the, what is it, E0 or E1, I forget what it's called, after the initial, like, first couple weeks of game or like 5 minutes of owning a character if they've been playing the game for longer. So we can look at those if they do help to clarify the character's design. But if we're talking about something like in the circumstance of like Golden Glow, I don't think we didn't really gain anything from looking at hers other than that it was clarifying her animal, but it wasn't the character design that was clarifying it. I'll look at the E2s if they are clarifying character design and not just secondarily giving us hints, because those things go outside of character design. We're just talking about character design. That's a much bigger picture thing happening there, where we are getting to look at, you know, the background design or flowers or elements of some kind of environment they're in that then therefore inform us more. Those can all be good things. Context is great. But in the circumstances we're talking about, often I want a lot of those things to be in the character's design themselves. So if it is just for the sake of different poses, like clearer pose so we can see what they're wearing better, we will look at the E2. So we'll look at them, but not all of them, yeah. E0 and E1 have the same name, E2 is the art update. Ah, bet, okay, yeah, E0 is the base standing, okay. Got you. Final round, I expect you to review everyone then, EG. rapid fire. I would just have to call a number for every single person, and I still think it would take me the entirety of stream if I were to try and grade every single one of the 370 some characters in the series. So don't get your hopes up. Someday we'll talk about most of them. Not any day soon, potentially. But yeah, we'll see. Are we gonna do a ranking like reverse? Yes, eventually, but not like immediately. So we're gonna start with characters that we've already looked at first. So we have Lappy, we got Lapland. Lapland Wolf. This is her with, I believe, some edits I had made to her already. And a grade. So that was her grade. The edits that I had made to her previously were this. And I think it was just... was the only thing I did to her. I have all these layers. Is there nothing on these layers? I think I made her eyes a little bolder. I made her legs a little bit darker. And I have this other multiply layer that I don't know what is doing. It's doing something, I'm sure. But that was the grade that we gave her previously. I think our general verdict was that Lappy needed flavor blasting. She's a little bland, her color palette was lacking, her eyes weren't, and her face, as a result, were also not especially focal. Oh wait, is this me darkening her skin tone? Is that what this is? It is. Me subtly darkening her skin tone. That is what that was. So unemployed Lappy was a 6.5 out of 10. I think that was the worst grade I gave to an Arknights character, which not bad. Not too bad. Not bad. Alters lovingly called Laptop? What? So for Alter, I will say the big issue I've had with Arknights also is that I can't find good high resolution images of them. They're all 1024 images. Oh. So for a full body, that's really small. So I'm so sorry, but the moment we zoom in on her, she gets crunchy. And I couldn't find anything higher quality of half of them, so tough. Wait, funnily enough, the Alter's the unemployed one? What? What do you mean? She looks like she's, hang on, wait. So cold read first. You telling me she's unemployed actually goes totally against the things that I was thinking about her. I thought she was going into like a school arc. I read her outfit as either being school or military, or like military academy. Because I remembered, theoretically, that she was going through it. She's got a little bit of that disease, which is why we see that thing happening on her leg. And it's expanded here, so she is getting unhealthier. I don't want to say she's getting worse, but her health is potentially also failing. But I thought this was like a military academy style outfit. I saw her and was thinking of Edelgard from Fire Emblem Three Houses. Maybe it was the red and the light hair, the little flecks of blue throughout. But I was thinking that she was employed, so if she's not, I don't know. The other guess is, because she's still the same character, and we were able to guess her vibes pretty effectively before, but I would say that I'm still able to guess that she's going through it. She is quite pale. Her color palette, by being mostly quite dismal, it's very grayscale, other than the pops of red. Seems like things aren't going fantastically, unfortunately. This design, in comparison to her previous design, is a step up in a couple of ways, for me at least. Let me erase all of what is happening that is just all of this. That's like powers and stuff, which is cool visually. For the art's sake, it's nice, but it's really distracting. It's so distracting. And it also makes it so that I really can't tell what her actual silhouette is as clearly. But I think her silhouette is okay. Her silhouette previously was pretty much exactly, completely symmetrical. The only thing's breaking the symmetry is the cut of her jacket. Here, I think there's a little bit more asymmetry happening. She's got a almost like pauldron on one shoulder that is spiked, which is nice. That's adding to her silhouette. She has her cape on one arm, like one side of her body, and then it's draped up over her arm, which is further increasing some of the asymmetry. I can't tell if her sleeves are asymmetrical. Her legs have some asymmetrical details on them, but they aren't necessarily adding to the symmetry either. Or adding to the asymmetry of her silhouette itself, but it is at least some more details that aren't completely the same. So it does work in that manner for me. Oh, it's fur? Oh, is this fur? Is this her shoulder coming through? I'd assume this was something mimicking like fur, maybe on metal or something, but Potentially. Okay, I can see that. Critique. Italian characters based around wolves had more of a motherly theme. Feels like the wolf theme isn't BS. That would be interesting if the Italian characters had more of a wolf theme. We could do like Romulus and Remus reference. Get a little bit of the founding of Rome in here in our wolf character design. Although people seem to be not interested in the idea of her being very mother, so maybe that doesn't make sense for her as a character, potentially? Oh, does she have a tail? Oh, she does have a tail. Oh my god, did I totally not notice that before either? She does have a tail. She's always had a tail. I completely didn't even notice it when we looked at her the first time. Huh. Interesting. Okay, I mean, I don't have any issue determining that she's a wolf. Her ear shape, I think, was something of enough that was pushing me in the right direction, and I do read her as being almost like a lone wolf type of character from her color palette, at least. So, okay, the tail makes sense. The things that I think this does better also, the altar, is that it's been flavor blasted more properly. The color design is more interesting. Some of the pattern design I'm very here for. The cape having this sort of subtle, like, metallic embroidery effect going on. Beautiful, lovely, we love to see it. These really weird squiggly tassels make the cape feel character design. They make it feel very specific to her. It's not just a cape that somebody would go out and pull off of a shelf to use. This is her specific cape. I don't know why these would be so funky and squiggly. They almost look like sticks, which is making me think about whether there might be some lore or like mythological or folk tale kind of thing being related in here. But it is interesting. Then having just these little subtle pops of detail and color in the trim of her skirt. Mwah, beautiful. Thank you. Thank you for giving me a little bit of color interest. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Thank you. This being completely grayscale, and when I say completely grayscale, I mean not even having any color undertone. That is black. Black was hurting me. Here, these grayscale tones at least have a little bit of undertone. Look at the difference here. Hang on, wait. Hang on, I can copy and paste things. Wow, so this is where we are now for the black tone, and here's where we were, hang on, whoop, before. Whoop. Wow. You see the difference? If I move this over here, there's some saturation. That's all I want. Give me a little bit of saturation. Just a little bit. Just a little bit of saturation. Please. Please, in your darkest tone, just give me a little saturation. Which is good. So that's an improvement. We've got saturation in the darkest tone. I'm happy about it. However, I don't think it's only improvements, sadly. I think there are some things that we've lost that are making me a little bit frustrated as a designer and as an artist. The first of which, roommates, you know it. What is my pet peeve? What is my pet peeve? What is going on here from a distance with her altar? What's happening? What's my pet peeve? You know it. I know you know it. I know you're aware. Lappy's design before they came up with her lore. Interesting. Cape underside a bit more like Roman. Yeah, it is a bit more Roman Carthaginian. I was wondering more about the like little bits that are dangling, the trim, the tassels almost that are hanging down there. Yeah. It is that her face and her hair are the like exact same color. There's other things going on, but the face and the hair color, they're so combining. They're combining so much. Why? They weren't before, or at least not as much. They were close. I was almost bugged with it here, but the darker line art style here and the darker shading was enough for me to say, okay, fine, maybe that's okay. All right, whatever. I did still want to give her a little bit of color in her face just to give it a color undertone difference. But here, from the distance, her bangs just merged directly into her face, like completely. And I get that she is supposed to be very pale and black and white and that that's part of her character, but we have these shading colors down here. We already have them in the design. They already exist, so clearly we're not against having at least that level of depth in her hair, right? Why could we not just have a little bit of that just right around her face? In her hair, maybe? Or even, if not this, there's always two options. There's always the option of we darken the hair around the edge of the face, or alternatively, instead, what if we, oh my gosh, I'm so confused. I actually don't even know where the hair is. instead of doing that, we could also darken some shadows under the hair. So we can try both things. But from a clarity standpoint, it's just one of those things that frustrates me almost to no end, unfortunately. I want to be able to see the edges of things. I would like some clarity, please. I'm gonna put this on a multiply layer. Bear with me. And then make it not so dark. But just so that, like, ooh, hang on. We just have, like, a degree or two of difference. Because even like that, now I can see where her bangs end a little bit. Like, it's still not super, super clear, but I can see it a little bit better. And then, you know, we've got the shading color down here under the chin. Why could we not just go like this? Maybe it's gonna be too strong. I can back it off a little bit. But we could just push a little bit of these shadows around the edges of her face where her hair is, just so that we can see what's going on a little bit better. Multiply layer, and I'm gonna turn this down a little bit. Like, maybe like that. Because here's the thing, if we're trying to make a character look sickly or unwell in some manner, contrast is one of our biggest, like, it's one of the biggest tools we can use too, where people are saying, okay, she's unwell, supposed to be very pale, like, if she's unwell, we could darken in her eye sockets even, because then that'll make it so that it feels like her eyes are sunken and then she feels a little bit more sickly. And then because we've increased the contrast around her face by doing that, it'll draw us in to look her in the eye more directly, potentially. But like, just little stuff. My mouse is also not working. I just told you my mouse worked, but now it's not. But like, this is subtle. But now it has separated her hair off her face for me, and it's making her eyes more focal. Majority of the characters in this game are unwell. Oh, fair. So I guess if that's the case, then we should make her look more unwell. Or if that's the case, then there's not an excuse. She isn't really unwell. She's unwell mentally. I mean, darkening her eyes still, I think, heightens maybe, like, yeah, looks a little more insane, which people are saying is working. Either way, she just needs more contrast around her face. And I think the critique that I made for her previously with just giving her just a little more saturation in her eyes, I think still stands, because right now, as it is, if we're talking focal point, or OG Lappy, that was like one of the only things working for her. Her face was more focal. Her thighs, granted, were kind of distracting. Whoops, I got rid of her entirely. Her thighs were still quite distracting, but her face was still at least a focal point. Here, in her altar, we have to deal with the red problem, as I often lament over. Red as a color is the highest chroma color. It is the color that will overpower any and all other colors if they are at the same saturation, which is the reason why it's the color we use for YouTube thumbnail things and for pointing and going, ah, look at that, or stop sign or emergency and all those things. Red is so high chroma, we can't look away from it. It steals our attention. That's what it wants to do. Red's so beautiful as a color. But as a result, it can be so hard to balance it in a design. And for her, it really is making me only look to this area, because her hair, the way it's posed too, where it flares out behind her arm and behind her weapon, I'm having a clarity issue with the weapon behind her and with this magic, so it's also pale. I'm having a little bit of a clarity issue with the edges of her hair sort of fading into the highlights of her dark leather, which is a strange trouble to be having. But because of all that, we've got this big blob of white up here. The black is color blocked into the center, and then the red is a huge area here, and then really high contrast in the armpit because it's surrounded by all these dark values. So the red is really distracting from her face, unfortunately. So this is one of those cases where I see they're fading it out at the bottom, smart. They've also learned about the thigh situation. The thighs are pushed back in a way that makes them less focal. Good, 10 out of 10, we love to see it. But the red, I fear, is just too overwhelming right now. It's beautiful. It's beautiful, I know. But like, we need something red around her face, just a little bit more. I see that she's got a little bit of like touch of red around her eyes, and maybe that's helping. But we just need a touch more of it somewhere else so that it's better distributed. I'm just putting it around her eyes more as like eye makeup almost. And then if it was somewhere in her hair or somewhere else in her face, that might be enough to balance it out a little bit better. Yeah, make her hair clips red. Does she have hair clips in? that what these are? It might just be because the image is so pixelated, but these also are being completely lost if that's what these are. If these are hair clips, I can't see them. But if they were red, that would bring a little bit more red to her head, which is good. We do need that. And then on top of this, I think the eyes just need to be more saturated again. We said that the last time. Her eyes have some good saturation where they are here, but I just need more. I just need more. Let me just get a, let's see, multiply layer. I'm not gonna make her eyes super dark, but they might just need a little bit more color so that way I can saturate them. There, and then saturation, hang on, full saturation. And then they don't need to be that bright and blue. They feel too clear. She's too well. She's too healthy. Like that. Turn this down. And turn this down a little bit more too. Like we can do something subtle, but I think they just need to pop a bit more. Like, oh, what layer was I doing that on? Hang on. Am I on the wrong layer? No, I'm not. I'm just hiding the wrong layers. Just pop the eyes just a little bit more. Yeah, I am kind of doing pixel art, unfortunately. Need all the red to show you what kind of flag she is. Oh man, not a red flag. Was she the one we were talking about where you guys were not saying you could fix her, but you'd let her destroy you, question mark? You'd let her ruin you? Red makes sense, more sense when you see text alter. Okay, I have seen text alter already. I get that they are supposed to be foils in some manner, at least as far as visual design goes. I don't remember about their story so much, but she is red and Texas is blue, so we're getting color contrast between the two of them, at least in that manner. They both have primary color. And then, if I remember correctly, Texas had dark hair and primarily light clothing. Meanwhile, Lappy has primarily white hair and light hair and dark clothing, right? I believe. Texas has a skin that's fully red. Oh, that's a different one than the one I'm thinking of. So that makes more sense. You know, she and Texas come as a pair. Lappy's the... What? Huh? Fellas, you guys are giving me things that I don't know if are true at this point. I'm gonna get one guide, and I know it, I'm well aware, but don't tell me characters are in a relationship if that's not what they actually are. You can tell me headcanons, but make sure it's clear that's a headcanon. Yeah, if at all possible. So, did a little pixel art for Lappy here. I may also just need to push the... Give me another saturation layer. Push the saturation of this back a little bit, and I'll gradate it out. And it's not gonna be this desaturated. This is just so I can see what I'm doing as I do it. Also, there is an animal walking around outside my window right now, and I can hear it, and my brain is like, there's a person outside your window. There's not. It's definitely an animal. There's definitely nothing wrong, EG. It's okay. I should like put my headphone in the rest of the way so I can't hear the animal walking around outside my window. There we go. So let me make that less intense, like maybe like here, and then I can airbrush it out of the bottom a little bit too. But like that, now that all of the highest saturation reds are just in this little collar region and then up around where you have the face, I know it's not as exciting potentially, but it might be necessary visually just so that it's not going to steal our focus a little bit. And also, since we are trying to make her sort of muted, repressed a little bit, she already is in her color palette, I feel like that tonally also makes sense for her, but yeah. But then just on top of that, it's just we've got light on light on light on light happening with the weapon and her hair and all these things. This could be a darker silver, or just darker where it's behind her, the hair could get darker behind her. There's a whole slew of things that we could do to make it clearer, but ultimately, I think I can probably give her a grade having said all of those things, maybe. Lappy made it quite obvious to do anything Texas wanted her to do, and Lappy's obsessed with Texas for reasons explained. Ah, okay. Obsessed, but romance is shipping. Okay, that's what I kind of needed to know, is I didn't think they were. I don't think that was a canon thing, but I do think, yeah, okay, they are related, and if she is obsessed, that is good to know that that is true. Yeah. Now she looks like she hasn't slept in days, which does work. Yeah. No canon romance, just obsession. I like Kiryu and Majima, if you know that. Those names are very familiar. I don't know what we're talking about. I am unfamiliar. I live under a rock. I will give you that unfortunate note. A lot of references you make, especially if they're Anime. Oh, I know Gon and Hisoka. I know that. Okay, there we go. Good. Oh, Yakuza. I haven't played Yakuza, but I know Hunter x Hunter. Most shipped in AK are mainly fan stuff. Okay, I see. Okay, so Lappy, your grade for your altar, I would say in color palette, this is a major step up for me, but it's still maybe not fully all the way where I would like it to be. It's not as interesting as it could be, but it's so much better than it was. So I'll put you there. Music hath stopped, so let me resume the music. I don't know why it has stopped on me. Please come back. Or did it stop? Nope, it's still playing. Okay. Unclear. Did it your post? Franca and Liscarm? Who are we talking to? I don't know who these people are anymore. Whoopsie. You can try to look at the arts on GitHub. There should be high resolution. Okay, I can try and find that. That would be nice. I searched around for a while to try and find higher resolution arts of them and did not find them, unfortunately. Oh, okay, so the search term you gave me, I didn't find anything under, unfortunately. Hang on. What can you do? Oh. Let's see. I appreciate your link, but I Moobot did not appreciate your link. I do permit the link, it is fine. Let's see if I can find, I'll find them for the other characters when we get them, if they have higher resolution ones. So, I would say, as far as silhouette goes, this is stronger. She's more asymmetrical. I wish I knew where I was taking the points off for the previous versions, but I would say the silhouette is stronger, but still quite symmetrical. I think we could use just a little bit more from it, but it's kind of okay. For complexity versus clarity, this is a step back in terms of clarity. The level of detail increasing is good. She's getting flavor blasted, but I'm having so many more clarity issues with her face and her hair. For focal point, I'm still not looking at her face, unfortunately. All of the white in the design being clustered in the upper part is helping at least make it focal, but it's being so badly outcompeted by the red, so it's a step back. But as far as concept and motifs go, we didn't even talk about that. We didn't even talk about concept and motifs. She's supposed to look unwell, I guess? She's a wolf. I see that. I get that. I don't have any trouble with that. To me, she feels like she is like a military academy student because of the skirt, because that's not especially functional for field work, maybe. But I could see her also being some sort of soldier in some manner, some sort of military effect. And then combat role. This object, I am really trying to figure out what is, whether or not this is a lance or a blunt object. I have no clue. Is she, my guess for her was going to be in the sort of a la Final Fantasy method. Is she a dragoon? I don't think that's a thing they have in this game, but I would say, is she a ranged melee in some manner? I don't know. Staff? Okay, oh, okay, magic staff, okay. I see. I guess? What the dog's out? Casts arts, she's a caster, okay. I guess cape may push us in that direction, but I don't know if she's really playing with a lot of the design elements that I would tend to associate with somebody who is more of a caster. She seems like she is closer to front lines than that. I don't know. Yeah, her OG does have ranged melee, which I think was also pushing me to think that she'd swords. Like, this seems like someone who is dexterity based and would be engaged in physical combat to me. So I don't know if I'm getting mage, but I guess she does have her little sparkle, so that should help. And she does use the wolf's eye erased, but to me, I couldn't tell if they were just flavor or actual magic. Military's pretty good. Played an event where she acquired a big mafia military landship. Oh lordy. So then my other question for you then is, so people were saying carnival as being her employment? Carnival? In what manner? A carnival ringleader? Hang on, I'm Googling carnival ringleaders. Give me a second here. Or like you mean like a circus ringleader? Yeah, what is the context for this? Festivity? Unemployed. People are saying unemployed. Gameplay. Let's floating beast wolf do the job for her. She's an alpha wolf. She's kind of like a summoner then maybe? The carnival. Mafia ringleader. Carnival, didn't she? Okay. Starts with Lapland, unemployed, Italian celebration holiday. I know the holiday. But I'm hang on. Nope, that's not how you spell that. Good work, EG. I just need to see, I haven't looked at, really looked at anything involving Carnival in a while. No, not that one, wrong Carnival. Yeah, that's what, yeah, old Italian Carnival, but I don't know people dress in for that. To know if this is in keeping with it. Because this very well may be just something where I'm not visually familiar with it, but to me, like, it's more like masquerade-y in my memory, but that might just not be going far enough back. Yeah, I did search, yeah, Venetian Carnival, I associate that with like masks and like, yeah, Googling Italian Carnival pulls up the image of what I was thinking of, which may be too modern. Maybe we need historic? Because what I think of when I think of it is like this. Like really ornate. Hang on, computer, are you okay? Very ornate is what I think. Yeah, masquerade kinds of things. I don't know what menswear looks like. Or not menswear, but like, because I guess she's taking potentially, and when that would have been a more masculine approach to the outfit. Makes more sense in the context, okay? Watching the event PV, okay. Here's the thing, so I'm going to just decide that I will probably not understand what is happening with that. So I will ask all of you who are better aware of what's happening. Does she visually fit in with the context of what they've presented to you as far as the events that are going on? They can be like a fantasy event to some degree. So like that would be fine. Or if it makes sense with how her people dress in her region. That's more so what I'm asking is, does it make sense in the context of the world she is in? And therefore, just because I have not played the game, I'm not getting it. It doesn't make sense to me. Which puts the mask on, absolutely, yes, okay. Basically everyone just wears something fancy like suits. Okay. Syracusa do dress like that. Okay, that's more so what I needed to find the answer to. That's what I was fishing for, that's good. Her being a mafia ringleader is interesting, but I guess I can see that, and the fur with the cape I think is a combo that we tend to associate with it. So, I'll give her points for it. If people want to fight me afterwards in the comments about it, that's fine. Pretty much everyone in this nation wears suits, especially the mafia. Okay. Chat is wrong with the weapon. Two swords join together at the hilt that she can unfasten and become two swords again. Oh. Is it? What do you mean unfasten at the hilt? Oh, wait! Are these? Hang on. Are these, the style of blades where they wobble? So these aren't things you hold onto with your hand. These aren't the hilts or the handles. These are like wobbly. Yeah, okay, hang on. I think that makes sense. Let me get Lapland. Oh wow, this is an interesting website. Do they have the second version here? I don't know what any of these buttons are. Oh, there is. Oh, okay, wait, you're right. They are separated. Hang on. Can I can't copy it. Oh, lordy. Ah, yeah, okay, so yeah, sword does split in the E2. I do see it, yeah. It makes more sense. Use more flair, but she matched the event's aesthetics. Okay, so I think this is the grade I would give her then. 1, 2, 4, 6. Hang on, 4, 6, 7, 8. That's not math. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7.5. So she gained a point. So this is a full point better than she used to be. But I honestly, yeah, I still think she needs maybe a little bit more flair. And I think that the balancing, as far as her focal point goes, isn't quite there yet. The clarity isn't really there the way I would want it to be all the way. Whoops. So it is an improvement for me. It's a full point better. But I do think it needs to be, it needs more. It's not quite there yet. Yeah, flamberge, is that what it's called? The funny little serpentining blade. You'll find that despite me being Italian, I'm not familiar with medieval weaponry that well. In some circumstances. I know more Chinese medieval weaponry because I did Northern Shell and Kung Fu for a long time. I can find you a guandao. I know what most of the Chinese ancient weaponry is because I know how to use a bunch of them. I can use guandao. You don't want to try me. But I don't know a lot of medieval weaponry. Yeah, 7.5 Knights strikes again. That is like the number for them, it seems like. Did erase her wolves though, which are important for the character. No, I know. The wolves were important, and that's fine. The wolves were just too much visually. Sorry, is their name Zaro? They did get just a little bit deleted temporarily, periodically. They can come back. But I just needed them gone so we could actually focus on her design and her silhouette. But anyway, 7.5 out of 10. I think that's fair for her. Now we have Texas. Hi, Texas. So Texas before got a 7 out of 10. So that was a half point above Lappy. Let me look at the changes we made. So by default, what is this doing? Oink. The problem is all the things I think I was changing were so subtle that I like can't even, this is my grade. What did I do? I changed the color. Oh yeah, this was red, which was making it distracting. And then I made it less saturated, I think? Something else I made less saturated. I did something. Oh god, what's happening? Hello? The wrong layers are toggling right now. I think that was all the only thing I really edited about her. Because I think our main struggles were symmetry, focal point, needs a little more color maybe. She needs a little flavor blasting. She felt a little bland to me. So I think that was where we stood before. And I think that was the reasoning for the 7 out of 10. Now, with the new one, my thoughts are she is getting gotcha-ified, which for her is not bad. She does need a little bit of it. She needs a little bit more detail. Her previous design might have been lacking just a bit. However, here, we've gone like really into small, intricate detail. We're starting to get into Genshinification. I'm glad she's still wearing boots, which is still sort of practical. She's way more fantasy now in terms of aesthetic, which is interesting. She before was a little bit more like tech futuristic maybe, but now she's like full fantasy with a big sword. I don't know if I want to call it a great sword, but kind of a great sword, which I'm going to assume makes her more of a heavy fighter. As far as silhouette goes, she is still just as symmetrical as she was before, which is to say her silhouette itself is symmetrical. Meanwhile, her clothing contained within it maybe have little bits of asymmetry, but overwhelmingly, I'm kind of disappointed. This as an opportunity to redesign for this character feels like not a lot of things were modified or improved. I get that, and she doesn't feel like she is the opposite to me visually of Lapland anymore, because before, primarily white clothing, dark hair, primarily dark clothing, light hair. Lapland kept her color proportioning of dark clothing, light hair. Texas did not. Texas now is primarily almost entirely dark clothing. This to me almost feels like the way that Wuwa designs characters. So I wonder if there's a shared character designer or someone in there, because this is another one of those ones where it's black, white, a metal, and a color. Previously, she wasn't. Previously, she had little flecks of gold, some blue. She had red and some purple. She's got some orange. Her eyes are sort of sunsetty in color. She's got a little bit more variety. Here, we've completely taken her down to one color, aside from red at the bottom of her sword, which makes me look straight to the bottom of her sword. It's the only color contrast we're having. And I would like to know why. I wonder why. Why has she been so toned down in terms of color? Because I think this is a step back for her in terms of color. Yeah, the sword's cool. I agree. The sword's cool. But the color's a step back. We don't have interesting color variety in the undertone either anymore, where here we've got blacks, but this is a very cool blue undertone black in her little capelet. Meanwhile, her legs have much more of a warm brown undertone. Here, we didn't do that either. We're just in gray tones with just one pop of color, and it's a little bit lackluster to me visually. Toned down colors fitting with the faction her event took place in the Arknights, Italy. Yeah, but Lapland still has more color. Lapland still managed to have a little bit of blue, a little bit more blue, and then reds that were fading into purples. And I feel like they've just kind of like sucked life out of her a little bit. Outfits like her returning to her roots back to when she was in the Mafia. Okay, I guess. More mature, serious, more monochromatic, I guess. I don't know. Yeah, it is very noir, which is fine. That's acceptable as an aesthetic. And I'm not saying that this is a bad color palette inherently. It works visually, it's fine, it's just a little bit bland, unfortunately. They've done more interesting color palettes. And all it would take, you know, they've got this little bit of purple here. What if this little bit of purple was just a little bit more throughout everything? And because I'm not designing this with the intention of having it be more throughout, I'm not going to be able to put it in all the places that would probably make the most sense. You kind of have to design from the get-go with color in mind. But just if there was a little bit more of like, okay, there's a little bit of those purples there. What if, you know, we've got this wolf down here. What if some of this has like some purple gem work on it or something? What if, you know, right here, one of the things that was interesting was having this red on the inside of the clothing. What if there was a, I don't know, subtle color on the inside of something else that we have here? Maybe there's a color on the inside of her hair. Maybe it's on the inside of her sleeves. I don't think I'd put it for the full inside of her jacket, or she may wind up with the trouble that Lappy was having with it being too distracting. But it's just, the color is a little bland and lackluster. Let me see if I can just add. Ooh, I drew the purples right on top. Whoops, hang on. Undo those things, hang on. We'll have to do the purple again, because I wrong layered. Good work, EG. Classic wrong layer situation. We'll fix it. There we go. Grab this. And there's like little tiny bits of gold too that from any distance we just lose entirely, which is something making me sad too. So I think we do need to do something about the color and its distribution here. Or like maybe some of these belts get a little bit more of the purple going on them, just for a little bit more interest. What if, you know, we've got this gold, suddenly we've mixed metals. What if this gold was just a little bit more throughout? We had just a little bit more of it. I know this isn't shaded properly either. It's too bright for where it is, but just as we're thinking, just thinking. More colorful in her carnival skin, okay. Because after her return to Syracuse, she wants to lay low. I saw someone say, so I didn't do my cold read and guess what she is. I think she is a frontline fighter. She's got a great sword. But I saw someone say she's an assassin. How are you doing assassinations with a sword of that scale? Assassination implies some level of stealth, and I would understand dark colors being, you know, relevant to her being an assassin, you know, travel at night, secrecy, all of those things, but that's very impractical and is not pushing me in the direction of thinking that, I don't know, magic? Sure. Does it need to be sneaky and ambush attacker? Okay. Was that stuff that I'd said about her before? Was she always an assassin and I complained about that last time? I can't remember. It's been over a week. Frontal type assassin and executor or executor. Okay. Drops an enemy, swings till they die. Okay. All right, fine, I guess. Similarly, the coat maybe not be practical for that, but I do at least enjoy the coat for what it's adding to her silhouette, because the silhouette here was quite lacking. This adds something, but the coat does eat her whole silhouette, and there's other characters that are wearing a coat on their shoulders too, I believe, so I don't know how well it's differentiating her from others. A character works mechanically, does not necessarily translate how they fight in lore. Ah, okay. That's also interesting to note then. Circusan Assassin isn't stealth, it's intimidation. Magic on the blades, even summons a ton of them. Okay. Has 2 of these swords and drops in the middle of enemies and jumps back out. Okay. I mean, I guess that's fine. She still does look like she'd make sense as somebody who has a little bit of dexterity going on for her build. That's fine. But then, hang on. If she's an assassin, and we're going for intimidation and stuff like that, instead of needing to be, you know, shrouded by the cover of night, then why does she need to be in all black? If she's an assassin that doesn't rely on stealth, then she doesn't need to be in all black. We were using that as sort of, not to say an excuse, but kind of for her color palette. But if that's not true, then I revoke that. Then I want the color back, please. I think we're missing out. Yeah, speed to blend in. I guess she can be dark to blend in, but all the characters have a lot of color. I don't know. We're starting to get into the, once again, my favorite Doylist versus Watsonian philosophy as far as character design goes. We're excusing character design choices that were made for her that make her design less visually interesting by using in-game lore. So that doesn't work for me. That usually doesn't work for me. Intent, probably be stylish in black. Honestly, that is probably what it is. It's probably that black clothing looks cool and looks evil, maybe. But if Lapland, who is also in this mafia, theoretically, sounds like it at least, can have this much red, I feel like Texas could have color. I feel like we could say that Texas is permitted color because someone else who is just as involved similarly is permitted color also. I feel like for an in-universe excuse, I think that would do it. Yeah. Different family. Whatever have you. It's just a little bland. That's the only point I'm trying to make here. Different families, maybe they do things differently, but I think that if there is a case being made that somebody who is in a mafia, who is dealing with serious manners, can have color, I think she can have color too. I think she can have color. The other thing is that her eyes, because of the style change, aren't as focal, and because her skin is less, like, warm too, her face isn't as focal either. Where here, her face becomes more the focal point because all these whites are so cool-toned, and her skin is so warm undertoned. Here, the difference in undertone between her skin and her clothing is so much less. I wonder if I can, like, color. Give me color. I'm not gonna leave it this extreme. This is just so I can see it. I'm gonna try and push her clothing to be even colder in its undertone to see, or just the white parts, just to see if that will help make the face pop. And if that doesn't help, I might modify the skin just a little bit, just to see what that does. Also, we're not going to fully edit every single one of the characters we're looking at today. We're only going to be editing the alters. So if we are looking at, like, Executor, we'll talk about what things are maybe going well or not in the original version, but we're not going to get too in-depth into making modifications just for the sake of time. So here, I think that cools it off a little bit, which pushes her face to be more different, which helps, I think. I feel like the shading is also losing some of it too. Yeah, I don't know. If you look at Vigil, he's the Mafia family heir she's protecting, and she's wearing their style of clothing, I guess, but I think we just need more color. Regardless of who we're referencing or what is going on in the lore, I think we can still make the case that there just needs to be a little bit more visual interest happening here. I find this to be visually lackluster, regardless of what may or may not be happening in the world, in the lore. And I'm just distributing a little bit more of the color throughout. Just a little. Just a little. I think all I've done is that, which clarifies some of the details a little bit more for me. I still wish maybe there was one just like bigger block of color, because I think the proportioning is what's also a little bit boring, but yeah, I don't know. Mafia doesn't really focus on making their clothes for combat. Texas is supposed to be bland. City covered in rain, quiet, efficient person. Lapland's crazy outward person. I guess. It's for our farming, I'm sure. These can all be reasons, but I can still say that it's a little lackluster to me. She can be bland, but I think she's a little too bland still in the color. So, color, step back for me. Silhouette, I think, is a step in the right direction just a little bit, but she is losing some asymmetry. Focal point-wise, her face is much more focal, so I will give her that than it used to be. The sword was really distracting, and the stuff on her hips was really distracting. But I feel like for as many steps forward as it was, it's similar steps back. The color palette is boring to me. The silhouette is okay, but it's just the jacket. Complexity versus clarity, she's a little more flavor blasted in detail, but the details are pushed back. So I don't know how much they're actually adding for me. For focal points, it is her face, thank goodness. And we were kind of going back and forth about our thoughts with the lore, so we seem to be kind of getting a little bit stuck with that. She is an assassin who is an in-your-face assassin who does not rely on stealth, she relies on intimidation. She's protecting someone is what the other thing I've gathered. She's part of a mafia. So, does she look intimidating? Yes. Does she look like someone who could kill other characters? Yes. She's a sword, that's practical. Her clothing are kind of practical. I don't doubt that she is somebody who can be up and in your face fighting. That's fine. So I don't think that I'm having trouble reading any of the things I'm supposed to read about her as far as her role in the story or her role in combat for like the player end of things goes. She's also a wolf, question mark. She's got her tail, she's got her ears. She's a wolf. I wish her ears were as big as they used to be, but I wish they were more exaggerated. But I can still see that they're there. So I don't think I'm missing anything as far as concept goes once again. I think I'm picking up everything. And I still feel like I'm being too kind. I feel like if this was Wuwa, I would have been grading more harshly, and I feel like considering how strong some of the designs I've seen have been, I think I'm being too kind also. I think for silhouette, I might need to move it down because we also didn't draw a ladder on Lapland. But for her, if I were to draw a ladder, and I haven't explained ladder design yet today, but ladder design, or ladders are something we can use to determine whether or not the division of space on a character's design is done in an interesting manner. Ooh, my phone is dying for no reason. And we can do that by drawing a horizontal line everywhere there's a major visual change in contrast. So for the shoe, it's contrast as far as value goes, light to dark. For the coat, it's silhouette contrast. There's like a line up here, there's one right 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 here for the bag, there's one happening at the bottom of her tie, there's one happening at the bottom of her collar, there's one happening at her chin, there's one for her eyes, there's really one for her hair, there's one for the top of her head, and then for the top of her ears. And our goal is we want this ladder to look like something we do not wish to climb, because that would mean there's good variety. We want the ladder to be something that OSHA would grimace in the face of and probably send violations flying in our direction. What do we think? Is this ladder climbable or not? We already have one thought, Julius. I can't even see it, but It's kind of climbable. It's not overwhelmingly climbable, but it's kind of climbable. The repetition through this region is very samey. There's a lot of repetition of similar size gaps, and same up here, similar size gaps. We're not saying as far as like whether we can realistically fit a shoe in them or not. What we want is a ladder that has diagonals. We want a ladder that has, you know, partial lines that start and stop because there's an element that's breaking the symmetry somewhere. We want clusters around the face where there's higher density of details that are providing more contrast there. And then maybe less happening in the legs, so we can't even start the ladder in the first place. But if we just kind of like jump up to the first rung here, these gaps are the same space as each other. All of these little gaps here are more or less the same width as each other. Same with these through here. Kind of repetitive. And that is why I did take that half point all the way back off from silhouette, is that I was kind of visually noting it. It's a far more stable ladder than we would like. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7.5. Oh man, 7.5 Knights continues. You gained a half point. That's it. That's not that much improvement. That's kind of sad to me a little bit. That's not much of a change considering how many years went past between these two iterations of the character. I feel like this was kind of a missed opportunity to me as far as we're going to reissue a character that is a beloved character that people really love. She seems to be a fan favorite. We're going to reissue her, update her so that, you know, maybe she's more viable combat-wise, give a little bit more variety to her gameplay, something like that. I guess she is maybe an older alter, but she is still from a couple years later, I think, than the original one. But that's only a half point of change between the two of them, which is a little bit unfortunate to me, maybe. Honestly, I'm even loath to call this a 7.5 out of 10 because the only thing I think this is really improving in is focal point. Like, visually, this design works better for me. It's more interesting in the breakup of shape and color and value than this one is. So it's rough. 7.5 is still good, so it's not like this is a bad grade by any means, but it needs some more work, I would say. How many 7.5s have we gotten so far? That's a great question that I think I can actually answer really quickly, surprisingly. Let me see. I can go into my stream prep. Let's see. Ark Knights, where's Ark Knights? Stream prep, Ark Knights. So Amiia was an 8. Ooh, Asbestos was a 7.5. That's 1. Golden Glow was a 7.5. Lapland is 7.5, or not 7.5 for the second part. Ooh. Who else was a 7.5? Skadi was a 7.5, so that's only 4. Why are we calling it 7.5 Knights? There wasn't as many as I thought it was. That's only 4. Now 5, including this one, but I guess that's still a lot. I don't know. It's kind of sad starting to see a pattern in the scores. Might be more of a curse and a blessing at the same time. I will say, the blessing is that they're consistent. they really have not forayed too far out of like 7.5 to 8. I think the highest I gave was 2 8.5s, but I have given a 6.5 and a 5, and also a 6. Whoa, yeah, W got a 6. So they're consistent. I'll give them that. But at that, I don't think I've really seen any super stand out, like really interesting, fantastic, amazingly executed designs yet, which maybe is the sad part. Hopefully we can change that. We can turn that around, but I don't know if we will. That's concrete. Concrete I like, but we didn't actually grade cement or bryophyta, who I don't even know if the two of them would even get a higher grade than that. They're just a little more on the nose, which tends to make them more appealing to my sensibility for character design, but that doesn't mean that they're inherently more effective character designs. Let me save these so I can close them, because for some reason I'm lagging. Do you see? Slow-mo Eiji shakes head. We don't get to have any amount of speed. Didn't Bryo get a 7? I may have speedrun graded Bryo for a 7. I don't recall. It's been a minute. Here, get rid of Lappy. Texas, we'll save you and get rid of you. Now we'll look at our last fellow that we already graded their original version of. Let me see if there's a higher quality version of Skadi. Corrupting Heart. Save as. Nope, that's a web page. Can I not get the image? I followed the link from where that person had sent me, but sadly the images aren't any higher resolution and are also not any thing I can really even save, unfortunately. So what can you do? So Skadi originally, Jubby did our cold read effectively. Press the plus icon. Plus icon? Plus icon. Huh? Why are you kiaing? On the left. Left. I'm gonna drag you the thing that I'm looking at so you can better instruct me. Hold my hand. Show me how to do the thing. Help. Plus icon. There's the zoom ability here. Oh, it didn't open it before. Hang on. Did it open it in a different window? Let's try that. Hang on. Hang on. Let's see if this is any bigger. Oh, wow. It's much bigger. Oh, thanks. That was like the epitome of, because I'm doing it in front of all of you with you watching, it works. I hit this button like 9 times and nothing was occurring. And the moment I hit it in front of all of you, it does its thing. Well, thank you. Thank you for observing. There we go. Okay, nice. I'll just expand my canvas now then. Let me put us back in here. Wow, I could totally replace the images on my thumbnail with these. Oh man, she's so big. This is great. So, originally, the cold read for her was done by my partner. It was done by Jubby. Jubby teaches photography, but also has, you know, the usual art sensibilities that come with also having a master's degree in fine arts. So, Jubby gave us our cold read on her initial design, and we were able to figure out and give her the pass of thighs out, thigh knights. She's an orca. It's because of the belly patterning they have. She's a whale. We figured it out. But some of the suggestions that we had made to clarify that further, maybe, I think were just... I think we bloodstained her hair a little bit. She is a killer whale. And then I hid this second little flap just because it was confusing me into thinking she was a cat. But 7.5 out of 10, I think the points we took off were because we wanted less symmetry and we wanted perhaps just a little more visual interest, maybe? I can't quite remember fully. It would be better if I had written down what my notes on all of them were, but I'm sure some of you guys, having watched the VODs, will remember a little more fully what my critiques of her original version were. I have to ask this question now because... well, let me just ask the question. So, for Lappy and for Texas, as far as cold read went, I knew what animal they were because they were the same animal they were previously, and they hadn't made it harder to discern. So they both still had ears and a tail, visibly. It was fine. I was able to discern that. It worked out. However, now looking at her new design, both of the things that were giving me the hint that she was a killer whale, an orca, I don't think are providing me with the hint anymore. Like here I was reading these as being teeth and that these are fins from the way they're flayed out. And this is the underbelly of the orca. The hair is the tail. Here, she's in a killer whale? I thought she was. She not? I thought she was. Maybe not. Technically she's different kinda. Okay. E2 must for this one. Okay, we'll look at it. The altar isn't a killer whale. Okay, so that was why I was asking. That's why I was asking. Is that I don't think she is in this one anymore because the things that were pushing me in that direction are no longer present. But then as a result, I was sort of left trying to figure out what I think she is now. So she still has the hair that splits to be fins a little bit. And then even like the way that some of this fabric is cascading down is reminiscent of fins. This staff I was trying to zoom in on, but it was looking like a puffer fish in some manner to me. These look like tropical fish, these little arrows that are repeating. So I was trying to figure out what animal she might be now. I don't know what that symbol is, but I don't think she is the same animal. And I was wondering if it was a circumstance where I was right or if I was wrong and that was a problem then maybe. So there's something else going on here. There's more fish things happening. She's much more visually, I would say, a witch in this one, maybe? From the shape of her hat. She's not as much of a, like, bounty hunter or ranger of some sort. Good hunter. She doesn't really feel that way anymore. She seems like a sea witch who is maybe going through it a little bit more. So that was kind of where my guess is that I feel like her combat style has changed. She's gonna be more magic related, potentially, maybe like the arts magic they have. And like I don't know, like lost at sea or something. Like she's just a stranded sea witch in some manner. If E2 is necessary, I'll look at it, but if the hints about what she is are from something that's not in her character's design itself, then they don't count. They don't count because they are not a part of the character. The character is her flesh, her body, anything that is physically attached to her, and her clothing. That is the character. If in the E2 it is something that is completely external to those things, if it is magic she is casting, if it is props in her environment, if it is the environment, it don't count. Technically the thing in her E2 is a part of her, okay? Are we talking about, is this another something she has summoned, potentially? Is it something she has summoned in the E2? I'm not looking at the E2 yet. If it is something she has summoned, or if it is something that is like a ghost that is a part of her or something, then I would not count it. No, it's literally her. The thing in E2 is her actual body. It's her true form. Okay, hang on, pause. Further question for you then. If it is her true form, her real body, is that just her transformed in a different form that is behind it then? And it is not just like an extension of what we see here before us. It's not an extension of this. It's this, but transformed into something else. No. Yes or no? Being corrupted by another entity. No, it's a hive mind? It's her, but it isn't. Hard to explain. We're like a parasite. Okay. I'm thoroughly confused. So I will look at the E2 and hope that that elucidates what's going on here. So I'm looking at the E2. Big scary monster. Big scary sea monster. Let me make the music go again. Okay, so don't tell me anything new. So I guess this is a part of her. Is this like a Leviathan angle we're going for, where she is like the person who controls the Leviathans or something, maybe? Not you kying, okay. To get complicated, need to read about a book's worth of lore first. Okay, so here's the thing. If her lore is that she is controlling or being controlled by or being manipulated by, if there's some relationship between her and some eldritch being, I want that to be more visually apparent in her design. Once again, like, she could use some of this terrifying, like, spinal type of thing happening like on the back of her body or somewhere else. I get that this maybe is being referenced by the almost bone-like little like trails of like fish things, but I feel like she could be way more eldritch happening if she is in some way attached to or related to something of that nature. I do think that the way this is posed is making it hard to understand some elements of the design, so I will probably stay here for a little bit longer. Like, these tendrils are very jellyfish-esque in nature, the way that they're sort of folding and repeating and they're long and tendril-like. That makes sense for being in the ocean. I see that. Blood red, you know, we associate that with, you know, sharks and causing that kind of damage. She does have her fish halo, I see that. Her hair still being split at the ends for the tail, that's fine. I really feel like there's nothing that's pointing us in the Eldritch or like Leviathan angle at all, unfortunately. I feel like I want more. I want hints that this is going on, that this whole creature situation, hive mind, what have you, whatever it may be, I want hints that that is going on in her character, in her herself, where we've got the halo of fish, that's something, but like, if she had like some sort of like, I don't know, she's got this thing going through the back of her hair, but if she had, oh man, there's so much detail happening here. Something, if she had, not necessarily a growth, but even if it was just like a pauldron of some sort coming out from, we're not gonna be able to see this. Oh, I'm gonna have a hard time demonstrating what I'm talking about. Give me a white outline just for now. Like something originating in here that is mimicking sort of the shape language of that creature she summoned. Even if it's just like, this is like a piece of armor or something she's wearing under her clothing, we can see it sticking up and out. Make it even like bone-like maybe. Make it uncanny in that nature. Yeah, there's so many good starting points we could take to represent some sort of eldritch being. This creature has a big, wide, like cracking maw that we see behind her. Is there any way we can reference that maw in her clothing where, you know, we've already got this tummy cut out with some zigzags happening. What if this cutout, instead of being really even like this, was handled instead to be reminiscent of that maw that we're seeing? Make it like a little bit freakier. Why is my brush so little? That's not helpful. Just make it a little bit more uncanny. So like if this was coming through and we're getting these like bigger, like torn shapes almost that reference the smile that that creature has. But like things like that, if we're working it into the actual shapes of the clothing that is being worn, I think that will help to give us the hints we need to know that there's more going on, because I don't think I would have realized there's more going on without having seen the E2, and that seems important to me. I've also been drawing this on the wrong layer, so I'm so sorry. You're gonna have to watch me do that again. I'm really not doing so hot when it comes to proper layers today. I gotta lock in. I've been away for too long. Losing it just a little bit maybe. But yeah, give me like some sort of like horrible like maw that we can see happening in this cutout, which people are saying they didn't even notice the cutout, which then what's the point of the cutout? You're getting free tummy cutout. What's the point of the free tummy cutout if you're not noticing the free tummy cutout? Gotta make the free tummy cutout useful. Make it tell us something about her. It already was a little bit toothy. We also associate Leviathan types of creatures with teeth, so we could have more of the repetition of that shape, perhaps. She has a lot of really round shapes throughout her design. Her hair is cascading in this nice round shape. The billowing of her sleeves and of these ribbons are also very round. All of the sharpness is happening only in her weapon and like her halo and stuff. And I wonder if we just need to integrate more of that sharpness into the clothing itself. Like, once again, big round shapes. Got some triangles, but having more sharpness will probably push us in that Leviathan angle as well. Oh my god, did I draw that on the same layer a third time? What is wrong with me? Did I not make another layer? Shermates, what is going on? I swear to god, I made another layer. What is happening to me? Am I losing it? I've been away for too long. Oh boy. Hat could have teeth, like some specter. Yes. I was thinking about, I don't remember where I saw this, but I saw somewhere in a character design that they had a collar that was reminiscent of teeth too, where there was like teeth coming from the under and upper sides of a hat. And I thought that was really clever also for giving us that reference point where even if this just had these little silver shapes, just like one or two like long teeth shapes, and even if they were darker, they don't be that light, sticking out off of it. And you can make them like real gnarly and nasty if we want to. But like that might be a hint that something's going on. Turn this into a maw in some manner. forget where that was we saw it, but like, you know, if this was spiky, like these are teeth that we have in this area. Coming through like the chest area. I think there's just hints we could have made towards the sea monster hive mind that would be beneficial. Sea monster hive mind she kind of joined with, and this altar does have many round flowery aspects. Okay, if that's the case, that's fine. We don't have to, I'm not saying we have to remove them, but I'm saying maybe we need more sharpness in miscellaneous places. Save, e.g. deep color. Who's saving me? Who's saving me? Hat having teeth would be cool. Yeah, I think I just need more hints. And the hat not having as clear of like fins, I think isn't helping me as much as well. But I do think we also need to keep some reference to her being an orca, maybe. Just maybe. Also be aware long messages try to condense. Oh, that's okay, don't worry. Creatures called Seaborn, super aggressive, evolve extremely fast. The Abyssal Hunters is a faction of Seaborn soldiers created to fight the Seaborn. She is one of the hunters, okay, fighting them. But Squalter is an alter universe that succumbed to her Seaborn side and joined them. Oh, okay, interesting. So this is just a completely different take on the character. I see, okay. Makes sense. Being an orca is like completely irrelevant by the time her altar comes into play. Okay, if it's completely irrelevant, we won't worry about it. That's okay. I just want, here in my wish list here, more references to the hive mind in her design itself. Like, even if like, we've got this ribboning, why can't this feel a little bit more like netting or be a little bit looser off her body to feel like she's being trapped by something? You know, she's in this hive mind, maybe willingly, but you know, she's sort of trapped as part of a bigger, larger being. And if this feels like it's like some sort of like decaying net of some sort, then we'll get the hint probably further of, you know, weird oceanic stuff that adds to her silhouette. If I go like this, I should probably just cover her giant object she's holding, because I actually can't tell what her silhouette is once again. AG cast silhouette identification beam. I think she has no silhouette happening on her legs themselves. I think it's just her weapon that I have not identified what is. Yeah, what is that? She's got her staff, and I'm trying to think about what that could mean as far as gameplay goes. Is this just like a weird heavy weapon she uses? Is she some sort of like front lines defense type character where she has like this big object she uses as a shield for defense, but she is also magic? Is that what it is? I'll look up in a second once I finish removing this so I can see what the outfit's silhouette is. Because like, look, there's this little triangle thing here that adds something nice to silhouette. And these cascading folds add nice things to the silhouette. Her hair adds nice things to the silhouette. But there's just so much happening from all of the accessories and all this crazy stuff that's happening through here that I'm just gonna remove it for now so that I can make out what's happening a little bit more clearly. There's just too much visually for me right now. Has her sword stored in that case thingy. Oh, that's a huge case for that. Using actually disguise. Just drags her sword around in the box but doesn't use it. Ah, her gameplay is that she stands there and looks pretty. You know, good for her. Songstress slash bard. Oh, that's interesting. If she is a songstress slash like bard type character, I almost wish that this giant case was instead like some sort of instrument case. Like she was carrying around like a guitar or something. Or I don't know, a bass or some other instrument that relates to the bard angle. I feel like that'd be neat. She could have something else in there with her sword. So like, having cast silhouette clarification beam, I think her E2, it just makes more sense of it. The hair's nice for her silhouette. These big flowing folds are good for her silhouette. I wish maybe more was adding to her silhouette and her legs, which is why I was adding that sort of netted feeling to the edges. That's fine, that works out. Her hair silhouette, or her hat silhouette is always good. The thing through her hair is nice. I would say her silhouette's probably one of the stronger ones I've seen here. It's supposed to be an instrument case. Oh, okay, well then good. Okay, good. Cool. Good. Clearly saxophone. Bet. Hell yeah. Okay. Happy to hear it then. That's good. If that is the intention of what that box is supposed to be, if it's supposed to be disguising it, that's fantastic, and I'm happy to see it. Attacks by singing. Her sword is the, or her staff is the thing she sings into? Okay. Instrument of mass destruction. Nice. We'd love to see those also. Okay. Have I missed anything here? So as far as concept goes, I'm just gonna give her a grade for that, and then we'll move on to the other aspects. For concept, the red and flowiness relating to the sort of red floral flowy nature of the creature she joins the hive mind with. That's fine. That works. I think we need more of the Leviathan aspect for her. I want her to be a little bit more uncanny, more sharpness. I feel like there is not as clear of a visual relationship formed between her and the monstrous creature as would be beneficial for her character's design. We need a little bit more monstrous elements. Give me some teeth, give me some more sharp things. I think the concept I would put here. I severely feel like there is a missed opportunity happening. First, I'm not allowing creepy got in 6 stars. Please, please let us have creepy. Please, please, I like creepy. For complexity versus clarity, I think it's just the illustration style. I don't think her design is actually over-designed. I think it might just be that I'm having clarity issues with the way that she is rendered, where I am losing most of the edges of her clothing against the clothing. Like, I don't, from any distance, know where her sleeve is stopping or starting here. Like, we just need to push the values further to clarify it, because I think this is the side of the sleeve, right? Maybe? Question mark? Right? Maybe? Question mark? I'll blur it out. I think. And make it a multiply, so that way it's not as intense. Oh, it is already multiply. Like, I feel like I need that to clarify that sleeve, but then I, like, don't know what this is. This is just totally visually confusing to me, because I couldn't tell what was and what wasn't a part of that sort of flowy piece, but it makes more sense here. I think it might just be a rendering issue, but there is some clarity issue with the colors and the values that are being used for them. Then, sort of on top of that, we have focal point. And we talked about this already with Lapland. Red! My old favorite, my bestie, the color red. The red, the curse of the color red. It's so hard to balance red in a character design. For an illustration, this works beautifully. The red really draws us in to look at her, but unfortunately, even in the illustration, her face is not the focal point. We are using all these big, sweeping radial shapes to pull us into her body, but it's her body. This becomes more important visually to me. This is more important visually, and this is more important visually. Her face is not as prominent. It's just the red is outcompeting so much. Which is funny, because there's not a lot of green in the design. I like this color of green they've chosen to use as the, like, secondary supplemental color here. It's nice. It's a nice little seafoam color. And I feel like we just need more of it somewhere. Maybe in her face, maybe it needs to be more saturated, maybe it's on the inside of something. But it's not outcompeting the red the way we kind of need it to, which is unfortunate. So, focal point wise, I don't even know what the solution is. Ah! Ooh, there's an ant climbing up my neck. What in the... Hello? My man! I'm gonna see you out of here. Hang on. I feel like this is the second stream in a row where I've gotten insect jump scared. I didn't harm the ant, don't worry. He just got brushed off onto the floor. I'm gonna put him on a cup and toss him out my door. Give me a second. Come here, man. Come on, you don't need to be in here. Go right ahead. Hey, come on. No, stand cup. Stand cup. I'm back. He fought me. Hello. Ant has been removed. Don't worry. I banished the ant to the outdoors. It was a really, you know those really big, like, carpenter ants? It was one of those. I don't like killing creatures. I felt really bad that I accidentally killed a spider last week. He got saved. He got removed. I've been de-antified. Oh, but my least favorite kind of bug is bug that's on you when you don't know it. I'm not for bugs. Yeah, that's what I feel like on the inside. Brief intermission. Ant has been removed. Don't worry. So, color. I'm trying to think of what I would even suggest to make this color not be a dead end. The red right now is a dead end for us visually, where I come to the red and I kind of stick with the red as far as my eyes are going. I'm not really moving my eye around the rest of the design. And let me just try something. I think the red needs to come up on the head once more. We did this for Lapland. Like, we've got these little, like, hang on, we've got all these little danglies happening that maybe could be red. And then, therefore, that's more red around the face. That's hair. There's a little bit of the red danglies there. I wonder if maybe, like, some of this being red would be good up in, like, the stuff that's, like, being worn in the hat. Almost like this is some, like, weird coral of some sort. Okay, I think that's a step in the right direction, having that there. I'm wondering if also... Let me just hue shift some of the red to be a different undertone. I'm going to push the purple a little bit in some of it where it's lower. That way we'll be pushing the eye to look higher in the design, maybe? Let's see if this helps. If I go like, whoop, this, now I'm gonna be paranoid that there's ants on me. Color swap the red and the green. Honestly, that wouldn't be that far-fetched of a thing. I feel like I'm open-minded to that as a suggestion, but that's one of those things that I wonder if is changing too much. Where, let me blur this out, where the edge is. Color, I'm gonna turn it way down. Here, that may have made it worse and not better. Let me try that actually though. Let's see what happens if we just invert. Because seafoam, I feel like the seafoam color being primary might push me in the direction. Actually, maybe doesn't even her whole outfit need to, hang on. Because the problem is, I think tonally, if she's more seafoam colored, that is too friendly to me visually. I think it wouldn't be giving us the same effect. Let me see if I just put a little bit of this over some of the lower parts of red. See what that is. Might bear more playing around with than I am willing to spend the time on right now to find what I think is maybe a good solution. But that is just the trouble of designing a character whose entire outfit is red. Color. And tone it down. So that makes it just like an ickier, like gross red almost, which is kind of interesting. Unsure. Bit too much. Compared to the original one, since one of your criticisms of the OG was not enough red. This is just so funny. My original criticism was not enough red, and my new criticism is too much red. You like can't win here with me, huh? Which is like maybe partially my own fault. Pushing things more purple can often make them less focal. Maybe doing that, and then if I on top of that saturation, if I drop the saturation a little bit of some of this part down here, let's see if this works. And let the saturation only be stronger when it gets up closer to her body or closer to her face. Blend that out. Let's see if this helps at all, or if maybe I'm just putzing around without a solution at the moment. Let's see. Not that extreme. Turn this off. I feel like that might be stepping us in the right direction. Maybe it's still just more red around the head, or maybe this green needs to just be a little bit more prevalent somewhere. But there's gonna be a solution. We will find it eventually if we keep messing around with things. But I think it's just, her face just needs more contrast. More things that bring us to have the face contrast. E.g. also makes them black. I know, here I am complaining about there not being enough color in half of them, and I'm taking the color out. But there's a delicate balance sometimes, and this does not have the balance quite nailed the way that I would like it to. Yeah, they heard and spited me specifically. They heard me in the past. Wait, that was her grade. Hang on, redo, no, okay, never mind. So, concept, I want more Leviathan. Color palette. The color choices themselves are fine, but we're doing some contrast trouble. As far as focal points go, it's not her face, unfortunately, and it is only her body, pretty much, despite the attempt being made by the hat, so that's why I'm not taking more points off. For silhouette, I think this is one of the better silhouettes we've seen. All the hair accessories are really nice and visually enjoyable. They add some flavor. I would say that the detail feels a little bit overwhelming, but I think that might just be that specific illustration. Here, the detail isn't as overwhelming to me, so I might put it here just because I'm not completely certain. Let's see, is this another 7.5? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, so not quite. 7 out of 10. Oh, she's a half point lower than she was! Oh, girly! Oh, no! Oh, boy. Which is so sad because the odd thing that's happening here is that they're making improvements, but they're making changes that are also not necessarily, that aren't necessarily in the right direction as well either. For what we gained in color interest, we lost in focal point. For what we originally had in clarity of concept, we've also now lost some of. Darn it. Okay, only black, white, and a color from now on. No! No, no, no! I want black, white, and a color. And she would have been graded harsher if that was what she had. This teal is what's saving the color for me right now. It's rough. It's tough. Love her skins more than her base. Her skins, I did look at them very briefly just myself, and they were cute. And I think that the red might be working a little bit better in her... This doesn't tell me what the name of the skin is. In her copies, pastes. This one. Not that she's a regular illustration for it, but because the red is so much everywhere, this is a moment of rest instead where her face is. And the hair being darker towards the ends, it's got good contrast. I do wish the teal was still here, but I think the red is working better in this example. But we did lose all the blue, so we're losing color and we're losing the witch angle in some manner, but I do still see a magic angle happening. I see a little bit more of the like creepy little bits of Leviathanness too, in the way that the shoe is kind of spindly in its execution, the hair going to darker ends. This really thin, spindly metal, I think, is working in the right direction. Maybe I just want more of that for the other one as well. But I think this is doing the concept more justice, maybe, in some ways than this one is. Sadly. As sad as it may be. Sorry, girl. Sorry I stole half a point from you, but I guess that's how it goes. Name of the game. Hey, guess what time it finally is? For the first time ever, live on Squiiji's stream. Eyja! We never discussed her accidentally. We goofed up. Whoopsie. I'm gonna take this opportunity, as it is 4:25, to eat just a little bit of snack. Has anyone redeemed a snack for me in a minute? You did. 2 hours ago, there was a snack redeemed for me. I think I did eat that. I think I ate a couple of fish cracker. I finished my stale fish crackers finally. I'm gonna eat just a little bit of a chip. Joby bought me Old Bay chips, and I'm eating them. Give me like 1 second to open it. Hopefully it's not too loud. Her release event was incredibly annoying. Arnar. Review lazy? Or is it not in schedule? So I have 3 more in the schedule currently for today, but after that, we can vote on who we want to get to after. So the schedule today was Eyja, Reed, and then Executor. I just want to make sure we get at least one guy in here. I know the girls somehow, or not somehow, I know why. The girls are much more popular in this game, and I don't think there's as many male characters. But I want to get to at least look at one of them, maybe, on stream, if I can. So, me eat a chip, and then we'll get to my thoughts here. And no, I don't think I can actually say her name correctly. The streammates told me to call her Eyja, and I am clinging to that for dear life. The males are popular too, I would say, compared to other games. I mean, for what it's worth, like in Honkai Star Rail, right? There's not many male characters, but the ones they do have are really popular. And I would say the same thing for like Genshin, where like it's an overwhelmingly female cast, and the female characters are very popular. But I would like the male characters are still quite popular, all things considered. Federico, my sweet, sweet child. Oh, these are. Oh. I swallowed funny. And Old Bay is not really actually like spicy. But boy, is it spicy when it's in your lung. I think all things are spicy inside your lung. She's cute, right? That is what I thought when I looked at hers. Here, let me have a couple more chip and then we'll get into it. Both her real name, Adele. I mean, I could call her Adele or I could call her Aya. It's Eyjafjalla? Eyjafjalla? Maybe? Is her name? Is that her full name? Looks around in fear. Her full title for her other one, for this, I don't know what the other words are either. Yes? Yes? Really? Huh? Rare Squiiji win? Hell yeah. Okay, never mind. I can say your name. My teacher debuff has left me alone today. That's great. That's fantastic. Wow. Good work. I'm learning, maybe. Who let this child pick her code name? Good question. Yeah. Is it Hvít Aska? I don't have my glasses on. Is that a V? Or is that a U? I don't know what her other name is, but yeah, White Ash. Logos won a character popularity contest. Pretty hard for males to do in a gacha. Oh, really? We talked about logos on stream. Apparently the correct pronunciation is Eyjafjalla. Fiadola? D? What? Where would a D be in the name, huh? Interesting, like the volcano in Iceland that went off in like 2011. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, no, I don't think I can say the Altar's name now, though. Hang on. Couple more chip, and then we'll get to her. Eyjafjalla, yeah. Right? I don't know. The volcano. I have no clue. I don't remember. Also, the volcano also plays into her caster kit. Really? That's interesting to note. Okay. Anyway, Adele. Yeah, OG move isn't volcano. Intriguing. So, like, you're not telling me something I didn't already guess. I guess she was fire-related from the way that her skirt is being that way. Don't tell me her lore, because I have to make guesses. But I was making guesses based on the fact that her skirt is all burned up like that she is at least in some way related to fire elements, maybe? So I guessed that, and then I was getting sort of like tree of life or like life aspects from the way that her staff is intertwining in on itself. So I was guessing that she was either a healer or a mage of some sort. She's a caster. Those were my occupational guesses for her. Let me eat my little snack. She was also in her original form wearing, she's a very cute frilly gas mask, which I kind of love. So I was guessing that she is somewhere that is maybe under like poor circumstance. And is she a cow or like a ram of some sort? I feel like these are so thin that I'm not sure, but I could see cow. She doesn't have a tail. Maybe she's a goat? Potentially? Not sure. Unless she does have a tail and I'm just not noticing it. Some of these characters can be hard to guess what they are, but I think goat is a safe guess for her. Correct? Okay. I think I made all my cold read guesses. And then my secondary thing is that does she become more, like here she seems a little bit more adventurer in her original state. She's got her goggles, she has her gas mask. So she seems like she might be an adventurer. Maybe you guys were saying volcanoes earlier, but maybe she's going somewhere where there's a fire hazard and her clothing is being burned up by it. She's not taking all the right precautions, but she's got some of them. She's an adventurer, she's got a cloak. Here, she's more of a scientist. And I enjoy the way that her sleeves are like almost half tied up. This is a more scientist-like cloak. She's got her name tag on. Is that an R? Is this Rhode Island again? So I'm guessing that this is a more like indoors professional role for her, maybe within the same occupation potentially. And I'm seeing you guys saying volcanologist. I could see that. I guess that makes sense. This is her doing field work on the left, and then this is her maybe doing lab work on the right. She's not outside. But I guess whose coat that was before she got it. Look me in the eyeball. Do you think I know the character's name she got it from? Have I talked about the character she got it from? Because unless I have, if I have, then that still doesn't mean I'll know who it is. You're right, it is big on her, storytelling. She is kind of swimming in it. She seems a little bit older, but not fully. No? Okay, then I would have never guessed. Dolly, her mom. Okay, I see. Oh, so it wasn't a particular character necessarily, just from her mom. Okay. Following in her parents' footsteps. I guessed that she was like healer or like maybe like a buffing kind of like one of those like magic arts they do. The way that her staff is intertwining was giving me healer kind of vibes. I enjoy that her horns are also worked into her staff. And then here, especially with it transforming into sort of a tree with a bell, I'm getting like some sort of healer motif from, you know, we tend to associate trees with growth, with health, and things like that, right? Maybe Alter's a healer. Okay, this one is she just a caster here then? It's a little more angular and sharp, so I could believe that if she was just straight mage in some manner from this. You know, she's got a cloak on. Works out for me, at least, visually. Maybe like one or two more chip. And she's got the staff in both. Original's an offensive caster, second's healer. Okay, I have no trouble understanding that, even without her weapons, I would say. I think we tend to associate also like characters who are dressed in like a laboratory professional manner with being healers as well. We'll tend to associate them with maybe like pharmacists or doctors or things of that nature. Chemists, even. That makes sense to me. Is she factionally? I know that, I shouldn't say that. I think I'm remembering that Rhodes Island, or Rhode Islands? I forget where the S is there. Rhodes Island was involved in pharmaceuticals in some manner. I think I see an R here, but she doesn't have their other emblem, so maybe she's not a member of them. On the other hand, Mulesis was also in a laboratory type of outfit, but I think I remember being told that her wearing green was relevant to her group she was a part of. So those are my two guesses based on lore, where her factional placement may be. This is Rhine Lab, not Rhodes Island. Okay. Well, yeah, I knew they were in separate ones, but those are my two guesses as to where she is located. She's either in, Rhine Lab or Rhodes Island are my guesses for her. And I saw somebody say yes. Was one of them right? Contracted by Rhodes, not a full-time employee. Okay, I could see that. That makes sense. Yeah, I know that Rhodes Island was a pharmaceutical related in some manner, so yeah. Works at Rhodes Island, she's very sick, but not a mainstay. I see people saying that she is disabled also. And somebody asked if I could guess in what manner. I don't know that I have a guess right now. I'm scanning her over for signs of visible disability in any manner, and I don't know if I'm finding any. Oh, I love her cloven hoof shoes. Yes! Yes! Cloven, look at the hooves in her shoes. And they kept it too. Thank you. I love that. It's good. Yeah, her heels are hooves. I don't know if I'm seeing anything else visibly. Nearly blind and deaf. Oh, okay. So that's not necessarily visible disability, so I don't think we need that to be some part of what we're getting from her visually. That's okay, that we can't see that. Is that about her ultras? You can't see her hearing aid. Does she have a hearing aid that we can see on this one? On her main design? Maybe in her E2? I don't necessarily see anything happening with either of her ears here. Does she have human ears underneath? I think she does. Forget, is this a 4-ear situation? Thing in her neck is auditory aid, basically. Oh, I thought this was a gas mask. Like, this seems like a gas mask, but maybe these are headphones in some way. Also, maybe? Oh, the headphones are. Oh, okay, okay. Interesting. I wonder if they could have done something here where they just have something subtly coming out from the inside of her ear so we can tell that she is wearing something for that function as well, maybe? Because I do like that as being a detail, where if they have considered that here and given her something that is an accessibility aid, I would like her to still have it when she's in her office getup, maybe. You can see one, can we? Is that what this is, maybe, down here? It's not really clear what it is. It would probably have been better on this side of her head, just so that it's on the near side, and as far as perspective goes, we'd be able to see the back side of it for better clarity. But if that's what that is, okay, that's fine. Glad it is still there, but those are very small details that would probably be... I mean, at any distance, we are really not seeing them, unfortunately. I'm still holding chips in my hand. Hang on. Oh. They do the 4-ear but hide the human ears a lot. Why? Why do they need 4 ears? I always have wanted to ask people who make that design decision why that is the reason. Yeah, there's a canon reason. What's the canon reason? Why is it? The fact that they have human ears. If there's lore, I want to know what it is. Because I'm always intrigued as to why characters are drawn so often that way. It's an Arknights trend. But it's not just Arknights. A lot of VTubers have human ears and also inhuman ears at the same time, too. Horned characters actually just have a single set of ears. Yeah, like the bird fellas only have one set of ears, and I think Skadi only had one set of ears because she didn't have any animal ears. They basically evolved from animals. Yeah, it's a common anime thing, but I just have always wondered why. Like, we evolved from animals also, but why would you evolve to have more ears? I feel like that doesn't actually help with hearing. Ear placement helps with hearing more so than quantity of ear. I don't know. It's a lore spoiler? Oh, okay. Intriguing. Forcefully humanized animals. They didn't evolve. Oh, okay. I see. Originium. Oh, okay. I see. Let me just eat a couple more chip and then we'll fully lock in here. I just needed a little fuel. There we go. Okay, back. Okay, so. Visibly, I think as far as concept goes, I kind of have to grade them at the same time to see if they are improvements or not. And I'm going to use green for the original and I'll use purple for the alter. For both of them, I don't think I'm having any issues with them conceptually. I'm able to pick up, I think as far as personality goes, she seems like she might be a little bit reserved and quiet, potentially. Here she seems a little bit more professional and like she maybe is, you know, come into herself a little bit more based on the color design. It's a little brighter, a little bit warmer. Here she seems like she might still be going through it a little bit. She's a little bit shy, not as talkative perhaps. She's a little quieter, more muted colors. They're telling me these things. So I would say concept-wise, I was able to pick up what her gameplay angle is. I saw all the right hints as to what her employment was. It's specific enough that I don't think I would have guessed it. But they've made all the right hints, I think, for it. So I would say for both of them, I'd give her full points. As far as concept goes, 100% correct on the personality on both. Hell yeah. Is there anything that I'm missing as far as her concept goes that you think I need to visually note about her or that is detracting? Where there's something about her that's very important that we can't see and that would be an issue. I think that's the only thing I would say. Pharmaceutical company need a military detachment that can rival. Oh, she's a sheep. Oh, yeah, I mean, yeah, she's a sheep. Okay, that was close. Differentiating a sheep from a goat, I will say, is probably not the easiest thing. If we had a little bit more fluffy stuff going on, maybe that would help. I see this as like the fluffy storm cloud kind of material. That's probably what the hint is meant to be for sheep. I just wasn't really picking up on it. I see that. Maybe we need a little bit of that here too, but that's fine, I think. Makes sense enough. Original her glasses on her arm. Yeah, her goggles, I saw those. That's part of her adventurer getup. Yeah, more of a ram. Site someone gave you also has the voice audios if you want them. Interesting. I don't know if I necessarily need them. Oh, but I could find her. I mean, hers, thankfully, were high enough resolution that I wasn't having as much trouble. Like, look at this one. This one's decent resolution, at least. It's not terrible, but it's not as bad. Blind. We got that, but I'm not necessarily a fan of the way that blindness is always made to be a visual trait about characters. It's not inherently realistic. I know that for her to have something for eye protection is probably good and smart, because if you are virtually blind, you're not going to be able to protect yourself from looking into the sun because you won't know you're doing it, which is part of the reason why you do wear sunglasses if you have blindness. It's to protect your physical eyeball. So having something of that nature still on her person here might be smart and might be that nice little just small hint that that is what's happening. It almost makes me wonder if it would be an interesting just little tip off to us if her staff had like the cane tip on it almost. Like maybe that's too much. But to me, I feel like that might be something else neat where we're taking, whoopsie, hang on, something that is a real world like mobility aid in some manner and then making it jive with the fantasy setting, and then it's just little subtle hints to us. So like the, you know, like the white cane. If she is using her staff as something where she can like tap the ground with it to figure out where she is. I don't know how blind she is maybe, because you can legally be blind but still have some vision left. But, like, she could have, like... Wait, I've done the opposite. It's supposed to come to a dark point. Like, this coming to a dark point, and then sometimes it'll have, like, red banding on it. That might be just, like, an interesting thing. Maybe not in that exact color, but it could be interesting just as, like, a neat little reference of some sort, right? Not yet that blind. Ah, okay. So he uses hand signs with the doctor. Okay. Noted. Interesting. More blind in her altar, but has other things to help her. Okay, good to know. But those are just things that could be interesting or clever to work in the design, maybe. If she reaches that stage, mayhaps. But, okay. Visually, concept-wise, I think she gets full points. As far as color goes, her altar is what I've been looking for this whole time. It's what I've been looking for this whole time. I don't know who her character designer is, so I can give them a big ol' hug and thank them. Thank you. Variety of color undertone. It's so nice. We've managed to mostly balance the red with the other colors happening also without them being super distracting. We have brown undertones in her hair. We've got purples that are fading into reds. We've got blues that are all the way in the teal end of the spectrum fading into purples. The blacks aren't just black. In her original version, it's not as interesting, but they at least still have, you know, cool blacks for the dress, warm blacks for her legs. Nice variety. There's two already. Two different colors of black being used. Here, similar deal, where this is like reading as black, but it's shaded with so many warm colors that it's giving such a more thorough material property to us. It's much more interesting. It feels like there's a glow to it. There's texture to the material. Her legs also being pushed back in space is interesting. That's good. On me, all of my love to you. You're doing a good job working within limited palettes, but still making them very visually interesting. So here, I would say it's not all the way. I still wish there was maybe a contrasting color somewhere, but I have no color-related issues with her altar. So I would say maybe just a little bit lackluster, but there is still some variety versus you got it, you've nailed it, good work. Silhouette. Her silhouette, her hair, her horns, her ears, those are good things, as seems to be the case with all Arknights characters. That seems to be doing most of the heavy lifting in most of the designs. Here, I appreciate the asymmetry of her tattered, long cloak on one side. It's even like wisping around down by her feet. Her shoes have a little bit of extra silhouette from the way they're folded over at the top. I wish these torn, frayed things were adding more to the silhouette, but they add something at least, and they're increasing her asymmetry. The goggles being pushed off to one side on her arm is good for asymmetry. The hair having all these nice little positive, negative spaces. Do you see all these little pockets in here? It's not just one big shape like we were seeing with all those coats. No, no, no. Little shapes, little cutouts in the silhouette. Good. Here, once again, the coat is kind of eating the silhouette, unfortunately. But there are at least these real interesting tendrils swooping down back into the negative space down here. There's some little things creating negative space on her shoes. Her hair is still having interesting cutouts. For the angle she's at, I wish that her ears and her horns were adding more to the silhouette. But honestly, I don't have much to complain about. They have differentiated her silhouette with the coat on her shoulders from others as well, because it seems like they've almost like, I don't know what to say, like they've belted it to her forearm, so it cinches it in. The other coat silhouettes were a little bit blockier and chunkier, whereas hers has a little bit more of an arcing flow to it. So I think this is in the right direction as far as silhouette, but I don't know if it's as interesting for me as this one is, just because there's so much more asymmetry here. The coat is much more symmetrical, but I do still appreciate that there are little bits of damage happening. We're not afraid to dirty her up just a little bit. Yeah. Fun fact, the lab coat in her altar is from her parents who, well, oh, I can guess. Both of them have a volcano silhouette. That's true. We didn't really talk about big shapes in the designs of the others earlier. We talked about them on the other streams, but, you know, this overwhelmingly big triangle. This less triangle, but still triangle. Good visual weight. Most of the width is around her waist here. Here it's lower, it's closer to her ankles, but we still want to see visual weight in a design, and we've done it in both of them. I would say both of them don't have bad silhouettes, but I would say that her default silhouette to me, by being more asymmetrical, is just a little bit more interesting. Right now they're tied. Right now we're neck and neck. To me, this is one of the stronger designs in the game, at least visually. I enjoy it more as well, personally, but I think the color is working to add more interest. For focal point, I feel like this may be one of the things that is a little hard to say about both of these. So I will ask all of you what your thoughts are in that department, potentially. Zula Callis VT, thank you for following. Also 5.2K, let's go. Can we get a little bit of rotation? We haven't rotated like at all today. I'm feeling a very distinct rotation deficit. 5.2 thousand shroommates. That's a whole 1,000 more shroommates than the dollars that were robbed from me over the weekend. Don't worry, I got them back. But I just need a little bit of rotation for my soul. I've been without rotation all week, which is so sad. Please just give me a little. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Thank you. Turn me into an orb. Just as a little treat, maybe. Shoelaces is a focus for both. Staff. Alter feels like there's 3 of their face shoes on top of staff. Okay. The original face is skirt, alter is staff. On the alter goes staff, head then to her face. Yeah. So E2 when? We can look at the E2 just fast quick, but I feel like we're getting a clear enough understanding of the design to not need the E2. The E2 is just posed differently. I'm looking at it now. It does open her weapon up in an interesting way that I enjoy, but I don't think it's actually telling me anything new that I needed to know, unfortunately. Rotation thread has been going hard this week, coincidentally. Maybe you guys are rotating in my absence is what's going on. Focal point goes to the red belts. Yeah, so I think, unfortunately, that might be the weakest thing happening in this design. I love these brown tones around the face, and because it's the bulk of the brown that is in the design, it should be more focal, but it's not, because the red problem, the red issue, the red crisis as we call it, not to be confused with the red scare, that's an entirely other concept, but the red crisis in visual design is that it's just so visually distracting. It's just so visually distracting. E2 pose do better with the silhouette. Sure, but at the same time, if they're standing in an A pose, they shouldn't have to be intentionally posed in a way that gives them a good silhouette. If they can stand in a way that is relaxed and natural and have a strong silhouette, that is what we would like. Hopefully. Oh, the E2. I can look at the E2 real quick just to see what that... Or, yeah, I mean, that silhouette is interesting, but once again, we're posing the clothing then at that point. It's not actually built... The silhouette isn't built into the clothing. I'll show you what I'm looking at. The strength of the silhouette in this is that they've posed it, like the wind is interacting with it. The clothing and the way the clothing is constructed itself and the way it is layered on her body is not what is causing the silhouette to be strong here. This was the artist of this E2 art going crazy hard and giving her a fantastic silhouette, which is good and fantastic. Beautiful art, by the way. Wow, her face is so focal in the art also, which shows you can make red work. This is so majestic because these pieces of red, the way that they're posed, is making us draw our eyes in towards the center where she is. The other reds in her body are pushed back and more muted, so her face is the brightest point, and her hair, by being the biggest moment of that brown tone, is so focal. And I feel like we just need some of that here. Where these reds are just too intense. We just need a little bit more of it. It's also animated. Oh, beautiful. Beautiful. Plot red problem taking focus away from the face. I think the Arknights design philosophy puts outfit design over character wearing them, so it's completely intentional. Why would they want to do that, though? Would be the question I would raise then, is why would they want the design of the outfit to be more important than the character? Because the character themselves and their personality and their trials and their tribulations is what pushes the plot forward. That is also how we develop our attachment to the characters. And the face is the thing that we have to keep the same if we're gonna have different versions of them or different outfits. It's a fashion show. Okay, I guess, sure, but logistically, the character, regardless of intentions of making cool and interesting and fun fashion, in character design, the face still should be important. Like that, the fashion and the fashion being interesting should be important. It has to be important. They've actually released clothing lines. That's fantastic and that's cool. And that's always a good consideration to make because it is always really sad when you look at a series and the drip sucks and the fashion just isn't there. But at the same time, it's like what they say in modeling is that are you wearing the clothing or is the clothing wearing you? And in runway fashion, which is one circumstance, the clothing kind of has to wear you. Like, you are not important, the clothing is. But that's because you are just essentially becoming a moving mannequin. However, in like fashion modeling for magazines and stuff like that, we're thinking like America's Next Top Model kinds of things. The clothes should not be wearing you. You are wearing the clothes. You are the thing that is drawing us in to want to consider the clothes. You are the one who has the lifestyle that we therefore want to emulate. You are the one who, you know, captivates us in some manner that challenges us to think about how the clothes would work on ourselves. And I think that that is more so the approach that should be happening in character design, is the approach of the characters wearing the clothes, not the clothes wearing them. And I think right now, Eya's clothing is wearing her a little bit, unfortunately. As gorgeous as it is, as beautiful and lovely as it is, it's just a little bit too much for me. just a little too much. There's also a skin called Epoch? It's a period connect clothes when they're pre-AK main story themes. Lots and lots of characters have them. Lappy, for example. Interesting. Maybe because of how small the chibis are. I mean, with the chibis as well, the face does just kind of de facto become the focal point, just because prominence. It's the biggest part of the design, and the clothing does need to be exaggerated and interesting enough to not fully fade away and out of our visual consciousness in the chibi. But I feel like that's one of those things where we can make the concessions necessary for it to work both in a chibi form with enough exaggeration and color, while at the same time in a full body, 6 heads tall character, just by the way we're gonna handle the color. So really all I would suggest is, once again, we did before, we just made things less saturated and bright. So what I'm gonna do is I haven't done it yet today, which is surprising. I'm gonna sweeping gradient her. Which one of these is the correct one? This one. There we go. I'm gonna put a sweeping gradient on her of a darker, like bluer color, because that'll sort of cancel out some of the red colors. And even just going like that is pushing it back a little bit, but I usually use a multiply layer for it. Which I don't even know. The way I done it before without the multiply layer might have been even more effective. But just so that those reds and those brighter whites at the bottom part of this design aren't out competing as much. And then if there was a little more contrast around her face, or if the red was coming to this super full saturation point around her face up here, you know, she's got a little bit of some stuff growing in her hair. But like, what if it was brighter? Then those things will probably help to pull us in up to her face a little bit more readily, right? Exaggeration, the red ribbon is in order. Exaggerate, what do you mean? Exaggeration? I'm making it less exaggerated as far as contrast goes. Bloodline of Combat is peak. My favorite is Saria. They're talking about skins, I see. To be honest, the lower part of the art is almost never seen by the players because the UI hides it. Oh, really? I didn't know that. Hang on, that actually is kind of important to note then, because likewise with VTuber design, we have an upper half of the body focus. I mean, I guess that's kind of how you want all characters' designs to be inherently, because we want the face to be focal, but if the upper half of the body is what is mostly seen, it's not going to be as worrisome, but we still need to consider the whole body to some degree. Thinking about that too, all the stories is the upper half of the sprite. That's interesting. So all the things they have in both of these, and most of the time that are visually distracting, tend to be hanging out in the legs. But I still think I don't want to give them just a free pass to make things be more contrasty than they need to be. Like, just going like that, I think I have wholly moved the focal point to where it should be located on both of them. And I think I've increased the visual perception of depth also, where it almost feels like she's leaning forward at us now too. Make the ribbon bigger to compete with the jacket. We could do that, but I don't think it's a competition problem that's happening. Unless you're saying to do that for silhouette, which maybe we could, but it might just be where the jacket is posed right now that's causing it to be not as interesting. I also wonder if the jacket, you know, it's burned in a very symmetrical manner. What if instead of being burned so symmetrically, if it was shorter on one side? Hello? Oh, that's an airbrush. Like, what if this side of this jacket was much higher and we can see it sort of cascading down along her back, so that way the silhouette isn't as symmetrical left to right then. I don't know what color this is that's happening right now. Oh, this is under my multiply layer. That's why it's doing that. But then that'll feel like there's a little bit more variety happening, you know? From left to right. Symmetry-wise, I don't need to fix both of them, but just doing that on both. Because here, I kind of liked how there was sort of this leaning balance here. Long hair on one side, long cape on the other side. That tied as well. It almost gives a little bit of, like, weight to her. Where here, if we made it longer on this side as well, we could keep that as sort of something we're carrying forward from the previous version to the newer version. I think a lot about this color correction due on the legs, because the game does that whenever the text happens in the game. That is also interesting to consider. What they're doing is just, they're always going to, regardless of whether there's a character there or not, darken whatever is behind it, because that makes it easier to read the text. It just increases text clarity. But it is essentially filling the same role whenever there's text there. But when there's not text there, when there's not text overlapping it, we do still need the character to function this way, at the very least. Need a double whammy, but it could steal from the face. Yeah, I would be worried about it stealing from the face also. Oh, and I did see, somebody also said earlier that season 3 first episode is out. Did it come out today? Was this timing meant to be? Was I meant to have a really strange week and not stream on time? So therefore we could, on purpose, accidentally, stream on the day that a new episode came out? Yeah? Hell yeah! Well, that's exciting. I'm happy for all of you that it came out. I was talking about wanting to maybe watch Arknights, the anime, at some point. I was gonna watch it on vacation, but I didn't have the opportunity to because the place I went on vacation had no Wi-Fi. So I might watch it at some point, but sadly it'll have to wait until after we're done all of our critiques, which kind of sucks. It might have been good if I knew all that lore going into it, but then it might have spoiled some of the characters for me. What can you do? But anyways, focal point wise, I would say both of them kind of equally. The face is not as focal as it should be. And then complexity versus clarity. I think that the OG original version needs maybe just a little more detail. But look at this. This might be some of the highest scores we've gotten so far. So for the original version, that is 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 out of 10. That's pretty good already. That's higher than our average of 7.5. And then what do we have here? We have, for purple, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8.5. So I would, a half point better? I feel like it might be more than a half point better in my heart, but as far as I can grade, I think that's fair. She got the same score as one of the Sui sisters for her alt. So that's good, yeah. I don't think any of the graded characters except for Doc, Amiia, and Blaze have shown up so far. Really? Oh wait, in Texas. Huh. Wait, isn't it 8.5 and 9? Did I math wrong? Hang on, try again. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8.5. No, yeah, 8.5. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, no, I got math right, I think. Sui siblings? Shu siblings? Sorry, I don't remember what their names are. It was her name Shu, and therefore I called them the Shu siblings, but they're the Sui siblings, question mark. Most characters from side stories. Oh, interesting. Okay, I think I did get them mangled and combined, the names there, but by all means, not a bad grade here, girly. This is going in the right direction, I would say. Siblings of Shu, the Sui siblings. Oh god. Oh lordy, save me, help. It's just a little confusing. You called them the Sui siblings, but the character name was Shu. I'm so confused. Sui sister, which while true. Oh, okay, I see. 8.5, literally the GOAT. Yeah, she's tied for the highest score right now, so that's pretty good. We'll give that to her. Next we have Reed, who I so badly need a better image of. Let me get Reed, the Flame Shadow. Actually, both of her versions need the better image. They're so low quality. Hang on. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Hell yeah. There we go. Better. Get rid of that. Put you here. Let me find also your face. Read. I think these are just both really small for no useful reason. Yeah, that's better, but it's not as big as maybe it could be. These are improvements. Let me change my canvas size. I've recently discovered that I can just make my canvas the same color as the background in Clip Studio, and I've been loving it. I've been loving that I can do that. It's a great ability. It's so easy on my eyes, and it makes it look like you're not looking at my canvas either. My array commander can't be this cute? Hang on, wait, stop! Is that a spoiler for her context? Hang on, I'm gonna pretend I didn't read that. Technically, I've already done a cold read on Reed because I was going to talk about her previously another day. Just put there we go. That's great. Okay. Reed. Yeah, we're doing alters primarily today. So not like only, we're still talking about their base form, but we have 2 more that were planned, and it is 5 o'clock, but we probably will go over a little bit, and then we might suggest like one afterwards. So we're gonna get cold read on Reed. So I'll do cold read on her base form first. Once again, I was guessing if she is some sort of dragoon and a dragon. Is she one of the salamanders or is she just a dragon? I don't know. I don't know if there's dragons in this world, but she's got dragon horns and a tail, which clarifies it for me. Definitely, obviously a fire motif. I appreciate though, however, at first glance, she may seem kind of one note, that she just is fire and fire, but I visually appreciate the fact that they've added a rose motif to her. So I'm getting like, almost like a subtle hint that she may have some other angle to her design, maybe? Roses tend to make me think of royalty, but that might just be because of Princess Utena. So she's, yeah, also, yeah, more European dragon. So not the same kind of dragon as the Suis are, because I think they are Chinese dragons, right? More so? Yeah. More mythical. Yeah, I see somebody saying Charizard, yeah, with the glowing red end of the tail. She's wearing an interesting, like, tech windbreaker. Which, once again, I'm guessing, is she a dragoon? Is she a lancer of some sort? But, like, an agility, maybe ranged type of lancer, which might make sense as a dragon. Her hair shape is bugging me a little bit, just because it doesn't have the negative space I maybe want it to, and it's taking away from the silhouette of her jacket. She seems like she's cold and calculating, and she may be just maybe a little bit evil. Maybe. Original's pretty barren lore-wise. Oh, okay, interesting. Okay, so those are my guesses for her. She seems like she might be kind of aloof. In her alt, are these ears or is this just hair? I can't tell. Whatever they are, they're good for silhouette, but they kind of make me think they're ears. Here, she has a staff, but she also has a box with a sniper range on it, which is interesting. Is she also a sniper? I'm intrigued. And then now she feels even more vaguely royal. She's still a dragon. The silhouette of her giant dress is kind of fantastic, and I do enjoy her off-the-shoulder and semi-transparent jacket with the belts. This feels very Final Fantasy to me with the sheer quantity of belts and the big exaggerated shapes, but it's nice. Her base form is a character that came out way before she's part of the story. Interesting. What if the hair was longer? Here's my thing. I actually think the hair should be shorter, because right now, if we were gonna do a ladder, let me do a ladder test for you here on Reed's OG. Because I'm kind of bugged. Top of her boots, top of her thigh highs, the bottom of her sweater dress and the bottom of her jacket, and almost the bottom of her hair, almost all share the exact same line. She's got this big thing on her chest that is centered where it's glowing through with some of her magic. She's got her chin, she's got her eyes. Her hair is blending into her skin just a little bit, but like the base of her horns, the top of her head, and then the top of her horns up here. The fact that all 3 of these objects are more or less almost sharing one line is just a missed opportunity, unfortunately, where, you know, we're drawing all of these lines in here. There's 3 objects that are reaching their culmination along this edge, which is the hair, the jacket, and the sweater underneath. and they're all sitting at more or less exactly the same point. I feel like this is a missed opportunity. The hair could be shorter, but if the hair was way longer and behind everything and we're getting all these trails coming through it, that could also be interesting. I tend to always be the kind of person that leans in the direction of shortening hair, just because the hair tends to take over the silhouette and does reduce the amount of positive negative space interactions we can have. So even if the hair was only like, what, this much shorter, suddenly they're sitting at different heights a little bit more, and that's adding more to the silhouette than it was before. We were already understanding, we get it. The widest point of her design is here, so why not just give us a little bit more variation? Make it so that it zigzags out and then in and the back out again. Give us that pine tree silhouette as opposed to just being a big triangle. Base read was guard, I think. Interesting. Never thought about this, but she has that spear, but never has the chance to use it in the story. Interesting. I'm not sure what that might mean. But yeah, I think shorter hair would be good for her. I was a little bit confused by her pose. It took me a while to figure out that her hand is up in her hair. I think that's just a clarity thing as far as the illustration goes. She is indeed royalty. Ah, intriguing. Okay, so I was right about the roses. I almost wish the roses were more integrated then, but I do see the hint for it at least. Oh, base read is Vanguard. Okay, noted. I see. Vanguard, not guard. Okay. I don't know the bagpipe. I don't know about bagpipes, but I am emotionally scarred by bagpipes as a concept, as an instrument. Charger, Vanguard, the frontline fighter. Okay. Thighs out, because that is necessary to be a frontline fighter. I don't know if you knew that. You do have to give them a very clear target to cut your legs out from under you, because then they're distracted and they're not looking at your lance. Right? Royalty of a fallen nation, technically, therefore in hiding. Bagpipe is the Irish rep. Good for them. I will say, the only reason I'm emotionally scarred by bagpipes is because where I used to live, people had to play, what is it even called? The bagpipe song. It's the Scottish bagpipe song. Yeah, I don't know what it's called. Reed is Irish, bagpipe is Scottish. Noted. Bagpipe, the bagpipe song. Is it Scotland's Colours? I don't know what it's called. It's the dun 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 dun, that one. Whatever that one is. They were required to play it at the school I taught at, and kids would be awake at all hours of the night playing bagpipes, and it drove me insane. Because boy, do they echo and bounce off of every wall, and they'd all be playing that song. It's all the music students. Just that one. Over and over and over and over again for like months. So I don't want to hear that song. Scotland the Brave, probably, likely, something like that. I'm sure it's a really good color, or not color, really good song, but when you have heard it for literally when it would start happening, the professor and I, who I worked alongside, we would shut all the doors to the building to try and keep it out, and we would wear earplugs half the time because it does just psychologically torture you when you've been hearing it every single day, multiple times a day, being woke up in the night by it for years. It will get to you eventually. I swear to you, you gotta believe me. Scotland forever, sure, I'm with you. I'm here for it. I agree with you, but it's just too much of anything. Listen, there's songs I adore, I love, but any of them, if I had to hear them as often as I heard that song, would drive me to psychological abyss. I promise. Anyways, why am I on this topic? What am I doing? Focus. Hi, Reed. My cold read on you was right. The fallen royalty thing, since she is no longer royalty, I guess it not being more overt is fine. I do get enough of the fantasy angle happening that I don't think that's a far-fetched thing to imagine for her. And then, like, the longer I'm looking at her, the more I'm like, okay, so her sort of tech-inspired coat is also reminiscent of a cloak, because the way they've handled the collar, that's neat, that's a good overlap. You know, we've got the taller boots, which are leaning into sort of dexterity, but that is also leaning into sort of like the medieval style of cuffing up around the knee. That works out for me. Like, I can make sense of what her concept is, I think, here relatively well. She does feel a little bit one note, but I think that's the color's fault. Likewise here, focal point wise, I should just go through them at the same time. I should stop. Stop getting ahead of yourself, EG. Go through them at the same time. It is the smart thing to do. I promise. Let me convince myself of it. me continue the music also. That would be nice. Yeah, there we go. Bagpipes will find you. You cannot hide. I know. They do find me. I went to Busch Gardens 2 weeks ago, and I had to hear that song, and immediately, like, I broke out in a cold sweat, and my family I was there with were like, are you okay? Why are you hightailing it out of Scotland right now in Busch Gardens? My guy, I can't do it. I can't do it. It comes back to haunt me. And Cinda, why would you torture me with bagpipes? I feel like you and many others should be praying for my success because it impacts you, whether or not I've lost my entire mind. No trauma ambush. No anvils hiding over my head, please. Pretty please, I beg. So, concept-wise, I'm picking up all the right things. It feels just a little bit one note to me, though. So we'll use green again for OG. Just a little one note, but I think I'm picking up all the right things. For her alt, we've evolved a little bit. We've got more of a flower motif going on that's more distributed throughout. It's on her leg, it's also in her hair, which is nice. There's also a subtle pattern of florals in her dress, which is good. I'd like a nice subtle pattern. Good for visual interest. There's some sort of embroidery in here that is a little more tactical, which is interesting. Her cuff that was once on her tail has been moved to her wrist, which is interesting. I enjoy callbacks like that. It's a good reference to the way she was previously. With her color design, she feels warmer and more approachable here than she was previously. This outfit feels way less practical for her being a frontline fighter, so I'm gonna guess that she is more either ranged, which I'm gonna guess she's got a scope or spyglass or something on her tactical briefcase. I'm gonna guess she's more ranged now, where she's either ranged support or maybe she's throwing things. So I would guess that. Healer that heals by doing damage. I could see that, that makes sense. Medic, but still fireballs people. Harm assist. Harm assist? Is that what it's called? Do they call it that? Really? I love that, actually. That's so funny. Like Oreo, yeah. That is actually so funny. Medic, no, is a fan term. That is a fantastic fan term, though. I love that. Harm assist. Heals by setting enemies on fire. Oh, and they can heal themselves over the warm, glowing flames as they burn. Healing fire. That's funny. Incantation Medic's the official name. Harmist is what we call them. That's fantastic. Good work to all of you in the fandom of Arknights. It's lovely. So I think I'm picking up all those things here. She does feel more royal as well. She's got a princess silhouette from her dress now, even though it is really high in the front, which probably is benefiting her mobility, I would say. At least a little bit. But is there anything I need to know about her altar? Because as I'm learning, some of the altars seem to be just them with a different occupation. Others are different animals. Others are entirely different alternate universes, it seems like. Like the alternate universe where Skadi has been taken over by and just joined a hive mind? What is her deal for this? Have I missed something? No, I guess no, she is still an orca, but it wasn't as important that she was an orca. Same animal, no longer her sister's shadow. Honorary, okay. Is there anything else? Just read post-character development. Okay, that's more so what I had as the question, but I think that makes sense. I think as her character is developing, her coming a little bit closer to maybe the royal roots, I think makes sense. Yeah, still dragon, more confident. Alters her taking on her leadership position. She's a princess of AK, Ireland. No longer her sister's shadow, his life energy powers, and her sister's a necromancer. Oh, okay. So the florals leaning more into life energy is interesting. And then fire being the sort of motif for life as opposed to like new growth when we associate green. Fire can also be a motif for life. I think that makes sense. Grown into her true self. I can see it. I think as a ruler, I might want her to just be ever so slightly more... What was I looking for? Like, more decorated? Is that maybe what I want? Just a little bit more decorated. But I guess in the terms of fantasy princesses who are battle princesses or battle rulers, I don't know if she's necessarily princess is a good word for her. But she does fit right in with the Final Fantasy girly, so I think that works. Sister's OP name is Necras. That's an interesting name. Western dragon rather than Eastern. Yeah, I picked that one out. Ruler that walks amongst the people. Her sister's a ruler that sits above. Oh, okay. So her wearing browns as a ruler who walks among the people, I think, makes sense as well. Usually we denote rulers by them wearing colors that are not easily obtainable by the general, you know, common citizen. So her wearing brown is leveling herself down to her people. That's a good humble move, I can see that. I was thinking more so just in terms of like, we could work something into this thing she has mounted to her forehead that makes it feel more crown-like maybe, but like, I don't know if that's even necessary. If she is meant to be very humble and like she is supposed to be like not somebody who is above people in that way, her sister is entirely royal perfect. Oh, that's perfect. That's wonderful actually then. Setting them up as being opposites in that manner, even with the way they are designed as far as color goes. Interesting. Okay. So I would say that I'm here for it then. Take a quick peek at Necras. Yeah, you know, just because it seems like they may be either set up as visual foils to each other, I will look at Necras. Not for a grade, but just to see. Oh yeah, oh she's so polar opposite. That's so funny. The darker horns, lighter hair. Man, her color contrast isn't fantastic, but the purple, yeah, royal purple. She is not dressed in a way that I think is as ornate as I may have guessed, but Necras makes sense visually as being the polar opposite as far as the way that she is ruling. It makes sense to me. They're twins. I can see that also. Their hair is quite similar. And a necromancer. Yeah, her darker angle to the way that her colors are designed does push me in that direction. And there's some skeletal aspects to her staff that I think are informing that. Also to her clothing. Some of her clasps are more skeletal. Interesting. This is fire, but like death energy. Interesting. Read altar event explains the contrast between them perfectly. Necras is in fact a Draco Lich. Oh, I guess that makes sense. She's a dragon. Okay. So, anyways, having noted all of those things, I do think this is doing a good job of conveying all of the things that it sets out to do, because all the critiques I had for it conceptually are clarified by the fact that she is humble, that she's not putting herself above other people, she is sort of leading by standing with the people instead of standing over the people. Life magic being taken in the direction of fire as a source of warmth and life, as opposed to, you know, like growth and green, so the colors that are made sense of. Concept-wise, I think this all checks out. I would give her full points, I think, maybe, for concept then. For her silhouette, in her original version, it's okay. I have that critique about the hairline that I think stands, and she is also 100% symmetrical. And her ladder is, while not being especially climbable, is enough so she's just too symmetrical for me. It lacks interest. It feels too stiff to me. So I would put her silhouette originally down here. However, for her other one, it's still completely symmetrical in the silhouette, isn't it? There's enough little things throughout that would add more bands to the ladder in miscellaneous places that might make it more dangerous, but like these belts are exactly the same left to right. Her skirt is the same left to right. I guess when you're doing royal clothing, that's not uncommon, but I could see at least, even if her skirt was just like tiered or something, that could help. But the silhouette outside of that, I don't have as many direct issues with things sitting on the same lines, maybe, as I did before. Her coat shape being lower and her hair being more pulled in allows these little ear fin-like hairs to stick out more. There's a little bit more of an interesting silhouette happening from her sleeves, and we haven't seen this specific kind of princess silhouette before either. I think I'd put her here. I want more asymmetry. I am looking you, the Arknights designers, in the eyeballs. You put a lot of really nice, lovely asymmetry into the designs themselves in a way that feels like it meshes well with the world. It's not something that is just shoot in for the sake of having to have asymmetry. But please, I beg of you, if I can ask for just one little thing, make that asymmetry reach the silhouette, please. Just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Just a little. Only a bit. Hi, Riven. Every once in a while I see somebody in the chat who has said hello. I'm not missing all of you who say it before, but every once in a while I pick them out and I'm like, oh, hi. Also, engineer 40,000. Thank you for following. It's also very recognizable, thanks to the tail. Yeah, I would say that the silhouette is recognizable thanks to the tail, but I just need more from the clothing silhouette. I need a little more asymmetry, just a little more variety. please. Mayhaps. Please look at her witch skin, it's so medieval fantasy. We can look at it fast, quick at the end once I finish grading her, mayhaps. For color palette, here, it's a little bit one note to me because it is once again black, white, and a color, but at least it's not black, white, and a color in the same proportioning as we had seen every single other time. I don't have any contrast issues, the clarity is okay, so I think I just want a little more. Just give me a little more, please. Please. Give me something that's not just black, white, and a color. She does have a contrasting eye color at least, but it is being outcompeted by the reds of her tail and her chest so thoroughly that it's not really serving that function as well as it could be. They're doing the right thing at least. So as far as focal point goes, it's so close. You're so close. You're trying, you're so close, but you're not quite there. All the white of the jacket also being right against the hair is making it so that the face, by being so much brighter than the dress and the horns, how did I even phrase that? English language. All of the white being all sort of touching each other here is making it so that the contrast of the dress against the face is lessened. The skin and the hair being so light against the dress could be really high focus, but the jacket's making it less so, is what I must say there. Yeah. Oh, we've been raided! Hello, Fee! Welcome in. Hi, how are you? I'm Squiiji, freelance artist fun guy, also art educator. And we're talking about Arknights character designs today. We're looking at the alters. We're comparing the alters with their base forms. Shrewmates, you know the deal. Rotate at them. Fee is a shrewmate. I know who Fee is. I'm familiar with Fee. But welcome in. If you care to do a little bit of rotation, you're welcome to do so, shrewmates. I think I need a little spinning in my life, perhaps, if possible. But you or your fellows need to do things like eating or drinking or strumping and meeting, Fee. Please do so. Please look after yourselves. If you would like to stick around and hang out, I do appreciate it, but I would prefer you look after yourselves primarily. And I'm intrigued as to what you were doing for stream. What were you up to? I'll keep an eye out in case you alert me as to what your process was. I'm gonna finish critiquing Reed, the Flame Shadow. And no, we have not gotten to Executor yet. He is, I believe, next. So not quite there yet. She's an Awooga summer skin. We don't need to look at the Awooga summer skins, fellas. Someone even left a comment where they were like, you should do a whole stream just talking about their swimwear. I don't think I have the credentials to just discuss swimwear. I feel like that's something that's so specific in terms of its fashion design that I am not well researched enough on to speak to in a way that I would be confident in doing. And then at that, like, it's not relevant to lore inherently, so I don't know how to discuss content with a swim outfit version. Swimmer's important lore trust. Ken, you wouldn't lead me astray. You wouldn't possibly lead me astray. No, you wouldn't lead me astray. Swimmer's pure fan service. Yeah, I see. I will say at the very least, their swimwear is not as, like, it's realistic, and what I did see of it, yeah, they're very tame. I was pleasantly surprised by how tame it is and how realistic it is. Like, I could totally see real women wearing the swimwear that these girlies are wearing, which I give them many points for. Many points for it. They can be fan service, but they don't feel objectifying to the characters, at least the ones that I saw, which I'm a fan of. I'm here for it. But I don't think I'd have a lot of meaningful commentary to add discussing that. I feel like you guys just want someone to look at the bathing suits and validate you looking at the bathing suits. I'm looking at bathing suits, then you are permitted to look at bathing suits. If you want to look at them, you can just look at them yourself. Male characters also get lovely swimwear. Do they get equality? Is equality reached? Do they have just as fan servicey of swimwear in it? Just as her thigh holes are essential to her character, so are the swimsuits essential to plot. I believe you. I totally believe you. Yes? Okay. Hell yeah. Biophyta is swimwear exclusive. Oh, is that just his swimwear one? He's only swimwear. Darn it. I was hoping he'd have a different version. That's okay. Swimsuits missing bottom weight. I'd imagine most of the swimsuits are missing bottom weight. If I had to make an educated guess, what can you do? We can look at some of them very quickly if you really want. If I must, I can. Fine. Release swimsuit skins for you to look at, so in theory you are validating them for releasing the skins. I guess. Oh, Tequila! I saw Tequila too! Tequila's base version is his swimsuit. That's what I thought. That is what I thought. You guys can look at the swimsuits on your own time. As we said at the start of the stream, I'm asexual. I'm so immune to whatever you guys may or may not be enjoying about the swimsuits. If they're not tickling my fancy as far as character design goes, or as far as that's neat fashion goes, I'm gonna be like, whatever. I'll be like, okay, and alright, moving on, okay? And I don't think I'm the kind of person that, you guys probably want somebody to go awooga at them, and that's not me. There's probably a better suited fella for it. Yeah, look at Gavial Alter, and it's alt and a swimsuit. Okay, that's a lot of things to look at. So, anyways, Reed. Finishing Reed, this version of her. What do I have left? Focal points. Reed the Flame Shadow in this version? Where is the focal point for me here? Because here it's very easy. It's her chest and her tail. In this, there's a lot of similar visual weight happening kind of all over the place, making me wish that her really like stark blue eyes were still intense. Let me just try. Is it saturation? Is saturation gonna do for me what I want? Whoa, why are her eyes actually green? That's interesting. Make her eyes blue, maybe? That's intriguing, though. Green's not bad. Tip of the tail, it's too shiny. Yeah, it is just maybe a little bit too shiny. That's true. I'm gonna try and ignore that because it's so far away from her actual person. But, like, once again, that's just a rendering thing where I could go like this and pull purple and airbrush that over it. Just to push it back in space a little bit, so now it's not as focal. White things back maybe also. But her face is doing okay. I think her chest is kind of focal, but for her, there's just a lot of it is kind of all over the place. Her alter skin is green central, called Reed the Emerald. The light shining in the darkness, providing warmth. Intentional. Emerald eye for the Emerald Isle. Okay, I guess that makes sense. Reed's in a bog. I was assuming that Reed's as the like physical thing that exists is why her hair is so like strand-like and piecey. And same with the belts. I was assuming that might be related. But for me at least, I would say, I think focal point wise, I do sort of move my eyes all the way around her as a character, so I'm willing to pass her for focal point. It's not the strongest, most in your face, you can't look away from it face focal point, but the face isn't being outcompeted. The face is standing its ground. Maybe just a little more saturation in the eyes, but I think that's a little nitpicky. But I think it works for the most part for me. I think that's okay. And then complexity versus clarity. In both versions, I don't actually take any issue. I think this is pared down and simplified to a degree where readability from a distance is emphasized, but at the same time, we're still rewarded with nice little pops of detail and the subtle embroidery on her clothing. And it feels like this is designed up enough that, you know, this is not clothing you can just go pull off a shelf anywhere. This is clothing that is specific to her. And then same deal here. She is detailed and feels kind of royal without being overwhelming in detail. And the details that are there are pushed back. They're not super high contrast. It works. Oh, you're right. I didn't mark the other version's palette, but for both of them, I would say detail-wise, read ability. Readability. Yeah. Readability's fine. Color palette. I am more interested visually by this color palette just because I'm not visually fatigued by browns combined with blacks and yellow and a little bit of green or blue and orange. I'm not as fatigued by it, so I'm willing to say that it's fine. Is it the most interesting thing out there? No, but it stands out to me, at least from the other characters we've looked at. And yeah, we will look at her E2. Right now I have the one for her base open, base read, which is the emerald one, I think. Or no, this isn't E2, this is a skin, I lied. Hang on, E2. E2, this one. This one? No, make big. The skin's cute at least, and she is totally green. Much more of a, like, traditional life motif going on there. File, create new from clipboard. This is the E2 of her base design, where her hair is almost becoming like wings, which is interesting. I am intrigued by that development. They seem to like to do that. And then she does also have actual wings. Then Let me find her other version. What are you saying? Secret agent skin? What? Is that what she was in that point? Nice detail, Unitas on her details. Actually, secretive and a lot more aloof in her default than alter. Yeah, that was, I was able to visually determine that. Let's see her E2 for the flame shadow. Oh wow, there are skins. Yep, that is a bathing suit. Oh, the witch one is cute, but that is visually overwhelming to me a little bit. Let's see. Make this big. Oh, I saw this art before also because when I was trying to find a big enough image of her for the thumbnail, I tried to get this to work, but nice flowers, the dragon motif is cute. Oh, seeing the roses on her skirt is also nice too. There are some things that I think were being subtly hidden that I enjoy visually as motifs. More of the roses, sort of crisscross thing that's happening on the front of her dress. Oh, it's not here in this version, but they've added it in the E2, nice. This actually is clarified as not being the top tier of her skirt either, is it? I thought this was the top tier of her skirt, but I guess that's part of her cloak then. Interesting, huh? Okay. There are some things being clarified by this that I think may be important. Which one is animated? Most of the parts are moving. Okay. And here, since you guys wanted to look at the witch skin real quick, we can open it just fast quick. That's this one. Is she becoming more of a necromancer in this one? Because she's got bones behind her. This is a cute illustration. I'm a little visually overwhelmed by all the texture and dark on dark on dark happening in her body. And then trying to figure out where her hat is ending and her staff is beginning. But it is cute. It's very traditional witch, which is fine. A little bit Lolita inspired maybe in the fashion. It's all right. Halloween skin, D&D themed set. Like a historian. Oh, okay. Museum curator. I'm gonna tell you something right now. I ain't never seen a curator who dresses like that. I know a lot of curators. I work in the arts. I work in fine arts. I've never seen a curator who dresses like anything other than a businesswoman. AKA drip tax. Yeah, I guess it is drip tax. That's fine. Which skin shines in her chibi form? They nailed the animations. Does this site that they linked me earlier have the chibis? It doesn't seem like it does. That might have been nice to look at just really quickly with it too, but that's fine, that's okay. I can see from her context what's around her that this is museum related potentially. Click show SD. Where, oh, there it is. Oh my gosh, it's animated. Oh, that's so cute. Hang on. Oh, I'm gonna have to play around with this website so much. Oh, they're so cute. They're little puppet rigs. Oh, I love them. Hang on, they're so cute. A giant book. I like all the designs in this game better as chibis than I like as full illustrations. I feel like half of them end up working better at that scale because they're a little bit more pared down. Oh, they're so cute. Bit buggy, but they should be there. Oh, they're there. They're not even buggy at all. They're so cute. They're so cute. And half the things I critique about this are even changed in the chibi. The eyes are brighter and the tail isn't as bold. So the face is more focal. It seems like they're aware of some of the things that are happening, which is funny. That's good to know. That's good to know. Okay, we'll get rid of that. We don't need it right now. But anyways, grades. Is it a 9.5? Is this a 9.5? 9.5 for this? That might be the case. That might be the highest grade we've gotten yet. Good work, Reed. All the Reed stands are celebrating and cheering. They're taking to the streets. Lotiony sweep. Reed's too overpowered. Okay, and then the base Reed is wait. 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, really? Yeah, wait. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.5. Is that math? That seems right. 7.5 knights returns to us. But that's good. That's a whole 2-point improvement. We're so back. The alters are finally altering, and they're finally taking some steps that I think are interesting for them. I'd call that a glow up for sure. Yeah. What is that now? Is that 6 7.5 knightsers? That's a lot. Make a niche squad just for 7.5 knights. Go for it. 2-point jump, half point per year for release distance? Hell yeah! Yeah, literal glow up. She's glowing more now than ever. She's so cute. Ignited by burning desire. Is that one of her lines? I'm gonna guess it is. All right, Executor the Exfodier. What in the world is your name, my man? Let's open you up because I think you're also really small. Yeah, you're kind of crushed. Let's grab better PNGs. Man, I wish I would have known this site existed for the first crit. FedEx guy. Oh, I see why you're calling him that, yeah. That's funny. Federico. Oh, is that who you guys were talking about earlier as being Federico? From the Covenant, okay. Get rid of the SD. Let me make him bigger so I can steal his image. How much bigger is this? Wow! Yo, we're living now. Yeah, living large. Okay, big guy. Okay. We'll grab your other version too. Grab, Can I make a guess as to what he is as a person? What is he? Is he an executor? Or executor? Or no, wait, he's an executor, not an executor. Or is he an executor? I'm having a dyslexia moment. Please pardon me for one moment. What is he? Does he kill people or is he an executive? What is this word I'm reading? It's like the 5th time I've done this stream. That's intentional? Oh, okay. Cool. Maybe dyslexia is a power. Don't tell me what he is. I see you guys saying words. Stop. Stop saying words. Don't say words. I need to guess what he is. Oh, and I guess I did ask if he was an executioner. Sorry. They are the same word? Wait. Wait. Are they the same word? Executor? And executor? Are just the same word spelled, just pronounced, just with different emphasis? Ha! Great, you learn something new every day. That's insane. I thought I was having a dyslexia moment. I'm not having a dyslexia moment. It's just the same word. I'm just reading it differently. Good God, good golly. Oh man, same word, 3 different meanings. Executioner kills people, executor does something else. To execute is to do something. So I guess that makes sense from a business standpoint. Like, you were the one carrying out the plan? Oh, there's another ant on my desk? That's fantastic. Yeah, like read and read, but read and read are just 2 tenses of the same word, at least. Right? Interesting. Yeah, English is a very functional language, I say, with 0 contempt in my heart at all for the language I've been speaking since birth, and apparently continually have problems with. Well. Tomato is not the same. Executor is just executor, has 2 meanings. One's legal, so the other means person who does a thing. No, red is a color. That's just things being said the same but spelled differently. English is a mess, it's a disaster, and I want nothing to do with it. You know, logically speaking, considering English is such a nightmare, other languages should be easy in contrast, and I should use that to my benefit. We'll figure it out. Anyways, this guy, we're not doing linguistics. That's not the degree I have. My degree is in art. I am not an English major. There's other people to bug about that. Like Jubby. Jubby technically has an English major. If Jubby was home, we could bug Jubby about it, but not me. Not me. I don't know. Jubby's a film major more so, but language is an art. I am sure of this, but I don't have the credentials to speak on this. Clearly, I do not. Hi, Zany. Also, I know linguistics is an art, but it's not a visual art. I have a visual art degree. I don't know if language is a visual art. The written form of the language maybe is. We're not doing this. Help. Anyways, this guy, he's some sort of dark fallen angel. I'm certain of this. He's got a funny little Wi-Fi router halo, and he's got skeletal shard-like wings. He looks like a fallen angel to me. He's got enough dark colors, and he's got that edgy Bishonen boy vibe to him. I think he's a fallen angel. His silhouette is very heavy also, which is what's also pushing me that way. make our own language with equally ridiculous rules, go for it. Remember the name of the angel race? I do not. Did I learn the name of the angel race before I went on vacation weeks ago? Because that might be why, if I don't remember. But is he the same race? He's not the same race as Logos. Is he? No? Sancta? Sancta? Wait, yes? No? What other character did we look at that was also the same race? No, okay, yeah. What was the other character that was the same race? Devil race is Sarkaz, opposite to Logos, Rave, Angel race. Who else what other character have we looked at that was one of them? Technically. Okay, I don't know that character. Executor? I don't think we looked at. Did we look at Executor? Or is that somebody whose name I'm forgetting? Was that somebody we looked at very briefly? That name is not... Opens my notes. Executor. I don't have a character saved named Executor, so I don't know who that is. We're both Lupo. We didn't look at any. Oh, okay. That's why. Oh, copyright alert. Is this the one? I didn't get yanked for it last time, so we'll see if we're safe this time too. Oh, you stole my pixels, Imperium. What do you need all my fun, yummy, delicious little pixels for? We got high resolution images of the characters. You guys totally could have put me in this mode earlier when we were looking at the pixel art we were doing on, what was it, Texas? Did mention them being the We Got Guns race. I did notice they do have guns. He does very much have a gun, and also he's got all of his shotgun rounds here, theoretically. Is this a shotgun? I don't know very much about guns, I'll tell you that much. But these look like shotgun rounds to me, potentially. This is a short barrel shotgun, maybe. I have no clue. But I think so, maybe. OG is shotgun, yes! Is he an angel with a shotgun? Is he really? That's funny. Also, yeah, VTubers, I'm not censored, no. I'm just here. I just look a little silly different. That's funny. I'm here for it, okay. Good for you, angel with a shotgun. Low-key, this bag is giving mail carrier also. He's got his walkie-talkie. He's got a badge that says sequence. Is that maybe an organization he's related to, perhaps? Is this like post-apocalyptic, I'm carrying my gun on me as we do mail delivery as a situation, maybe? I'm only thinking this way because Texas was a mail carrier, right? In some manner, maybe? Or am I misremembering that? Have I totally manufactured that thought? Maybe? I don't remember. Oh, okay. Not quite. Same gun from Terminator. That's funny. Oh. Well, he does. It's in his name. I was figuring that he's executing people, yeah. I didn't think that was a misnomer. I do think he executes people, but I was thinking that maybe he's carrying mail also, in some manner. Okay, enforcer of the law. Texas is OG, UPS carrier. Oh, okay, so she's a UPS carrier. He is not. Angels created guns. Patron arms. Like, get baptized with guns? I don't even want to know what that's about. But this is the race for Appalachian America, I guess. Racial trait as much as the wings are. That is wild. Okay. That's what the church tells him. Okay, sure. Is the church in this circumstance, as I love that it tends to be, specifically in like Asian, particularly media, is the concept of Eastern church morally gray? Taxman. The taxman. The law is their religion. Oh, yep, that's so, yep. Pope is a gun? Okay, so okay, I'm guessing morally gray is probably right in some manner. Everything's morally gray in Ark Knights? Okay, all right, fine, I'll give you that, maybe. Not really, consider them pretty good. Interesting, because I'm reading him as being... Dark wings is not a thing that we are likely to associate with somebody who is a morally upstanding character a lot of the time. We tend to associate that with fallen angels. Dark colors we tend to associate in that manner. They're kind of chill. I did see somebody say they're an ethno-state, however, which that's not necessarily always... That's... Interesting. Borderline mechanical, bit robot-like, but not evil. Okay. Alright, maybe I'm just misreading him from the color design, because especially here, I feel like in the cultural consciousness, we have come to associate light, longer hair on a masculine character black, white, and red as primary colors, especially when it's more tactical. All of those things we tend to come to associate with villains, with the evil characters. So that is what's pushing me to think that way about him. And if that's not right, then maybe there's a way to make him less chilling in his appearance. Like, he is very intimidating. I guess he's an executor. I keep trying to say executor. He's an executor. He executes the will of the Pope. He's the executive of murder, maybe, in some way. He's dressed as a priest. I get subtle priest dressing here, not here. I've never met a priest that looks this way, but granted, my understanding of what priests look like is intensively Roman Catholic slanted. He got promoted to a saint. Oh, okay, interesting. Okay, so looking here, I see the angel aspect. You're saying it backwards? What am I saying backwards? I'm losing it. Virtuoso's his cousin, and she's the same dark halo going on. She's the cello player, or violin player? I can't remember. She also is downloaded in here somewhere. But interesting, okay. They get dark halos after hurting other sancta. Okay, so because he is the one executing people, therefore he gets his dark halo. Then he is also raised to being a saint. At least one gun, they have their patron firearm. Honestly, I kind of love this lore. This is a kind of lore that is healing to me in my Catholic bringing up. He was born with the black halo? Okay, hang on, wait, pause, try again. Okay, wait, was he born with it or not? I mean, not that it matters. Okay, hang on, we're getting lost in the weeds here. That doesn't matter. Visually, he has a black halo. Those are things that make us associate him with being maybe not morally fantastic. And if he is murdering people as the tax collector, if he is executing people, that's not usually seen as being the most morally lovely thing to do. So that's fine. That's great. That's okay. He was not born with the black halo or the Wi-Fi router bits. Okay, so it's going both ways. It's going in both directions. It doesn't matter whether he was born with it or not. Maybe it's Maybelline. I don't remember what the beauty slogan is that is. Maybe it's CoverGirl. He was maybe not born with it. It doesn't matter. Either way, broken halo is a sign of a fallen angel. That's probably true. The halo is intact, so maybe that is leaning us in the direction of it not being fallen. As far as being a saint goes, I do see a little bit of influence of priest's garb in his more saintly attire here. Long, dark, like almost like tunic kind of thing, and then a sort of angular, what do they call it? A cowl? Is that what the word is? Worn around the like chest area. This classic double button thing happening around the neck also I think is quite commonly associated with priests. So I could see that. That makes sense to me. Here, less so. We're still referencing that collar just a little bit, but it's way more tech inspired. It's funny seeing how many of the alts for the altars go from being vaguely tech future and not having necessarily a secondary design motif to them, to something that's much more fantasy feeling, but also having a secondary design motif. And I feel like maybe I should have been harsher on other characters who did not have a secondary design motif. Reed passed, because she did have one. She had roses. Here, secondary design motif. He's techwear and he's angel. I want more, and none of this sort of like technology thing is coming into the clothing itself. I feel like he just needs something more. I need more flavor blasting, potentially. Like Pepsi, does Pepsi exist in this world? I'm gonna take an educated guess of no. Probably not. 5-star to 6-star glow up. Yeah, I would say that is the glow up though, is that this, to me, is kind of lacking. This is kind of generic, maybe, as far as it doesn't feel like it's as tailored to him as it maybe could be. Here, he's a priest. He seems like he is some sort of priest that also is a general or somebody who is being decorated for his actions. He's got this big old pin. He's got some sort of earpiece it looks like he's wearing, which is interesting. I like the tech fusion with the priest angle. So we're still getting a little bit of the sci-fi angle into the priest stuff. So that's neat. So it's not just one note of fantasy or sci-fi. We're kind of sitting at the crossroads of both of those things here, which I think is an improvement. I think that's moving in the right direction. He got promoted to one of the higher rankings, Ultimate Dimension stuff, I see. Normal art is basic cop uniform. This is really strange as a cop uniform to me also. You don't think it looks like a priest at all? Really? The collar reads as priest-like to me, as does having the draping Oh wait, is this a jacket? Am I reading this incorrectly? This thing, usually to me in priest attire, is centered. But I see it. It's quite priest-like to me. Once it was suggested, I was like, oh, of course. I see it, but maybe that's just from my history with it. E2 might clarify, maybe, it could. Here, this being police wear is strange to me because usually when we think about police wear, we think about, you know, being slightly armored. Clothing needs to be kind of close to your body so that way you have good maneuverability. This, by being broad and open, seems like the kind of thing you might get tangled up in, but I guess for using a gun, you don't need to be close to anyone. I don't know. I feel like for a police outfit, this is kind of lacking if that is the role he is meant to be filling. Please don't look at 5-star E2. Why not? Why shouldn't I? You said that, so now I absolutely will. Okay, I'm not really getting anything new from it, so I don't know why you'd tell me not to look at it. It's not really changing anything. Unless it has spoilers, and you want me to open it for spoilers. Theocracy. This person's a very early character. Yeah, I would guess that. He seems in keeping with the way he is designed with Texas and Lapland, I would say. So I think this for me is lacking just a little bit. Hang on, I have to remove another ant, don't I? Oh, nope, I'm not gonna catch him. Never mind. Why are there ants in here? Hello? They're not even like the ants that are like eating things. They're just like the big guys who hang out. Question mark. Reverse psychology working on Squiiji? What? What are you reverse psychologizing? Hello? Is that what you did? Did you do that on purpose? His alter, not his E2. Oh, okay. Are you guys reverse psychologying me on purpose? Are you telling me not to look at something because you're assuming that I will be too interested to not, because it's working. No, don't do this to me. Do not use the way that I am as a person against me. Actually, the Pope was a champion arm wrestler. I have got to play this game. I have got to figure out what's going on because every new thing you tell me about it is so strange. I do like, however, subtle cross. That's the only note I will give him conceptually for this outfit that I think is in the right direction. Let me clear this. Let me start. Concept-wise, I think I'm picking up all the things I need to be about his altar. However, his base version needs flavor blasting, but I do like that there is at least subtly a cross on his shoulder, which is funny to me. Works. Next, color. Both of these are doing the same thing, unfortunately, which is that they are both black, white, and a color. This, I am having one tiny little blue thing I don't think is enough for me to pass this as being a more interesting color palette. There is at least, like, you know, we are fading to cooler blues. There's some tiny little bits of blue throughout. Here, technically, I guess this is navy. But man, I'm still so bored with the color palettes here. I really would love to challenge the character designers for Arknights to have 2 colors in the palette. In the proportioning somewhere, where we don't need every character to have black and white as the colors that are the most prevalent in their design. And on top of that, have more than one color that has chroma. Black, white, and a color, yeah, is in so many of them, and I'm so tired. I get that there's technically, if we want to be technical, there's blue and there's teal, but they're so small. They're so small and they're not acting focally. We could add them just a little bit more throughout, just for flavor, just for taste. Please, I beg you. There's already this tech thing going on. You've got these little cutout things. You could, like, I don't know, make them blue. I don't know. Do something, please, please. Just add something. I at least appreciate here there being gold also, so I'm not gonna be as harsh on this one as I am here, where silver, there's just a little bit of gold from it, but I'm just still so visually disinterested by the color design. I think that is one of the biggest critiques I have for this game, is that it's just not interesting in the color design. I'm gonna put both of them here. I want more from both of them. I've been too nice, I think, to all of them. I think I was way harsher on Wuwa, and I think I should be harsher. They can take it because they do everything else so well. I think I could be harsher. Are the same as logos. I can kind of tell. I feel like I can kind of see that between the two of them. They tried red and you didn't like that either. I can open for you examples of ones where I did like it. Mulesis was good and her amount of color. She had little pops of oranges and other warm colors throughout. We just looked at Reed, who I thought did a good job of it. Shu had good color design. Who else we look at? Aya, I thought had good color design. Pyro, I think, has stronger color design. Or Bryo. Even Asbestos, I thought, had slightly more interesting color design because the proportioning was different. It wasn't predominantly black with secondary white and then tertiary color. Asbestos was white and then yellow and then black. Like, even if we just play around with the proportioning a little bit more, I think the proportioning is part of why it feels so stale to me too, is because a lot of the designs are like 80% black, maybe 30% white, and then 10% or less of a color. And that's the other reason why it's stale. So they've done things I like, I promise. They've done it right, we just haven't looked at any of them today, really. Or at least not as many of them today. From our colors, check Miss Christine. I have other characters designed that are downloaded we never looked at. I had Angelina, I had Heidi, because I thought Heidi was a good example of how to use red in a character design. We can just open her real quick so I can just so I can show you. Look, red, the red, it's around her head. Red around the head. I feel like we can make a nice little rhyme for that. But her face is focal as a result. She has red all throughout. It's good. It's fine. I want maybe a little more color depth, but the red is working focally. Yeah! It's just been luck of the draw that today we've just ended up looking at a lot of characters that have the proportioning I'm the most bored by. Not saying she doesn't also have that color proportioning, but like, look at this. Look at her sick pants. Look at her, like, fully diagonal big object that is adding to her silhouette. Her big trailing plumage here. I love her. Her silhouette is great. I like this one so much. We didn't get to talk about her. I don't think she's an alter. It's a skirt. Whatever it is, I like that it's see-through in her legs. She is girl boss and I love it. Is this an NPC? What? I have no clue what we're talking about at this point. I just liked her and saw her when I was going through all the characters and I downloaded her as a result, okay? That was my thought. No? Oh, okay. No, she's an operator. Okay, good. She was an NPC. Oh, okay. So turned operator. I just think she's neat. She feels a little femme fatale to me. She feels like a... what is the word I'm looking for? She feels like a phantom thief kind of character. She's a thief of the night, maybe. But anyways, we're not talking about her. Goodbye. I liked her. Best designs are NPCs made into operators. Yeah, I liked her. British nobility, a spy. Yeah, she looks like a spy. I see it. She looks like the sort of classic spy with that hat on. I love her. Okay, anyways. An informer. I can see that by looking at her. Yeah, Carmen Sandiego. Yes, that is like sort of the reference point I was thinking of for her. I like her. I like Cement. I like her. And we're not talking about either of them, and I'm so sad about it. Okay. Executor, I'm back with you. Hello. Your color's lacking. Is vomit on your sweater already? Mom spaghetti. Also, you had her cold read on point? Yeah, because she's well designed. She's well designed. Her design is well done. Maybe I should have just gone rogue and just talked about the designs for characters I thought were well designed. We go over the popular ones usually. Mostly just because the comments will fill otherwise. So anyways, back to this man. Next week, there's not a next week. Next week, I think we're doing a tier list of ZZZ. No, not ZZZ. We're doing a tier list of Woowa character designs, I think, next week. Maybe. Is what we're doing. We'll come back here another day, another time. Next stream should just be the characters you like. One day, I will do a stream, which is just me talking about my favorite character designs. And maybe I'll pick one per game we've talked about, and like just a couple random ones from other games I like. So we can talk about why they are my favorites, because they're my favorites for character design reasons, but also I have some biases. There's the EG way. If they're a redhead, they're probably on the list. If they wear a red coat, also, they're probably on the list. If they are a golden retriever in personality, they're probably also on the list. But that would be it, yeah. No more Arknights for now? Yeah, no more weekly Arknights, unfortunately, not right now, but we're probably Woowa next week, at least. Entire stream dedicated to Cement. You would love that, wouldn't you? Or what is her name, Cement or Concrete? I can't remember. There's whole YouTube channels just talking about the characters. Way too much for one streamer. Yeah, there really is. I low-key would like to just make a short series where I just give my quick thoughts on just a ton of characters. And like I could do it really easily because I've done so many games already. Just like really like quickly run through my thoughts on a character's design and just have that be a single short. Gary, don't eat the Cement girl. She's nice and she's a kind person and she's our friend, so no. Anyways, but if I made shorts, then you could at least get me or get a little bit more EG thoughts and more variety about characters' designs. Maybe I should do that. Maybe I really should. The voice is back. That's Gary. That's Gary's voice. He's allowed, at least. TB Skyen type shorts. Yeah, like that kind of thing, potentially. Maybe. Like, I feel like that would be nice. If I had the time. Maybe I'll have the time, actually. After the end of this week, I might actually have the time. We'll see. Anyways, Executor, because it is 6 p.m. and I'd like to look at one more after this. Executor, what did I not talk about you? We yapped so much. Silhouette. Here. Your halo, I don't know why they fully overlapped it with your head, because it would have been better for your silhouette if it wasn't, but that's fine. You have the same fully obscured torso silhouette as so many other characters do, unfortunately, which does make me a little bit sad. At least you have visual weight around the upper part of your body, and you're not that symmetrical, at least in the design of the jacket, but the silhouette of the jacket is once again almost completely symmetrical. You've got these points down on one end. That adds something. It's not the worst silhouette, but it's not fantastic. Here, once again, we're obscuring the whole silhouette, but at least we have a much bigger, more pronounced asymmetrical object, and the whole sort of point of this outfit is asymmetry. We've got big white shape that's high up on the design, balanced by a dark shape low on the design. On one side or the other of the form, they balance nicely. So I would say this silhouette is stronger. This silhouette is just kind of bland a little bit to me. His hair is also so flat to his head. I feel like this is almost a bullet head situation, especially with the way it shoots just straight down. I'm sorry, man. Your default one is bugging me. But I would say that your other version's fine, mostly. Plexi versus Clarity, you are under-designed for me pretty significantly. You're far too one note in this version. You need a second visual motif that is more worked into the way that your clothing is designed. You need flavor blasting. But this one is flavor blasted. We kind of went over it, which is why I'm being a little quick. But he's flavor blasted. I think there's enough detail that I don't feel like there's something missing. It's his flat personality. Ugh. Flat personality shouldn't be an excuse to have no style. He's so surrounded by people who are not working. He may be one of the lower ones yet, but the doctor got a 5, and I don't think he's gonna be lower than 5. Focal points wise, his face is focal in both of them for me. Here, it's because we get the collar that's sort of cementing his head in. The orange does make me move throughout his body, but for some reason his head is still working. Maybe it's 'cause it's a moment of rest. And here it's the same deal, where the red scarf is just a little distracting. Just a little bit, but it's close enough to his face that I'm not bugged. There's a little bit of clarity maybe also happening from his hair that's not working as well, but it's okay. Yeah, you can make a design fit a character without compromising on design principles. Yes, that's kind of... He can be a flat character, but it doesn't mean his fit has to be lacking. His design can be visually interesting. Why are you guys happy? Gonna be happy if this is a record for the lowest design. Why would you celebrate that? That makes me sad. I don't want any of these designs to be low in their grade. A quick peek at the Pope just for contrast. Contrast in what way? Focal points. Red scarf is a little distracting. And then for the other one, I would say it's like right there. What is this grade? He's kind of all over the place. 2, 4, 6, 7. Oink! Oh, my man, 7. Oh no, you didn't even make 7.5 nights. Rip. Sorry, dude. What is the other one? 1, 2, 3.5, 4? Oh no. I think I'm just annoyed is what happens, unfortunately. That's bad. I feel like that's unfair almost. 1, 2, 3, 4.5. That is actually the lowest score yet. Which I almost don't even think he is deserving of. I don't think he is deserving of anything less than a 5. I would put him on par with the doctor, and just that he's just too one note for me. I might be just a little bit too harsh about something in here, where we may have not been as harsh on others about complexity. Specifically, I don't think I was that harsh on Texas or Lapland for under-designing. But yeah, I think 5 to 7, 2-point increase. We'll take that. That's nice. It's better. I still think he just needs, like, the silhouette, the posing could maybe be better. I want more interest from the colors. I want things. You miscounted his alters in 8. Oh, did I? Did I miscount? Are you sure? 2, 4, 5. Oh, you're right. 6, 7, 8. No, you're so right, actually. Hang on. Thank you. Oh, man. You can tell it's 6 o'clock because I'm forgetting to count. That's a 3-point increase. Not bad, man. Good work. OG was one of the more forgettable ops till the altar was released. Okay, I can see. I can see why that would be the case. His skin fixes him a little bit. Let's see his skin. It's just the same but blue. I don't know if that really fixes anything for me. It's just him but blue. It's not really doing... The jacket's a little bit more interesting in shape. This is just the guy from... this is just the guy from... Honkai Impact. The blue guy. Who's the blue guy from Honkai Impact? The guy. The boy. Kevin? This is Kevin. I see a man with white hair and a color palette that only contains blue, black, and white, and maybe like one little pop of gold, and it's just Kevin. In my heart, unfortunately. That guy has fully changed the way I look at male character design in some manner. Everyone's just an alter of Kevin at this point. Just a guy. He needs flavor blasting. Let me look back at his other version. Let's see. Did he have an E2 that I didn't look at? Yeah, Executor. What did your E2 look like? Okay, you just get cooler wings. That's nice. There's a skin for him also. Ah, he's just like a cool sniper now. Okay, well, that's cool. All right. Funny enough, he was involved in one of the Ark Knights' most popular early ships. The guy I literally never interacted with, was just on vibes. That's wild. I love when people do that. Wait, was it the guy too? It was a yaoi ship? That tells me all I need to know about the player base for this. Phil Samey was one of the most John Ark Knights guys ever at release. Yeah, he seems a little John Ark Knights. Just the same way that Kevin is John Honkai Impact. It's fine. There's stronger designs out there. But thankfully, at least, he has improved significantly, it seems like. So I'll take it. Now you guys talking smack on him. Flamebreaker and Executor. I don't know who Flamebreaker is, but interesting. Check out Garden Medic Amiia. Okay, so there was no final one I had planned. Would you guys together like me to look at Garden Medic Amiia, since we looked at Amiia on stream before? We also looked at Thorns before, so we could look at Thorns altar, and that might be nice. Are there any other people you'd like me to toss into the ring here of people to do? Thorns, Medic, and Thorns, Tequila. Oh, we're talking altars, so altars specifically. Mudrock. Do you have looking at Amiia altars? Amiia altars might be good because she is main character in some way. Yes, and she is the legit main character. I'm looking for names that are appearing a lot just to see if there's anyone. Trigodia seems popular also. Okay, so here, we'll do poll. I'll poll you guys. So your options will be Amiia first, or Amiia, sorry. I forgot how to say her name. I see Trigodia also popularly. And then Thorns. And I think those were the only ones I saw all that much repetition of. Chen altar, let's end this on a sour note. No, Ken, why would we end on a sour note? No! That'll be those three. I think those are the only ones I've seen that much repetition of. So, final character. And let me make one on YouTube also and copy paste. We will poll. I can't see all of chat right now because I'm doing this, so if you're saying new things I haven't been able to see for a while, you might be too late. It might be too late. Let's see. Amiia. Trigodia? Thorns. Oops. You know, actually, maybe we'll take one more. I see Neural, people are saying now too. Siege is so good. I don't want to end on a bad note since somebody said we might from that. What just happened to me? Why did I move like that? Neural is lesbian icon? Okay, so maybe we'll do that then. Nearl. That'll be our final. You have 5 minutes. Go. Looking through EG VODs, keep thinking the blue shroomate throw is a bowling ball. What? Don't throw bowling balls at me. Please do not. Please do not bowling ball the EG. That would hurt. Oh, I was gonna eat snack. I don't have snack. I have no snack left. I will just drink water out of my glass that has an octopus on it. This will be the last one, at least, for streams. Then we'll see after. What? What? Huh? Interesting. Just makes sense to finish for the final round. Amiia would make sense for wrapping it up. So, Twitch streammates, as the reminder, YouTube tends to decimate the poll. YouTube tends to take over the poll. So if there's somebody you feel strongly about, do make sure that you vote for them. Vote. Right now, it is really neck and neck on YouTube, also between Amiia and Trigodia. So if you have strong feelings, do get your vote in before the poll ends. We still have a couple more minutes. So what was I gonna yap about? Excuse you, ants for snack? No, not ants for snack. What? Is their actual name in the fan base? Huh? What? What are we talking about? Poll is very close. If it ties, it's tied on YouTube right now. Wait, what are we blacking out? The way she is called because she's near the Radiant Night? Using this three-letter is a bad idea. I don't know what those three letters mean, so I'm glad I didn't read it. I saw Amber nuking that. Why? Hang on. Stop saying those letters if those are letters that can be taken out of context and are bad letters. I don't know what that means, so I'm not going to say it. I'm also not going to Google it because that's probably also not smart. Lamb for snack? What are you guys talking about? Keep your innocence? Okay. I will. What letters? You and me both, Hoshi. We'll keep our, yeah. I will not determine. Effectively cheating. Oh, okay. I see. Okay. Keep EG's innocence. Oh no, this is primer of other things. While I'm waiting for the vote, I learned a word recently and I was really upset about it. I learned a word that I'm not gonna bestow fully onto you the knowledge of what that word means. But I learned a word because Jubby called one of our friends who is a really big, like she is a book person through and through. She reads everything. She is the kind of girly to read like 500 books in a year. And Jubby called her and just like as a bit was joking with her if she's read any like, you know, kinds of novels. Anything, anything interesting. Interesting in maybe in an inappropriate manner. And so like they were just like joking back and forth about things they were reading. And one of the words that was used in that context while they were talking about it, Jubby didn't know, which is a miracle in and of itself. And then I made the mistake of repeating that word at another point in time, and I've since found out what it was. You all are familiar with, unfortunately, the Omegaverse as I am. I'm a VTuber, I have to know what it is. All the VTubers do the polls to figure out what they are. I find out what that is, it's fine. Doesn't have to be inappropriate. But I did learn a word that apparently relates to that I totally did not understand the context of and was very sad about. That's okay. Don't guess what the word was, do me a favor. But I do learn new and upsetting things every day. Yeah, I mean, Jubby was joking, it was asking her if she'd read any, I guess, like, smut kind of books, maybe. Do I need a hint at least? If you know things about Omegaverse, I'm going to guess that this is a word that is relevant. Don't type what you think it is, because I don't need that in my chat, but it is a word. Oh, you're right, I can tell it to you in a way. If I were to tie a piece of string into don't type the word. That is the word that I learned has a meaning that relates to that, I guess, in an appropriate manner. And I was really upset. I was really upset. Because they had the conversation and they were having the conversation and I just kept saying the words. They were saying the word and I thought it was meant in the normal context of the word, but it was not. And then I was really embarrassed because we were saying these words in a public place. And I'm sure most normal human beings that I encounter out in public don't know what that means, as they shouldn't. So I do live under a rock, in case any of you were wondering. Not the tie. Don't worry, it's not tied. Amiia is winning. Also, Trigodia, I saw somebody say, is Chinese release only. Is that true? I too was upset when that knowledge was bestowed against my will. Everything I know that is in any way inappropriate is against my will. I don't know any of it willingly because I don't care. I just don't care about that kind of stuff. So tomorrow is going to be perplexing with Omertosa and Jankin, depending on what words they say, because I may need some explanations, because that may be relevant to the stream we're having, but it'll be really interesting. Only out on the Chinese server, will come in 6 months to EN. Okay, so Amiia won. Amiia won for sure, so we will look at Amiia, definitely then. Supreme Donkey Leader, let's go. All right, Amiia, we know her, we know and love her. She was where we started. That's a great way to round this out, because full circle, we started with Amiia. Amiia got an 8 out of 10, got us started on a good note before I got bored by the colors, but Amiia, to her saving grace, teal, this blue is a different undertone, yellow, browns, blacks, whites, colors. Good. Yeah. So, Amiia winning, I think, is a good way to round this out. Let me find, what are her alters called? Or I guess they'll come up? Oh, wait, or she not have official alters? I'm confused. Help. Hang on. Both? Amiia has 2 alters. What are they called? There's the medic? Look at the square is the top right for her alters form. Oh. This one, she looks like a newspaper carrier. She's got like a delivery thing, and one where she is planting stuff. Is that it? Or is it somewhere else? Oh, wait, no. Or is it beta? Or is it the beta ones? Wrong squares? That's a skin? That is also not my right. Can you tell I've been doing 3D modeling today? I'll let you know a secret. If I've done any 3D modeling, the usability of the words left and right completely are gone for me. Completely non-functional. I found it though. Yeah, the beta icons. Okay, so we have, wait, why is it not working now? This is a big art. I'm confused. Is that a skin for it? Okay, so she doesn't just have like a more basic standing pose for this, I don't think. And unfortunately, based on what it is, I can tell that this is the medic just because they told me already, but I haven't clicked it, unfortunately. Cause I got played into reviewing 2 more. Nah, we'll do them quick. We'll do them quick. They're all E2 arts. That's fine. That's okay. That's all right. I just need to make the background color not hurt me. There we go. Okay. So this version, if I look at her, I'm gonna put her side by side still. Ooh, my click and drag didn't work still. Come on, side by side. To me, this is mostly just reading as a more torn up and angular version of her base design. I don't know if I would have got that she is a medic. She's got a staff. She's got more sharp angular things in her design. She's got this sort of crown. We're getting like a star motif coming in now. She's got her collar, which she had before, but now it's more intense, I would say. Oh, I see you saying harm assist. I guess that would make sense if she was a harm assist. Dress references a certain character. Ah, okay. They're not alters, they're class changes. Okay. Doesn't have them, just changes classes, same unit. Okay. Medics are also casters, lore heavy, fine if you don't get it. Okay. If she's referencing a particular character, I guess that is fine. She's got this sort of shape around her sleeves, which is either going to be a sun, I'm going to guess, based on the fact that these are stars, or it's floral. She has these strands connected to rings on her fingers. Is she like a puppet master, maybe? In some way? I can't see them connecting to anything, but it does seem like she may be puppeting to something with her little rings that are connecting to string, unless that's magic and I'm misreading it. I'm not sure. Harm assist, your enemies can't damage you if they're dead. That's true. Weaver, predecessor, this is very lore heavy. Okay, so am I saying all of the things that relate to the lore then? If I picked up on all of the details, even though I don't know what the lore is perhaps, have I at least pointed out things that relate to it? It's threads, references her mother who was a seamstress. Okay, so that makes sense lore-wise. Okay, I see. Rings are the limiters. Okay. Rings are also cancer detectors. Good deal. Oh, she has them in the other forms too? Oh, you're right. Wait, she does have all the rings in this one too. I didn't notice that. Oh. She's got her illness, I see, I guess, creeping out, which I didn't notice before either. I do also, once again, I said this before, I appreciate that she has full leg tights because it makes her legs not distracting. Her hair, by being nice and warm and bright and having all these little colors of the rainbow throughout it, makes her face nice and focal, so I will give her that. Right now, the rings stop the oropathy, probably, I guess, okay. Breaks the rings in intense battles, don't think her designs reflect it. Love rings or bracelets. Oh, wait, so Reed had a bracelet that went with her. Was that also something for it? shows they're treated by RI. Interesting. Okay, I see. Rhombus is sort of important. Explanation is a spoiler. Okay, yes. Bet. Okay, hell yeah, I'm picking it up. Okay, got you. So, Harm Assist, I could say makes sense. We do tend to associate healers with, like, you know, long, flowing, white, you know, those kinds of things. We tend to associate, like, purity motifs, almost a lot of religious motifs with being a healer. But then at the same time, we're getting a little bit more of the sharp edges of decay and the edge of her clothing and her cravat. So I think that makes sense for Harm Assist. Her staff is also a little bit more intense. She is still a donkey to me, unfortunately. It's the ear shape. I've never had as much trouble determining that a character is a rabbit as I do with her. I know she's a rabbit, and I know it's a bit that she is a donkey. I feel like we did something here that made it so that I think we just hid her hair to make her less of a donkey. I miss the colors having done that, but like, that helps, but her hair just needs, like, the thing I did here still needs to happen. The critique I made previously comes through. The ears are misleading. It has not changed. Honestly, this isn't that different from her base design. The shape language of it, I would say, is more interesting to me, and I think the silhouette is probably a step in the right direction with her crown. Her face is nice and focal. The colors, I think, might be a little bit less interesting ever so slightly. We don't have both of the blue tones and the gold, but it's not bad. I would say this is probably, without even going into grading, probably similarly about an 8 out of 10. I think I would give her less points because her colors are less interesting. Her silhouette is better. Her complexity is fine. I don't have any issue. Focal point is her face. Concept of motifs. She's still a donkey, unfortunately, but she is cute, at least. Boring, less interesting. She's still a donkey. I think the healer thing could be more apparent, but that's okay. I think 8 out of 10 makes sense for her. For that, and then for the other version, let's see. This is very quick and easy, just because she hasn't changed much. What is the other one? Whoa, that's way different now. Hang on. The other one is way different. Medic Mia's skin is more interesting. Oh, her skin. Hang on, I can look at the skin just really quick. Her other skins are really cute, though. Her base skins are. Get another mage for her medic skin, which I feel like makes sense for a medic, having a mage skin. Let's put this on top here. Whap. Just so I can look at it for a second. She's laying in... Oh, is she a musician in this one? She's laying in a violin case. This is cute. On like a, almost like astronomy chart? Maybe of some sort. But it's also a record player, so there's a music influence here. She's playing violin. It's almost bard-like. This feels like it'd be in keeping with the big old giant case that Skadi had. Violin case, she's playing it. Yeah, okay. That's cute. She's a little witch. I enjoy her braid. She feels a little bit more like a rabbit here because they flared out the bottom of her ears and they made the fluff inside a little bit more exaggerated. I'm not having as much trouble with this one, surprisingly, for the skin, but that's not the point. Skin's cute. I'll give her that. What is her... Yeah, this outfit is neat. The shape language. Is there another image of this one? Because her pose is making it hard to tell what's going on. But I already love this super exaggerated pauldron into like greaves situation. That's sick. She is adapted for carrying a greatsword, and I love to see it. The dragon's cool too. Yeah, Bionics is neat. Not a bunny anymore. Guess what animal? She's still a rabbit. She still has rabbit ears, unless she is now a donkey. Maybe ? There is a dragon, but I don't see the dragon aspects really is a part of her. Her cravat feeling like scales is nice. That's good congruent design. No, she's still a bunny. Oh, okay, you're trying to trick me? I see you. I'm on to all of you. Why are you doing this to me? You decided to torture me. We hit the 11th hour, and you guys are... Somebody said, guess what animal she is now? I got one guide. It happens to me every time. It's gonna keep happening. She's... imitating a very bad character, doing it better than them? Good for them. I will get one guide. I forgot to give my disclaimer at the start of the stream also. All of you VOD watchers, if I get one guide, leave me alone. Leave me alone. It's gonna happen. Help! Help me! Anyways, this one. She now is wearing her necklace around her thigh. I see. Her skirt and outfit is more or less the same, but as far as giving her a little bit more asymmetry, I love this giant exaggerated arm. Her hair being this much bigger and more exaggerated and curling in at the ends, I think helps with not feeling like a donkey, but once again, the ears pull into such a sharp point. I see the donkey issue. I see the donkey critique. I see it. I understand. Oh my god, the extra ears are there. That's fine. Once again, I feel like this isn't really all that different than her base design. The red being worked into it, I think, adds some visual interest along with the gold. So the color palette is more visually interesting to me here. So I will give her full points for color here, which is nice. Her silhouette, I already don't really have all that much issue with. I think that's fine. Flexi versus clarity. I think the only issue she may have, and I hate to do this again, the only issue I might have is that focally her arm is going to be the total focal point now because of all this red that doesn't appear elsewhere. They've intensified the red in her ears a little bit to counter it, but the red is going to draw our eye a bit now. And maybe that's too harsh, taking a full point off. I think it might just be a half point situation because the brown of her hair being the only brown in the illustration also does make her head pretty focal. The level of detail here and in the rest of her outfit is also pushing me to her face for a moment of rest, so maybe that is fine. Jackrabbit ears, they have extra sharp ears. I know, yeah, I know what a jackrabbit looks like, but I think it's just the base. It might just be tough. Other class changes, also having an entire cutscene dedicated transforming in said form. That's neat. Red being focal makes sense in combat. That is also true. In fighting games, we do give concessions to focal points existing on swords or fists or feet because for you to play against them, it is good for those parts to be focal so you can keep track of them, keep yourself safe. But this is a tower defense / offense game where I feel like that's not as important, but that's okay. Succession scene is cool. Didn't notice the dragon tail. I see this is a whole dragon. What do you mean? Dragon tail? Or are you saying that she has a dragon tail? I don't think she does, but it is a really long ponytail. Guard is either earlier than medic. It's a lot closer to her base form because she hasn't gone as far in her character arc. I enjoy this more as a design than the medic though. This provides a nice big chunk of asymmetry where I think she needed it a lot, and it's providing more color variation. I think I closed the medic, did I? No. I think the medic needs another color in it. Even if it's just adding a little bit of like green or a hint of red or something. I want more color variety in the medic because this little bit of red does so much for me. It pushes her more towards a primary palette, which makes it just more visually interesting. It's so close. She's a chimera. It's cute. It's so close. It's so close. If you don't know Theresa, it doesn't resonate. Oh, okay, I guess that's fair. But the colors would still resonate more regardless if there was just... Medic tries to go pink, but definitely could have gone harder on the pink gotten from Theresa. Oh, does Theresa have pink? Does Theresa have pink? Pink in the medic body would have been nice. Yeah, I think that's where what I would say. More pink in the other one. But I think those are fair grades for her final versions for the alts. Giving this one an 8. I feel like this isn't bringing us all that much new that we didn't already have here. It's more interesting silhouette, but it's less interesting color. You give some, you gain some, you lose some. Here, the silhouette is more exciting, but also at the cost of the focal point. So we're once again gaining something, losing something. Did I grade this one as being a lower grade also? I think these are all gonna be roughly the same. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8.5. Not 7.5 nights, but 8.5 nights. That's the worst 8 I've drawn in my life. Hang on, try again. Half point better than base. Which I think is fair. I think that's fine. I guess story-wise, it might make sense for her to keep her outfit the same, but since they had the opportunity to make her much more different by releasing other versions of her, I wish they would have taken that a little bit more to heart, but it's okay. What is this skin? Oh, kind of like an outer space skin. Interesting. But yeah, 1 whole point over 7.5 nights. Let me count a final tally of how many 7.5 nights we had. I'm intrigued to know. So, asbestos, Golden Glow, Lapland Altar, Reed, base design. Skadi, base design. Texas, alter, so we're at 6. Yes, 6 of them. That's a good amount. This girly gives me... Oh, wait. Gives me myself vibes a little bit? Oh, really? What do you mean? Self vibes. Does Reed have the highest score of them all? Reed might. So, lowest score, I think, is... Executor, I tied with the Doctor with a 5 for the lowest score. And then I do think Reed had the highest score by 0.5 with Shu. Shu is so close. Shu, I think, was my favorite one that I had looked at out of the ones you guys had suggested. I love her color design so much. And if it weren't for the focal point issues that we had with her, her silhouette is so cute. She's so fashionable. I love her color design. I love her. She's so cool. What the heck? If it weren't just for the fact that we were having a little bit of focal point issue with the face and clarity with the face, she'd be so good. She's so close. She's so close. She's so pretty. Shu was great. Shu to me, I think, was the peak of like favorite designs you guys showed me. She's so pretty. Here an official point, you have a rubric for that? Squiiji puts Shu on the fridge. I can't do that. That'd be the first time I'd ever given a character a point. For myself, you've given her a bonus point. I can't do that. I can't do that to her. I can't do that when I did not give points to actual characters I genuinely adore previously. I can't do it. If we did that, we'd have to go back and give Axel a point. We'd have to go back and give... Oh man, there'd be so many characters I'd have to give points to. It'd be a lot. Not all of you saying do it. There's a bonus point for 0 points. No. These aren't categories. Each of these bonus points are just a single point I could award. So I could give 1 point for having a really compelling, unique concept. I could give 1 point for having a really unique, exciting art style. Or I could give 1 point for being put on the fridge. But I only ever give these out, really, in my VTuber design critiques. I've never given any of these points anywhere else. I think I maybe should have given a concept point to a couple of the characters in Reverse 1999. Or maybe even a couple of the characters in Cookie Run Kingdom. But yeah, we gotta maintain the standard here. I can't go just willy-nilly giving a character a point. Like this. That wouldn't be fair, I don't think. This be the final stream for Arknights. Not forever, no. This is the final stream right now, maybe, for Arknights. But we will come back to Arknights eventually, and we will go through every character, but way more rapid fire. I do tier list streams for character designs. We've done them for Genshin. We've done them for a lot of other gacha games. And this one's gonna take a while, so if you Arknights fans are really intrigued into seeing more of it, give me like a couple of months, perhaps. I don't know how long it will be, but we will probably have 3, if not 4 streams of tier lists where we'll go through every single character. So characters that we didn't get to talk about, any characters, all of them will be talked about at that point. At that point, I will not be looking at skins and I will not be looking at E2s because there will be no time to do that. But the Hive Man, don't worry, I will feed you. Don't worry, I'll come back. There's 300 and something. So we'll get there. Yeah, in due time, we'll get back there. Can I bribe you into raiding Trigodia? You don't have to. If you wait patiently, you get to see it. No bribing, EG. No bribing, EG. I'm a morally upstanding professor. I don't take bribes in class. No. And yeah, we will have more characters by then, which will make it even harder, but we'll figure it out. We'll get there. Yeah. E2s is better to do than E1s if you can only do 1. Okay, maybe we will just do E2s then. Maybe I'll note that down and we'll just look at E2s then. For then. Yeah, and the Sui siblings, we'll talk about them at that point as well. I will be strong and not look at bathing suits. I say I'll be strong, you have to be strong and not pester me to look at bathing suits. I saw somebody say earlier that having an asexual person look at bathing suits would be really refreshing, which does make me think that maybe it could be interesting if I did that. What if I did a stream that was looking at summer themed outfits for a variety of games, like summer skins for everything, maybe, right? Question mark? So not just Arknights, but comparing and looking at the ways that different games handle swimsuit designs. You all have to promise to not bark. You have to be good and normal, okay? I am say-so, and this is not 18 plus as a stream. So there's a lot of games we couldn't look at probably. Don't even say the words Nike or Nikkei. It will not happen. Also not Azure Lane, that also will not happen. But a couple of ones we've looked at that do have them, because I feel like Reverse 1999 has some summer, like, bathing suit types of designs. Maybe I could even reach my fingers into Fire Emblem Heroes, because I know they have some summer, like, beach designs. That could be interesting. I don't know what I would want to add to the conversation with that, but it might just be interesting to compare the way that they're handled. Functionality, whether or not they feel realistic, like realistic garments, whether they're character designed up while still being functional as the garment they intend to be, whether or not you would get abysmally sunburned from having weird straps that are hard to put sunblock on around, or having just like weird tan lines. I bet we could make an interesting stream out of it, but I'd have to figure out the angle that I want to touch on it with. And on character-wise, can I go to sleep? Go to sleep! Get your snark memes! We are wrapping up for today, do not worry. I'm writing this down. Suit. Okay, that's not enough words. Bathing suit designs? Whoever wrote that down implied I would wear a bathing suit. That's not gonna happen. Don't even think about that. Lorenz in a Speedo! No! I don't want to see Lorenz in a Speedo. Does he have a Speedo in... Does he have a Speedo in Heroes? We have not talked about Heroes on stream before yet. One day we might, just because that's a way to just, in a sweeping pass, talk about a lot of Fire Emblem designs. Man, speaking of a series that I love so dearly, yet despise any attempt at ever touching drawing fan art of, because they're so overly complicated sometimes. Oh boy. Has some stupid ones. I don't want to see Lorenz in a Speedo! But that would be really funny for the sake of that stream, maybe. Check in that lyrics, thank you for following. Yeah, I remember that, yeah, Three Houses did have bathing suits. I remember there was, like, Sylvain. Is that what his name is? I don't remember. The redhead, I don't know what his name is. The redhead Lions guy had a bathing suit outfit that one of my friends was really excited about, which is the only reason I remember that. But that's all I recall from it. But I think there were other ones. I don't remember. Borat swimsuit. I don't know about that one. Operation outfits change in E2 doesn't reflect the chibi. Oh, well then that would be complicated for, I'll figure it out. I'll figure out when we get to the tier list. I will have time. It'll take me like at least a month, if not two, before we're at that tier list. So give us some time, we will get there. And by that point, I'll figure out a solution to that, probably. Swimsuit, crit stream swings would need to compile, screen out the silly, dumb, inappropriate designs. I would be it. It would be me. I'd screen them out. I would be the one collecting them. And I would probably collect a variety of ones that I think are good and practical and interesting versus ones that I think are just funny. And like, we can look at fan service here. Wow! Looking at fan service is not something that's inherently inappropriate, but like, you can have things that are tasteful and also things that are released in games that are rated for all ages, despite what I may feel about it. So we can see all of those things. I'll do the vetting, don't worry. We won't look at anything inappropriate, and we will also have to make sure nothing we're looking at is a Twitch TOS violation. Yeah, so Azure Lane would just not even make an appearance. Same with Nikkei or Nike. I still don't remember which way we say that. Neither of them would show up, probably at all. And I know there's other games that have similar aesthetics. I don't dare call it aesthetics, but similar ways of operating where they are a little bit too saucy for us in these parts. A little too saucy for the shrooms, just a little bit. Yeah. GFL 2 is fan servicey, but not too bad. I don't know what that is. Is that one of the Fate ones? Fate Legends? Grand Fate Legends 2? The 2 Genshin swimsuits? Oh my gosh, they have swimsuits in Genshin? I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Oh, Girls Frontline. I was offered a sponsorship from Girls Frontline, and I declined it because I thought it was too saucy for me. Too many of their designs violated Twitch's TOS, and I was like, I'm not gonna worry about that. So I did actually decline it. But that is okay. So we may not get into Girls Frontline, unfortunately. There were some things that were just too revealing for us to show. Just based on the promotional material they'd sent me. I think they had a misunderstanding about who I am as a person, and they didn't want me to review it, which was the reason why I turned it down. They wanted me to play it, and I said no. I'm not gonna play it. Yeah, Vaslov, that is the trailer I watched. That is the trailer that they showed me. They showed me that, and it had a bunch of skins in it, and I was like, no, I'm okay, actually. Because I would be playing it, I wouldn't be reviewing them either, which is the real reason I declined for the most part. But I'm not gamer. I don't play game. Really, not at all. So, nope. So that was where I drew the line there. I said no thank you, but thank you for offering anyways. Anyways, I need to go eat some dinner. And I also have work to do because I was gone all week. I don't get to have a weekend this weekend. I get to work. Single tier, but that's okay. Technically, I had a little bit of something that resembles vacation by not being here, but not really. What can you do? But anyways, thank you all for joining me. Next week, actually not even next week, tomorrow, because we can't have saucy conversations here. Tomorrow, I'm having saucy conversations on Omertosa's stream and Jenkin Palm's stream, or with the two of them. We're talking about how attractive letters are. How visually attractive letters are. If that interests you in any manner and you want to hear me not be say so, I will curse and I will say inappropriate words that I will not say here. So do come back for that tomorrow, 10 p.m. EST, because it is in JST. It's in Japanese time because Jankin lives in Japan. I will send the link out into the Discord server. So if anyone is interested, be your Discord. And you will be alerted there. Letters, how scandalous? Yeah, it is really scandalous. And then next week, I see everyone 07ing. Have a nice rest of your day. Thank you, you too. Next week, Monday, finally more VTuber design critiques. I feel like we haven't done them in a long time. We did nothing but VTuber design critiques for the longest time, and now I finally, we like couldn't do them for a minute, and now we finally get back to doing it. Oh, I don't know. I think Jankin just is in JST. I don't know if Jankin lives in Japan inherently. Maybe? I don't know. But, Monday, character design critiques. Thursday or Friday, we'll probably determine what order, but we'll be doing our Clown Miku design challenge showcase one of those days. And the other day, we'll probably be starting the Wuthering Waves design tier list, where we'll look at every character in the game. So that's what you would look forward to. Thank you guys for hanging out. I missed you all week. It was really sad and strange. And maybe I'll see you tomorrow. Please come see me tomorrow. Please come watch if you're interested. But thank you guys. YouTube, I can't send you anywhere, sadly, so I will say shrew me later to you fellas. Bye! And Twitch,